Good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone has had a wonderful night and is full of energy to start with a new day. And today we are going to start with sharing experience in management of COVID-19 in Africa. And I'm standing here as the moderator of this session. My name is Theogene Twagirumugebe. And the first speaker will be the professor from Cape Town, Professor Bruce Bicker, whom you may know from his extensive experience as a scientist, Pan-Africanist, because he initiated and concluded a very important study on African surgical outcome study. And actually has published 2 studies of this one. And now he did another extensive work on COVID-19 care and outcome for critically ill patients across different countries in Africa. And he has accepted to give a talk on this care of critically ill patients and the outcome of COVID patients in Africa. Please, Professor Bicker, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Theogene, for your kind words and for the invitation, and Pauline. Thanks, I've really enjoyed the meeting. So I've been asked to talk about ACOS, which is the African COVID-19 critical care outcome study. Firstly, it's my privilege to be able to present all your work, because the majority of the people at this meeting have contributed to the study. Just a few disclosures. So the database and data management was funded by the Critical Care Society of Southern Africa. We've got no other conflicts of interest. And I just want to acknowledge Tim Baker and Karima Khalid, who've spent quite a lot of time discussing some of the implications of the findings of ACOS with me, and also educating me in critical care. So thank you, Tim, and thanks, Karima. I can see both of you smiling in the audience. So what was the motivation for this study? So, when COVID-19 started, we already knew from ASOS that our human resources were limited in Africa. So we knew for surgery we had less than 1 specialist per 100,000. And we knew that translated into excess mortality with failure to rescue. So we were obviously concerned about what's going to happen with COVID and critical care. And we were fortunate at that time to have an extensive network across South Africa through the work that had been done by this group, by us. And so we use that to try and see if we can make a difference during the pandemic. And so we expected outcomes would be worse. We had a limited workforce, we had limited intensive care facilities, and critical care resources. At the time, this is how we sort of understood what was going on. From a critical care beds perspective, in Europe it was documented to be running at about 11.5 per 100,000. We did quite a dirty back of the envelope calculation for critical care beds in Africa, and we worked it out at about 0.8 beds per 100,000. And the nurse-to-patient ratio from our previous studies, we thought it was probably less than 1 nurse per 2 patients in more than 50% of the hospitals who've been involved in ASOS, for example. So what was the methodology? So the study objectives were the following. So in patients with suspected or known COVID-19, we hope to identify critical care resources associated with survival, comorbidities and other risk factors associated with in-hospital mortality, and whether there were any interventions which improve survival. It was a very simple prospective observational study. We recruited from April, so essentially we realized we needed to do something, and I think that was about the middle of March, and within 2 weeks we had set up the study. So it was a phenomenal effort by everyone across Africa. And we recruited from April to December, and we basically asked participating sites, please just recruit as long as possible, and if it becomes difficult and you can't do it, you can just stop, because obviously it was in the middle of a pandemic and trying to provide care. And the follow-up was only in hospital, censored at 30 days. Next slide, thanks. The study outcomes, primary outcome was in-hospital mortality. Secondary outcome were to determine the risk factors, that's resources, comorbidities, and interventions associated with mortality. And, sorry, this click is working me over here. Right. And so the real question was, like, how could this contribute to helping during the pandemic? And so we thought if we could conduct interim analysis when we had enough data in the study to be powered to answer these questions, then we could rapidly make that available across the continent and people could act on it. And we actually managed to do that. It was a very simple study. We'd used RedCap. We got a few center-specific data, which we collected at registration, and we had a one-page CRF for the patients. And that's what it looks like. So some comorbidities, and then some physiological data, some organ support data that the patients got, some management data, and the outcome data. And these are the results. So we started in April. It was, the interim analysis was in September, early October. It was submitted, and we submitted with a preprint, so everyone had access to what we had found. And then obviously we continued to collect the data. So it was subsequently, the full publication was published in the Lancet in about February. There's a QR code if you want to get it. It was quite an interesting story because when we submitted in October, the Lancet said, you know, they suggest they're going to reject it. So it came back very quickly, they're going to reject it. And, you know, we can send it to Lancet Global Health or another Lancet journal. So we said, okay, so it was moved to Lancet Global Health. And then the reviewers' comments came back, and they were all very positive. And So I wrote to the editors of The Lancet and of The Lancet Global Health, and I said, I want to challenge your rejection of our paper at The Lancet. I said, the reviewers have given us very positive feedback, and I said, we could conclude the study and present all the data, within 2 weeks, and we can address all these issues. And actually, The Lancet accepted my refusal of their rejection. But the more interesting thing is, I don't know if they've ever done this, because they didn't know how to move our paper up the chain. They're very good at moving us down. So I thought I was so proud of all of us that we prevailed and we pushed back. And so that was what happened in the background, just as a side. So this is what it looks like, and this is really the important part. So there were invitations to participate in ACOS to 40 countries. 26 countries accepted the invitation to participate, and 10 countries actually participated, which included 64 hospitals. I think the first thing it tells you is how difficult the environment was at that time. We got a fantastic network of clinician investigators in Africa, and the fact that more than half of them who felt they had the capacity to participate couldn't participate just tells you how hard it was on the ground at that time. Sorry. My thumb does work. I have to go back, sorry. Oh my goodness. Can I just ask you, next slide, please? And next slide. And next slide. That's it. So the next thing you need to realize about the data you're about to see, this is data which has come from predominantly tertiary hospitals. So these are the most resourced. So what you're seeing is probably a lot better than what was actually happening on the ground at the time. This is what these critical care units looked like. They had about 2 specialists. They had a doctor-to-patient ratio of 1:4. Doctor on site after hours, 82%. Nurse-to-patient ratio of 1:2. So during this period, we recruited over 3,000 patients, mean age 55, and 2/3 were male, with a mortality of 48% in hospital mortality. So to put the data in perspective, we conducted a meta-analysis at the same time of all the critical outcomes that had been published and reported. And what we saw is the global COVID-19 critical care mortality was 32%, and Africa was 48%. We were higher than any other region that had published and higher than the global average. And it really worked out, if you use the confidence intervals, that we were having between 11 and 23 excess deaths per 100 admissions. That's 1 to 2 excess deaths per 10 admissions. And this is obviously extremely distressing, but it also massively helps us understand our need for more critical care resources and processes, which I'll come to. Another thing that you need to be aware of is that there was nearly 6,800 patients who were referred to critical care. Half of them did not get into critical care. So what you're seeing is, you're seeing the results of the patients who actually got into critical care. There's another cohort, about 50% of patients, we've got no idea what happened to them. We don't know if they were triaged as being, non-survivors, or triaged as being not sick enough to take a critical care bed. We got no idea. We tried at the beginning with haggling with ethics, saying that we want to be able to track what happens to these patients because it gives us an idea of the resources. But the ethics committee were adamant that we would have to get individual patient consent to be able to do that, and we didn't have the resources. So unfortunately, we don't know what happened to those patients. I suspect when you look at all our resources and the resources I'm going to show you, that those patients died. So this is what these critical care, the resources in these critical care units look like. And you need to remember these are like predominantly tertiary critical care units. I think the one which is astounding is that only 86% of the units could provide pulse oximetry to all the patients. And we sort of, again, a back of the envelope look at this. Based on what we were seeing patients get globally in critical care interventions for COVID, and the interventions or the prevalence of the interventions we were seeing in Africa, we estimated that we would be able to provide between 7 and 14 times less care than the patient should have been getting. So now the part on, what was associated with mortality. So the comorbidities, increasing age, HIV, diabetes, liver disease, and kidney disease. The severity of organ dysfunction at presentation, so delay in admission. We use a quick SOFA score, respiratory rate and BP, etc. So increasing SOFA score was independently associated. Respiratory support that the patient needed at presentation, whether they had arrested, obviously, prior to admission, and the need for vasopressors. Oh, that's about 1,000 slides. Oh, please take me back. Back. Oh, and you need to go quickly so people can't see my whole story. Please, back. Keep going, back, please, back. Go. Okay. No, more, sorry. Oh, please, more back. Back. Sorry, I don't talk, I got short slides. I don't talk long on my slides, so don't be terrified, sorry. And also we showed that if you had steroid therapy, it was protective. So this had just come out shortly after the results were known from the UK. And so we also developed a risk stratification tool, which was freely available. You can still play with it. And just to show its utility, so he has a very simple patient, 54 years old, one SOFA risk factor. So essentially that's probably just tachypneic, who needs lung ventilation and steroid therapy, probability of death about 38%. If you add diabetes to that and you have a delayed admission, mortality is up to 70%. If the patient has HIV as well and you don't have any steroids available, mortality is nearly 90%. So I think this is the important part of the talk, especially now where we are, essentially post-COVID. What are the implications of the ACOS findings? So the implications were that there was excess critical care mortality. We thought it was driven predominantly by critical care resources.
You can use this one.
Can you not? And I prefer this.
Okay.
Thanks.
Everything.
Thank you. I'm not a natural speaker, so I find it very difficult to walk around like other people. Sorry. And we thought there are two strategies here. There's a short-term strategy to address this problem and a longer-term strategy. So the short-term strategy at the time was, next slide please, vaccination. So This is February 2022. Essentially, if you look at Africa, I mean, the majority of Africa had less than 40 people who had one vaccine per 100 people. That was February. I'm going to show you now yesterday. This is yesterday. So what I put in was HDI, and I put in the world, and I put in Africa. Africa is running at about 25%. You know, there was a big outcry during COVID about inequity of health and inequity in the vaccinations in particular. It has not changed at all. We, as a continent, are lower than low middle income countries globally. I just find this essentially devastating. I mean, there's so much advocacy that needs to be done. People are just ignoring Africa. So this is now where I see us, is this longer term strategy. This is resources and processes. So just going to take you back to that. That's the resources we saw in the participating critical care units. This was a very interesting paper which came out from Fitzim Kifle, who's at Deborah Berhan in Ethiopia. This is part of the 4NPCCC group. And they basically did a survey of critical care units across Ethiopia. And this is what they showed, because it's extremely impressive work. 51 of 53 public intensive cares, 0.3 ICU beds per 100,000. If you look at the level of the ICUs, more than 50% are level 1. That means you can provide oxygen, you can do non-invasive monitoring, and you can give clinical nursing care, which is slightly more than the ward. The rest of the ICUs are level 2. That means you can do some invasive monitoring and basic life support. That is critical care in Ethiopia. There is not one level 3 ICU. No site has piped oxygen. Invasive monitoring was rarely available in any of these ICUs, and the presence of a single infusion pump or suction is not universal across these ICUs. So if you look at the lack of ICU resources, I mean, this is sort of what you see. So in Ethiopia, there's less than one critical bed, care bed per 100 hospital beds. In ACOS, there was 4.6, that's the median. Remember, that was during the pandemic when there was extra ICU beds, and we're looking at the most resources critical care units on the continent. And then it's recommended that you should be running at about 2 to 5. The level of beds, 1 to 2 in Ethiopia, and then 1 to 3 in ACOS, and recommended. Pulse oximetry, 99% was available in Ethiopia, 86% in ACOS, and then in the EECC recommendations, it should be freely available to everyone. And blood gases, 28% in ICUs in Ethiopia and 82% in ACOS. Ability to prone, interestingly, has been one of the components of EECC. In ACOS, it was only possible in 70% of the patients, and it's not reported in the Ethiopian survey. Next slide. Okay. So this is a thought experiment which Tim educated me on. So how many critical beds do we need, for example, in Ethiopia? So this is Tim's thought experiment. So we knew from Fitzim's study that they have 324 critical care beds. That's 0.3 per 100,000. And Tim said, well, you know, from the global burden of sepsis study, there's an estimated 1 million cases of sepsis in Ethiopia. which is about 5,400 cases per day. And Tim said, let's assume you need 2 days of critical care resources for those patients. That's 10,000 beds that you need, or 5,000 beds. 10,000 beds, that's about 8 beds per 100,000 just to manage sepsis alone. So what are the implications of a lack of these resources? So we know in ASOS, twice as likely to die. We know from ACOS that there are 2 excess deaths per 10 admissions to critical care in Africa. And I'm going to challenge you, and I'm going to say I think the mortality is way higher than those 2 excess deaths per 10. And that's because we're looking at deaths inside the ICU. Really, I think there's a massive amount of failure to rescue deaths due to these limited critical care resources. These are the deaths outside the ICU that we're not seeing, the unmet need for critical care. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. The first thing is this. So we saw that 50% of patients were not admitted. I'm of the opinion that a lot of those patients died. That's number one. Number two is this. If you look at ASOS, these are the patients who died in ASOS. So 94% of the patients don't die or didn't die on the day of surgery. They died after surgery. They died on the ward. It took 5 days, a median time, for these patients to die. Only 16% of them went to a critical care environment. So almost everyone who dies following surgery in Africa dies on the ward. They don't even die in a critical care environment. This is the next part, which we know. So now this is from ASOS 2, from the trial. So to increase postoperative surveillance, there were 5 things that the intervention hospitals had to do. The one was, could you admit the patient to a higher care ward than was planned? That was only possible in 50%. That's exactly the same as ACOS data. Half the patients can't get the care that they should get, this escalation of care. And then just the ability to increase the frequency of nursing observations for these flagged high-risk patients. Only 4 out of 5 was it possible. So why are critical care resources limited in Africa? I think there are 2 reasons. The one is a lack of recognition of the importance of critical care, and the second is the perceived cost of critical care. I want to challenge both of these. So the first is there are 46 essential interventions for universal health coverage. And these are cost-effective interventions. 16 of them, we believe, require critical care. If you can provide these essential interventions, it is estimated that you will decrease mortality in people less than 40 by more than 800,000 per year, and you would save 4.6 million lives between 2020 and 2030 from non-communicable diseases and injuries. Help, help. Next slide, please. So what are the strategies to improve outcomes? So this again, I just need to thank Tim and Karima for sharing their slides and helping me understand some of these concepts. So I think this is where the essential emergency and critical care comes into it. So this is the most simple first-line form of care for critically ill patients, and it's the care that all critically ill patients should receive in all hospitals in the world. And it's defined as the essentialness in critical care, which WHO defines as a prioritized first-tier standard of care that is low cost, feasible to deliver, effectively addresses important health threats in the population, and should be delivered to everyone. So it's got two components, EECC, and they're basically on identification of critical ill patients and care. So there are 40 processes which have been part of ECC in those two groups, and 66 hospital readiness requirements. So it's interesting chatting with Tim and Karima because they're always doing these thought experiments. So I was going to try and put it out incomplete that Tim had shared with me in the slide, but I thought it would take too long. But if you're interested to see the thought experiment, we can discuss it later. But essentially, the feeling is if you can provide EECC, you could probably save between 500,000 and 2 million deaths globally annually. And Garima has been driving this work on cost effectiveness. EECC costs about, let's say, $20 a day, and that's very cost effective. It's about $25 for a daily averted, and that's similar to malaria and emergency obstetric care, which no one would disagree with. Next slide, please. So I'm going to come back, this is about 3 or 4 slides to go, to ASOS2. So in ASOS2, we had this great idea that if you increase postoperative surveillance for patients who flagged as high risk, we'll decrease failure to rescue. And you all know the results, this is what they are. No difference in in-hospital mortality, no difference in severe complications and death. This was a massive learning curve for all of us. And I'll try and explain this. So this is the program theory. So you identify your high-risk patients. So in ASOS2, we did that with the calculator, and we did that extremely well, by the way. The calculator performed beautifully. And then you increase your postoperative surveillance, you identify complications earlier, you escalate therapy, and you decrease mortality. That is the program theory. Next, yeah. The problem is, with failure to rescue, this is actually what happens. You can fail at any step in this pathway. So just the escalation of surveillance is not going to save the patient. So if you don't recognize the patient's deteriorating, there's failure to rescue. If you can't communicate the deterioration to escalate therapy, there's failure to rescue. If you can't respond to that communication, in other words, let's assume the doctor's dealing with another emergency at the same time, there's failure to rescue. And you've got to go through, it's a real Swiss cheese. You've got to navigate all that to be able to change the outcome. And I think, that really speaks to why we couldn't change the outcome in ASOS2. And when you ask all the clinicians on the ground, everyone says they believe in the concept. It's just our execution or implementation the strategy was wrong in ASOS2. So we have to go back to drawing board and how can we set up processes to ensure that we tick these boxes, that we don't fail at one of the steps of the program theory. That's the challenge. And really how this links up to, next slide please, to ECC, ECC is key to this process. So It is EECC is built on identifying patients who are critically ill and monitoring and responding to their situation. So I think the challenge for Africa is, one, to determine the current coverage of essential emergency and critical care, and then determine what's preventing us in implementing it in Africa, and then we need to respond and provide it in all African hospitals. And to be honest, I'm convinced we can do this. So in summary, the excess critical care mortality in Africa is driven by a lack of resources, a lack of essential critical care processes and hospital readiness factors. And to improve critical care outcomes, we need to focus, one, on delivering EECC and allocating funds for critical care. Thank you.
Thank you, Brice. The next presenter is Dr. Sabin Sanzimana. He's going to tell us about the experience, or to share about with us the experience about the COVID-19 management in Rwanda. I think he's the man that we needed, because he's the one behind almost the success story in the management of COVID, having been the Director General of Rwanda Biomedical Center, the Ministry of Health, which was the organ that was in charge of preparation of strategies and the measures to combat the COVID pandemic, but also implemented and monitor all those activities. I think we are lucky to have Dr. Sabin Sanzimana to share his experience as a former Director General of DG. Actually, he's my boss as the Director General of University Teaching Hospital of Butare. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Théogène, my colleague. Good morning, Aramtse. Bonjour. I put together some slides trying to share a 2 years journey that most of you have experienced in different ways in your capacities, in your countries. But since you're in Rwanda, it's a great opportunity also to tell you what happened here. And actually, it's great that this specific room we are sitting in right now was one of our command centers for COVID-19 response at the national level. So you're in the right place to discuss the right topic. So I'll try to go fast because I think we need to catch up with time for other topics. And I hope that the slides will be moving from here. So I put the first slides as complex as I could to make it difficult for you to read, because my message is how pandemic preparedness response is so complex, and how the humanity has experienced these pandemics for many, many years. So this is not the first time we are seeing a pandemic, an outbreak, and I think it's not the last time as well. So what we discuss here today, it's not for the past, and it's not for the present only, it's also for the future. What is the next pandemic tomorrow or after tomorrow? Because as we speak, there are new emerging viruses and pathogens that are actually likely to cause a pandemic at a size we don't know. Moving on to our specific topic today. This is our journey from March 2020, when the first case was reported here in Rwanda in our National Reference Laboratory, just 10 meters or 20 meters from here, just next this block. We confirmed this first case in the lab, it was a kind of big bang. It's like an explosion in our minds, because the media and all the information we're receiving from different countries on this disease and how we should manage and prevent, confirming it and seeing it with your own eyes in the lab was an experience that I think if you go back in the history and compare it with today, the way we see it is the two totally different explanations of the same thing. So we went through different channels, called waves of infections. The first 6 months were quite okay, moderate. We didn't have critical cases to put into the hospitals. Actually, everyone with positivity was a reason to go into a treatment center. At some point, when the first phase was over, then we thought it's going to be the end, but it was the beginning of something much more serious and terrible that you all know has been given name, the Delta phase. The change of the virus to a new variant, Delta, has been catastrophic. Took a lot of lives. You can see on this graph the increase of positive cases as well as critical cases that were admitted, mortality as well. So I'll show you in the next slides, comparing the trend of new cases in the upper side of this slide and the critical cases on the bottom of the slide. You see at the time, July 2020, actually this is a 3-year period. So the peak of cases was somehow going up together with the peak of infections. But as we roll out vaccination, I think the things start to change. Cases not necessarily pull out together with the critical admissions in a hospital, which is the positive thing we see today. And we should not forget the past, so we could do better for the future. So we started by moving all critical cases into treatment centers. At some point, the whole country was full of treatment centers, schools, hospitals that were actually emptied to be able to make COVID-only treatment centers. So at some point, it was not even hotels. I remember, Professor Pala, you remember in Gesera, when we were using a four-star hotel and treatment center for COVID. And the cost, the management, even the setup were impossible to manage when you start to have ventilators in hotels. So we had to adapt and adjust every day as quick as we can, because we were learning every single minute. So mortality as well didn't give us like a trend that, in the beginning there was an expectation that even some politicians and public speakers who went out saying, Africa, for example, resource-limited countries, we're going to see bodies across the road, the streets. You remember those statements? So I think what we've seen is not good, but what we've seen was not what has been predicted at the beginning of this pandemic. There are some efforts that were done. There are some other factors that I think presented by previous speakers. Today we are trying to understand. So we did a number of publications about this, including this work on 133 COVID cases over 10 months that we recorded here in Rwanda. But when Delta came, I think it was a different situations. So many people were getting worse just a few hours after confirmation of infections. PCR was not available everywhere. Rapid tests were not yet available, and symptoms were changing. And I remember that time we wrote a small paper on COVID or malaria, because there was a lot of confusion about symptoms of COVID cases as well as malaria in endemic countries like ours. So this complexity and knowledge was the biggest lesson as clinical settings, but also public health institutions, that we don't know everything, and actually there's new things that will be coming, and the most important thing is to adjust and adapt what we learn right now to what we should be doing tomorrow. So that is the biggest lesson, and with all humility and all the knowledge and background and schools that we went through, that this is probably one of the greatest schools in public health and medicine we've ever had in the last 100 years. So currently, mortality with COVID-19 in Rwanda is, case fatality rate is 1.1%. But the good news with vaccination is that the last 48 days, there was there was no single case of COVID death. Yet we've seen how Omicron, for example, has increased positivity, but not the critical and admissions as severe and death, which is a good news that, yes, cases might remain and increase, but the most important thing is that our hospitals are not full, and also disrupting other service provisions. And for all pandemics, all diseases, that is what you want to prevent, that your hospitals are overwhelmed and the health system are collapsing. So how was this achieved in Rwanda? Just a few examples and a few explanations. First, this is a coordination structure we put in place before COVID case was detected here in Rwanda. There was a national steering committee. Is this a screen? So I can't point. So okay, I'll be speaking. So the national steering committee was established, chaired by the Right Honourable Prime Minister, and under this national steering committee, which includes actually sectors: health sector, agriculture, security, defense, police, education. Schools were closed, as you know. You had to have all those sectors represented. So decisions were made at this committee that was meeting every 2 weeks, sometimes more frequently, depending on the level of crisis that was happening. So we had a COVID joint task force with a command post in this compound. These rooms you see here for this conference were used for most of these operations. So sometimes we spend like almost a year kind of living in this compound. So it's a great memory for most of us when we come back here, when we're no longer sleeping sleepless nights in this area. So our command post was tasked to monitor real-time, every minute, activities under these cells, mainly surveillance. So we had teams at points of entries at the borders. We had teams at health facilities, community health workers reporting real-time to our command data systems. So we had a data management team, has its own like a big tent just behind, the biggest in here. So we could see, monitor all this information coming real time with these data systems built actually in a period of 1 month, January, February towards March of 2020. So we had a strong team of rapid response that there were several ambulances and intervention vehicles parked just in a big parking right here, with IPC teams cleaning every vehicle, transport. So it was this command center that managed centrally most of these cases, and it was decentralized as we experienced more, but also as the virus spreads, because it started in Kigali with imported cases from flights that were coming from different countries, and after a few months of spreading in other districts as well. So logistics administration is very, very critical. It's very important. Even in our hospital setting, we know doctors, if they don't have strong logistics supply system, you can't work comfortably. So there's a lot of emphasis on here. Finance, administration, procurement was made simple to the level of taking a plane, Rwanda airplanes, and sending them directly to China to pick PPEs, masks, and all the equipment we needed from the high-level decision. So wouldn't take as it was taking procurement of 6 months, because in a pandemic you can't work like that. So you need time in minutes. Communication was key because a lot of rumors were spreading from church leaders saying this is the end of humanity, God is back. People. So we had really to invest a lot in this communication team, fighting rumors. We have an army here to fight rumors. So replying and responding with facts was very important. And of course, planning. So the future planning team, our future was tomorrow at that time. So, but we also had a team looking forward as well as documentation. And of course, to make sure we work science evidence-based, there was an expert advisory team that I also had chance to co-chair with the representative of WHO and CDC. So here we also had our own tent here for every evening, kind of bringing the best science we could from across the world to what we're doing every day. So moving forward quickly, another element here is our slogan when we were fighting COVID, that everything we do will be data-driven. So the more data we had, we were more comfortable to explain on everything: investigation, contact tracing, lab, treatment centers, rapid response, communication, isolation centers. So this was really, really one of the best weapons we had in COVID response, because fighting rumors without facts and evidence is also a contribution to rumors. So we needed to have strong and correct data, trustable data, so that you don't yourself be a source of rumors. So facts reference is very important. As you know, most of you are researchers, so I'm preaching actually the Catholic. So public health measures are very important. So we've seen that with hygiene, cleaning, use of face masks, physical distancing, but also leveraging and integrating innovations like this use of drones in communications. This was widely used here in Rwanda. When people are in home base, were staying at home without moving, so we had to pass messages through using these drones, working with the Rwanda National Police that had deployed most of this with our communication team. All this were happening and coordinated from here. Moving on to other factors, I think you can recognize some of these structures with His Excellency the President visiting us here in April 2020. So this is again the importance of leadership in pandemic response. So this time on the left side of this slide, these are how we were set up, how we seated during the COVID response. These are an example of the teams we have here, probably around 500 people in this center, divided in different groups, working on this full-time, 24/7 in the COVID response. And His Excellency President came to visit us just to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're not just scientists and public health people. It's a country problem. So this was really, really important encouragement to keep working and making sure we do better next day. So contact tracing in a pandemic is key. This is how actually we're doing it. So from early detection, suspected cases, you test, you confirm, you do another testing of the contacts, you follow 24/7, and you watch for symptoms development and treatment centers. But at some point, treatment centers were too many and impossible to manage. So we started now to establish the home-based care for those cases that were not critical. But also at home, you needed to monitor how you monitor people across Rwanda, thousands of people at home. So we had to use community health workers, had to distribute pulse oximeters mainly, and also monitor daily symptoms of those people, and ensuring that community health workers are not exposed themselves. So it was really a huge logistic countrywide that we went through. And it's not just Rwanda, it's most countries may have their own experience. But I think I'll focus on this as was the topic for today. One important thing from my personal experience is the use of IT solutions in contact tracing, diagnostics, treatment, follow-up. And those tools tested and used during COVID time, we are still in COVID time, are actually helping today, also building our health systems infrastructure and thinking differently on how we should be managing outbreaks and pandemic in the future. These are a few examples. On the extreme left of these slides, these are actually how we mapped high-risk zones by detecting every positive case. So we could see which sectors and districts we're deploying teams. And this has been helping to also do localized lockdown instead of locking the entire province or districts. So this geospatial data our teams developed here. Actually, I forgot to mention that we used to call upon for experts from especially developed countries to come and help on such kind of things, but there was no flights moving, so we had to use our own people locally. So Badi developed incredibly well these tools that today we realize actually we don't need such much experts from abroad. We have experts locally, so you have experts in your own settings. It's a matter of knowing this is our problem. Let's work for a solution. And there's no one else coming to help you. So you need to work to ask your brains and your skills. And actually they did it much better because when you know your problem, you solve it better than someone just coming to know even your culture and how. So this is a positive thing that we got when flights were stopped. Local resources and brains were working incredibly well to develop these things. And today we are using for many other diseases. Like these dashboards and contact tracing tools were built in addition to health management information system that we're told before it's impossible, but because you forced it and you ask the IT, no, do it, I need this dashboard, I need to know where this case is located. This was possible. I mean, there's an entire explanation of all these details in this paper that we put together on the use of technology in COVID response in Rwanda. So for those interested, you can read the details about this. In treatment centers and hospitals management, again, we saw the use of technology, especially the robotics, to minimize the risks. PPEs at some point were very critical, but we managed to get most of this in a short time. And this is one of the hospitals in Kigali that at some point used to be a main COVID treatment center. So we visited this when Delta was taking a lot of lives, even among our own healthcare communities. So this again has been an example of how working together and using everyone's best skill, you can manage even the impossible situation to make it possible. So moving on again to diagnostics, which is critical. You remember the time of collecting a form and send a form with a sample, you put a stick on the tube, then you send to the lab, then you wait, then you go to pick your results. That, I think today is a history, but during COVID beginning was like the practice. So how this changed so rapidly was, I mean, again, like creative and ideas that people were putting together in these compounds in this area. How did we move so quickly from paperless to real-time sample collection, processing, reporting, because people could not move to pick their results anyway. So we needed to take the sample and the codes, and someone received the result without meeting you again by SMS back to your phones. This is how these tools were developed. And today, it has become a standard for any other diagnostics in our hospitals. And we went far with lab teams to develop even a pool testing for COVID that was later on adapted and implemented in many other countries. So this pool testing is also a great paper that Professor Leo Mutesa and a great team we put together, and I think has been now being one of the greatest experience that was shared and helping a lot in diagnostics. I mentioned vaccine a few times, but I think today we are here because of vaccines. Imagine if we were still fighting the pandemic the way I described before, it wouldn't be the same. Vaccines helped a lot to reopen the travels and come back to our usual way of running these conferences, going back, bringing back the business. And it didn't come just like walking. It was not simple. It was really a long process from first the science of developing vaccine in 9 months instead of 10 years. The step of who gets the first vaccines. Developed countries were behind on the line because we're not developing vaccine here. And actually, Africa contributes only or develop only 1% of its vaccine to users, same as therapeutics. So you understand the gap that is there, and it's still a big gap until we achieve that. There's some steps being made, but it has to be really, really fast. So this is how in Rwanda vaccine, preparedness and receiving and distribution in just 48 hours after vaccine received at the airport were reaching people's arms. It took a rapid and organized system that I tried to put in here. So today, 70% of total population of Rwanda, around 12 million, have already received 2-dose vaccine, and also booster vaccine being distributed. So again, it's all about this leadership and commitment, but also the coordination and partnership. Experience of other outbreaks has helped a lot, like Ebola virus preparedness that we had in the last years when we're having outbreaks in DRC many times. Digital innovation and virtual platforms have helped a lot, and also multi-sectoral approach, as well as these decentralized committees, capacity building with professional bodies, doctors, anesthesists, critical care specialists. Everyone really played a role, and they were very happy to come forward and contribute. And of course, training as the fight continues. We had to build big teams of experts and field teams to achieve these few results in a short time. So in brief, to summarize, pandemics preparedness is important, so we had to prevent. You don't just work in a clinical setting. You have to go towards the people and help them, support them. You have to clean environment to prevent more diseases, just not one disease. You have to educate communities and where the communities is, and make sure diagnostics is well supported. We had to centralize and simplify the way we provide prevention and care. And of course, we have to treat and innovate as we move on with the few resources we had. And most importantly, looking forward, had to care and inspire, because we are not treating bodies, we are treating comprehensively human being, doctors, people, and young people more importantly, because they will fight and manage the next pandemic. So we are here to make sure there are some young people behind us who will do it better than us tomorrow. So I think vaccines will remain the best tools to fight any disease now and in the future. And we must work hard to make sure there's no vaccine inequities in production, in access, but also in science and research. But we need to have hope that what happened in the last 10 years should not be happening today, because most of the lessons we've learned is that in a crisis, you invest, you learn, and you build a health system. This is what happened, for example, with oxygen production, which has increased 3 times the oxygen capacity we have in the country in just a few months. So today, I think oxygen is no longer an issue in facilities in Rwanda. We are producing oxygen in our own hospital in Butare. We actually producing oxygen. We are helping hospitals around us. It's the same. This has been built and done because we had this pressure of COVID-19. There are many ongoing efforts of vaccine local production that I think is a focus for all nations. And because Africa is still lagging behind, I think there's some support being made and partnership. So to summarize, I think leadership is the driver of everything. Partnership is the catalyst of everything. But what makes everything possible is science. So with this, I think we've learned a lot, but we still have a long journey to go. And let's not forget the past 2 years, because that is where we are going to get the best tools to move forward as the next pandemic or the next pathogen is warming up, to wait and to see if we are better organized, or if not, we will suffer again. So thank you so much. This was my just few reflections on this.
The last but not least presenter will be Professor Eugène Zoumeno. He's going to share the experience from Benin. And Eugène is a colleague and a professor of anesthesia at the University of Cotonou. He's presenting on behalf of Abakar Wad, who is not present. So, Dr. Eugène, the floor is yours.
Merci. Merci encore une fois de m'avoir invité ici. Théogène a dit que je suis du Bénin, un pays francophone, so French-speaking Africa, et je vais parler en français. Les francophones font toujours l'effort de parler un peu anglais. French-speaking, people try to speak English, but it's not the same for English speaking to try to speak French. So my speech is in French. Je remplace un collègue sénégalais qui n'a pas pu faire le déplacement. Et j'en ai profité pour partager avec vous un aspect problème de la prise en charge de la COVID-19. Et l'une des dernières diapositives de l'orateur qui m'a précédé a montré la production d'oxygène. Donc le problème principal ici, c'est sur l'aspect oxygène. Et donc, la COVID-19, hypoxemia, a need for oxygen and availability of oxygen. Ça, ce sont les chiffres au niveau mondial. Les chiffres du Bénin sont plus bas que les chiffres du Rwanda. Le Rwanda et le Bénin ont la même population. 12 million inhabitants in Benin, 13 million inhabitants in Rwanda, but sur le plan de la superficie, Rwanda 26 000 km², le Bénin 112 000 km². Le Rwanda 26 000 km², Bénin 100,000 km². So less density population in Benin. Less than 200 deaths in Benin. The red points are places where we have center for COVID. Because Benin government has decided that COVID will not be treated in every hospital. The government decides some hospitals only will treat COVID. The most important center for COVID was this hospital. It was not an infectious disease hospital. It was the General District Hospital who has been transformed in COVID center. This center is 1 hour driving from Cotonou, economic capital of Benin. Benin have 3 waves for COVID. The worst wave is the 3rd, with Delta. At the beginning, we just talked about barrier, chloroquine. And we have the first death from COVID, April 2020. The second wave, we have death from old patients with comorbidities. But the third wave has been the worst. Almost 50% of all deaths has been seen during the third wave of COVID. And that's the time that we lack of oxygen resource. Et donc, ma préoccupation, c'est l'hypoxémie. L'hypoxémie était le principal problème lorsqu'on parlait de Covid. Mais une hypoxémie particulière, dénommée happy hypoxique. Et ça a été une préoccupation parce que patients were referred too late. Peripheral center have patients who were happy hypoxic, but they didn't know. Even we, anesthetists, we didn't know about happy hypoxemia. Et jusqu'à maintenant, on ne maîtrise pas vraiment la physiopathologie, mais on sait que l'hypoxie, le happy hypoxique, a été l'objet qui a fait qu'on a eu des retards de prise en charge des patients. les praticiens ont été déroutés par cette hypoxémie qui ne se présentait pas avec des dyspnées et pas de signes cliniques. Heureusement, on a eu des dons de Livebox avec des oxymètres de pouls dans cette période qui a permis d'augmenter la couverture en oxymètre de pouls pour le diagnostic de l'hypoxémie chez les patients suspects de Covid. Et de plus en plus, les petits oxymètres de pouls digitaux, les tout petits, sont devenus populaires et chaque agent de santé achetait son oxymètre pour pouvoir faire le diagnostic de l'hypoxémie chez les patients Covid. D'où les besoins importants en oxygène. Vous savez très bien que l'hypoxémie dépend de la gravité de la maladie. Et le Bénin a adopté une classification au niveau national pour trier les patients de Covid. Les plus graves devant être transférés à l'hôpital d'Alada. Et selon le moyen utilisé pour administrer de l'oxygène, les besoins, les consommations sont plus importantes. De l'oxygénation aux lunettes, en passant par le masque à haute concentration, la ventilation non invasive, l'oxygénothérapie à haut débit et parfois la ventilation mécanique que nous avons évitée. Parce que tous les patients qui avaient été ventilés étaient décédés. Face à ces besoins en oxygène, ça ne marche pas. Est-ce que je peux revenir en arrière? OK. This slide is important for us in Benin. At the beginning, we have been, les anesthésistes-réanimateurs, the government asked us to calculate what will be the need for oxygen. And we make some provision, but all provision, toutes les prévisions ont été dépassées. On a été multiplié par 10. Parce qu'on avait tenu compte de notre consommation en oxygène dans nos réanimations. On a fait les calculs, on a donné au gouvernement, mais après un mois, on s'est rendu compte qu'on avait besoin de 10 fois plus d'oxygène que ça. La plupart des hôpitaux n'ont pas d'oxygène, une distribution centrale. Il faut des obus. Donc, quand on prend un patient qui est à 15 litres par minute d'oxygène, il lui faut 3 obus de 7 mètres cubes. Si on passe en oxygénothérapie à haut débit, il lui faut 10 obus par 24 heures. Donc, et les patients ne peuvent pas payer ces obus. Donc l'approvisionnement en oxygène, c'est par des cylindres dans les salles, très peu de distribution murale et on n'a pas de réservoir d'oxygène. Donc ça, c'est des obus qui sont largement utilisés. Il y a des hôpitaux qui sont supposés avoir des centrales de production d'oxygène, mais leur production est limitée. Et ces centrales d'oxygène sont mises en place avec l'aide de la société qui fournit l'oxygène dans le pays. In Benin, there is only one society who distributes oxygen with monopoly. And the same society must help hospitals to build oxygen concentrators. So they limit oxygen production for the hospital, and even the hospital has concentrators, hospital must have somehow lit. Ils doivent continuer à acheter de l'oxygène chez le fournisseur. L'hôpital ne peut pas être indépendant à 100%. Après, we are in Cotonou. We have to transport oxygen from Cotonou to the COVID center, 1 hour driving. So cylinders on the truck. Ailleurs, l'oxygène est transporté par des camions citernes. Dans les hôpitaux, on peut avoir de l'oxygène liquide, mais avec des cylindres, c'est normal qu'on ait des ruptures d'oxygène. Et avec une société qui a le monopole. Donc face à la pénurie, il y a eu des solutions. Premièrement, une deuxième société a été autorisée à fournir l'oxygène. Donc les bouteilles grises, the green cylinders are cylinders from another society who had been unable to give oxygen. Et puis, c'est en ce moment que le Bénin a mis en place plusieurs unités de fabrication d'oxygène dans différents hôpitaux. Donc les choses se sont améliorées avec Covid. Donc dans plusieurs hôpitaux maintenant, nous avons des centrales qui produisent de l'oxygène. Donc mon propos ici a été de montrer comment il a été difficile de pouvoir donner de l'oxygène à tous les patients qui en avaient besoin, des patients qui ont été reconnus, puisqu'il y en a beaucoup avec le happy hypoxique qui n'ont même pas eu l'opportunité qu'on sache qu'ils avaient besoin d'oxygène, mais ceux qui en avaient besoin, il y avait eu rupture. Et les patients Covid nous ont montré qu'il y avait une surconsommation d'oxygène avec des coûts prohibitifs. Et la question s'est posée, c'est qui paye? La plupart du temps, c'est l'État qui a payé à la place des patients. Donc c'est ce que je voulais partager avec vous. Merci beaucoup.
So thank you for the three presenters. Now I think we have 10 minutes so that you can gather different questions, comments to the presenters, whom I invite to the stage to try to answer to the questions from the audience. C'est la session pour les questions-réponses. On a à peu près 5 à 10 minutes.
Merci. J'ai deux questions. La première pour Dr Sabin et la deuxième, c'est pour Dr Momenou from Benin. And my first question, I'm going to ask it in English, and the second one will be in French. So for Dr. Sabin, I would like to know what was the challenge during the pandemic concerning the staffing, the staff to whom the staff in need to help you to overcome the pandemic, and what was about the trainings that they had about the pandemic. So basing on that, how do you plan to overcome such pandemic, or the worst one, which may be in future coming, as you said, for the presentation that you gave? Thank you. La deuxième question, je vais la poser au docteur qui vient de présenter. Vous nous avez dit qu'il y avait des patients en besoin d'oxygène et que vous faisiez des triages pour ceux qui en avaient besoin, soit les lunettes nasales et autres, comme vous l'avez dit. Et quel était votre triage pour savoir si ces patients étaient en besoin d'oxygène? Et comment faisiez votre triage? Parce que vous nous avez dit que vous avez distribué les oxymètres de poule. Est-ce que ces oxymètres de poule étaient distribués dans les populations? Est-ce que aussi ils étaient éduqués à utiliser ces oxymètres de poule? Je le dis parce que si peut-être vous avez distribué des oxymètres de poule sans toutefois faire l'éducation chez la population, comment faisiez-vous votre triage? Et la sous-question pour cette question, je vais demander quelles leçons et mesures avez-vous tirées dans cette pandémie de COVID-19? Merci beaucoup.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Irene from Nigeria. My question just goes to Professor Bruce. When we talked about acceptance of the vaccine and the hesitancy and why we are still at, we're not yet there at all, getting up to 70% has been advocated. I know in February 2021, I had a survey did amongst anesthetists in Nigeria, and you could imagine that we still had about close to 50% of respondents not really about hesitancy in accepting this vaccine, and this is among those of us who are educated. And most of the reason, which kind of, you can extrapolate to the society, is the mistrust about the vaccines, which people still have, the rapidity in which it was produced. When people talk about we've had malaria for so long, and deaths with malaria is still high, and we didn't get to see that, or with HIV AIDS and not getting the vaccines being produced. And COVID vaccine was produced in the shortest possible time. So we still have that. We have a lot of cultural issues and religious issues that transcend even our educational knowledge. So I think it's getting to accept it. We will have to go back to those reasons why we have that hesitancy, the culture, the religion, the mistrust for Western vaccines, and the doubts that people feel Africa is a testing pool for vaccines. And I think going forward, we have to see how we can produce these vaccines in our own countries in Africa. And I think Rwanda, from the last slide, I think there was something there. And I think a lot of countries and Nigeria are trying to do that. But of course, the speed in getting that, because I think when we produce these things amongst ourselves, we might, the tendency to trust and improve acceptance will be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the good questions. Since I have two questions, let me start. First, on human resources during the pandemic and how we are thinking about it in the future or in the present. So I think this was one of the biggest gap in our health systems in terms of readiness for something like a pandemic. And it's still a challenge even now. If you look at, for example, in our health facilities, in our public health institutions, so human resources, not just in number, but also in the levels and skills and exposure. We still have very few people in specialized areas where we need more. So there are many examples, and I think it's across the same, more or less the same situation in all resource-limited settings. And even developed countries struggled a lot because the demand was extremely high. So how we managed, I briefly mentioned that during my presentation, that we had to create experts in a short time. So example is the medical doctors from year 3 up to year 6. We had to bring in, I think there were around 500. Schools were closed anyway, so they at least know a few basics in medicine and healthcare. So we gave them trainings of a week or 2 in epidemiology, surveillance, sample collection, management cases in hospital, helping few doctors and nurses who were pulled from different hospitals. Each hospital asked to give 2 or 3 for treatment centers. So it was a quick fix, a quick arrangement to solve the situation. But the ideal is what is happening, and what we should be doing more is to train more people in areas we found that are more critical, in interventional and in critical medicine, in diagnostics, in research, in clinical trials, in any field like laboratory sequencing, for example. We had only one bioinformatician to just know which variant you had. You can buy equipment in a day. You can build a house in 6 months. But you can't train a specialist in a field AYZ in 1 day or 2 or in a year. It takes years. That's why, as you rightly asked, the most important areas of investment with the experience of COVID-19 is to invest in people that will sustain the health systems. Supply chain can be improved, diagnostic equipments, but people. So it's a reflection and a homework, and I think there are many efforts happening around this. Now, on vaccine hesitancy, I was asking myself when you're developing your question whether it's vaccine hesitancy or failure in communication in some settings when people are rightly explained, sometimes there's no hesitancy. So that's why I share your thoughts about, should we say there's vaccine hesitancy, or should we say communication must be improved to meet what people need to hear and be convinced to take the vaccine? So, and you have to look back why people were not coming forward to take vaccines across our continent in some settings. In the other settings, they were coming so quickly. Actually, the 70% I mentioned here includes even groups that are not yet targeted, like under 12 years old. So if you include them, if you exclude them, you will be getting closer to 90-95% of targeted group. So that is not an issue. It's not a big issue in Rwanda, at least to my experience, because if you look at other vaccines as well, we've been giving more than 12 type of vaccines for children, for adults. In the last 20 years at least, the vaccine uptake is above 95% overall. So COVID vaccine was not expected to be lower than that. And you mentioned something important, it's trust. So you can't build trust when there is already a pandemic present running, try to tell people, take the vaccine, trust me now, if you didn't trust me in the past. So building a trust is a process that if you go to a health center, if you go to health systems, you get medicine, you get drugs, you get people, you get the best vaccine, and it's safe. That is the work of the past. So now, when there was no trust in the past, trying to force it at that moment, it's become a huge challenge. So that's why health systems is built on trust between leadership, the science, and the community. So that is the biggest lesson, I think, for beyond even vaccines, to other things, therapeutics, diagnostics, going for antenatal care services, accepting blood transfusion, for example, or is something that is built over time. And that's why you see vaccine acceptance is high in one setting, and in other settings it's low, it's even inexistent, because even the leaders and doctors, some of them don't even have that trust themselves from what they have been exposed to. So briefly, this is my reflection on that. If you put it in a complexity of at least the Sub-Saharan Africa and beyond. Yeah. Thank you.
Merci. Je vous remercie pour la question qui a été posée. L'ossimètre de pouls, il y a deux aspects. Il y a l'ossimètre de pouls qui a été mis à la disposition des agents de santé. Des agents de santé, notamment dans les centres périphériques et dans certaines cliniques privées qui recevaient des patients suspects de Covid, qui les gardaient longtemps, qui n'ont pas une idée de leur saturation en oxygène, parce que ces patients se sentaient bien. Et au moment où les patients se dégradaient, c'était trop tard pour les évacuer. Et quand ils venaient, ils avaient des saturations qui étaient très basses, entre 70 et 80%. Avec la mise à disposition d'ossimètre de pouls, ça a permis de faire le diagnostic plus tôt des patients qui étaient hypoxémiques. Et il y avait 3 éléments principaux qui devaient servir à savoir si le patient s'aggravait et devait être transféré dans des centres de prise en charge. D'abord, c'est la conscience, notamment la capacité pour le patient de continuer à tenir une conversation, à parler. La deuxième chose, c'est la fréquence respiratoire, qui devait être en dessous de 22 cycles par minute. Et la troisième chose, c'est la saturation en oxygène, qui devait être au-dessus ou égal au moins à 94%. Dès que l'un de ces signes était présent, il devait transférer tôt. Donc là, l'oxymétrie pulsée est un élément fondamental dans la surveillance, le triage et la référence des patients suspects de Covid-19. Et ça a amélioré le pronostic. Plusieurs leçons, mais deux importantes, c'est l'importance de l'éducation continue et de la communication déjà au sein des populations, mais en notre sein, nous, agents de santé, et notamment par rapport à l'importance de l'hygiène. L'hygiène en général, mais l'hygiène des mains, l'une des choses qui est restée fondamentalement, c'est l'amélioration de l'hygiène au niveau des hôpitaux. Et aujourd'hui, les hôpitaux la décision qui a été prise de dire « on ne va pas traiter les cas Covid dans les hôpitaux », ça a été l'une des erreurs, à mon sens, du Bénin, parce que ça a fait que les moyens ont été concentrés dans quelques centres, alors que la pandémie aurait pu être l'occasion de relever le niveau général de toutes les structures de santé si on leur permettait de prendre en charge les patients Covid. Et la chose s'est améliorée puisque le centre d'Alada, qui avait été transformé en centre Covid, aujourd'hui est fermé et est redevenu un hôpital de district classique, donc a repris ses activités d'avant, et les hôpitaux ont été préparés maintenant à prendre en charge la Covid si on avait une nouvelle vague. Merci, j'espère avoir répondu à vos préoccupations.
I think there is no more questions, and we can applaud the presenters. And the next step will be the tea break. So we have been working from 8 a.m. I think we deserve a very good tea break in the exhibition tent. Thank you very much.
I'm interested. I think I want to work in. So,
We're going to do it.
I think so.
We're going to do, at the end I've got 3 questions, 3 things we're going to do. We're going to do number 1 early next year. Okay. You okay?
Oui, I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I think we're going to get started. My name is Danny Muchschlegel. I am your moderator today in this exciting session that has the overall premise to talk to you about data in healthcare, using data for quality control, leveraging data in the time of a pandemic, using artificial intelligence to understand data better. We've got 4 speakers for you, and starting us off is going to be Dr. Enright, turning disaster into opportunity. She's going to talk about the past and current pandemic. She has to leave for another session, so we're going to do questions right after she's done. If you have a question, please find a microphone, or we'll come around and give it to you. And thank you. And be looking forward to an exciting session. So, Dr. Enright, thank you.
This machine will work, have we?
This works.
I think so. Okay, great.
You got your slides down there.
Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for coming. You know, there's been so much doom and gloom in the world for the last 2.5 years that I thought to everything there is a silver lining. And so I thought I would try to find that in the COVID pandemic. I don't really have any data to match the theme of the proceedings, but nevertheless, I have a few ideas. Okay. Well, maybe you could move the slides and hopefully the clicker will wake up shortly. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this was a quote from John D. Rockefeller about how he turned every disaster into opportunity. And you know how successful he was. So that's what I thought we might think about today. And so these are the learning objectives that I think there are always positives to be found, and we're going to have a little look at those of COVID-19 today and see how they might affect the future of anesthesia. Now, way back in the time of the plague, it was a bad time, but they thought about the idea of quarantine, and that is a very long time ago, but quarantine was introduced around that time. When cholera struck in the 1800s, believe it or not, that was the time when they first started to give intravenous saline. It wasn't particularly successful, but at least people were thinking about it. Obviously, it didn't look like this bag, but they were trying to do that, to manage cholera. And of course, those of you who are historians of anesthesia will know the role anesthesia played with John Snow taking the pump handle away so that the contamination couldn't spread through the water. Come on. Next slide, please. In the era of diphtheria, many people died because of the airway obstruction from the membrane, which you see portrayed there. But that led to people looking at trying to intubate the airway and also to do front of neck access, because that was the only way they could save lives, by making an airway for people to breathe through, because they couldn't do it in the normal way. Next slide, please. Here, this is tuberculosis, and they introduced the idea of sanatoria and separation from the general population, but also separation from the public and supportive care. Next slide, please. This was from the influenza epidemic in the 1980s, 1920s, and that introduced the idea of hyperbaric oxygen, and also methods of oxygen delivery were developed as a result of that. And actually, I saw a little movie the other night on television which said that they introduced the idea of hand washing and masks. So that was something I hadn't known. This, many of you, maybe some of you, will recognize as an iron lung, which was developed from the polio epidemics. And I can remember as a medical student seeing people still in iron lungs. And from that, that's negative pressure ventilation. From that, the development led then to think about positive pressure ventilation. Next slide. And that led to the development of ventilators. This, to any of the older folk in the audience, will recognize the bird ventilator, which was the staple in ICUs and operating rooms for many times and was used extensively during the Asian flu epidemic. Next slide. And in the Hong Kong flu in the late 80s, they developed a lot more active management of respiratory disease. They recognized ARDS for the first time and the use of bronchodilators and so on. So the point of telling you all this is that although disaster is there, out of disaster, developments come. Next. So from the AIDS epidemic, which is not that long ago, we learned a lot about infection, about hand washing, about preventing needle sticks. We developed new IV cannulas that were protective, and we began to have issues with ethical issues that had to be thought about during the AIDS epidemic. With the variant Jakob-Creutzfeldt disease, mad cow disease, we learned about contamination through equipment from the prion, and so there were huge advances in disposable equipment and the use of disposables in medicine. And then finally, with the SARS-CoV-1, which certainly hit Canada hard and one or two other places in the world, and then Ebola in 2014, the issue of personal protective equipment became very prominent and led to the development of N95 masks, the development of intubation teams. Next. So what opportunities has COVID-19 presented to us? When I was thinking about them, I broke them down into these three categories that you see. Personnel, what's happened to our people, supplies, and education. Next. So one thing that has surely come out of this is that anesthesiologists are vital, and governments, the public, everybody has begun to recognize that anesthesiologists have been vital in the management of COVID-19 patients. We're well trained in the intensive care areas. We're experts in intubation, vascular access, hemodynamic management. We have skills in moving and turning patients, which were highly used during COVID. We're very inventive. We turned our operating rooms into intensive care units, and we further developed this idea of intubation teams supplying the whole hospital in order to prevent other people being contaminated from an aerosol generating procedure. And we created new ventilators. We learned to split ventilators. So we have been front and center in this pandemic. Next. The term supply chain became important to us. Most of us never heard of supply chains before COVID. Now we can probably talk for half an hour on what supply chains mean, what happens when they don't work, what is essential to have, and if we can't have it, what can we do to supplement or use something else? Next. So here's an infographic showing you the effect of some of these supply chains. You see there the personal protective equipment. When there wasn't enough, we figured out how to reprocess it, is the word, and how to reuse it. We found solutions to not having one set of drugs and how we might have used another. For example, when general anesthetics and sedatives were being used massively in ICUs and supplies were getting low in the operating room, we started doing more regional anesthesia, and we were able to try and conserve supplies. Next. We learned about inadequate oxygen and how important a reliable supply was. The request for pulse oximeters in places that didn't have them was massive, and Lifebox, for instance, sent out thousands of pulse oximeters because it was so essential in the management. So the importance of pulse oximetry went to the top of the list. And if you were listening to the plenary speaker describing COVID here in Rwanda, as a result of the problems with oxygen supply, in Butare they have now developed a supply of oxygen, so much so that they tripled their availability of oxygen and could supply it to other places. So this has been a big benefit. As I said, with medications, we were able to substitute and help other groups substitute when sedatives and so on became low. Next. We've learned a lot about infection control, and that is really important because the single most common cause of deaths after surgery is sepsis in many parts of the world. And I think physicians, both surgeons and anesthesiologists, have been somewhat casual, let me say, about how they protect themselves and protect the patients and so on about sepsis. But in this case, we had to protect ourselves and we had to protect our colleagues, and we learned how to do that, and we realized its importance, because if we didn't protect ourselves and our colleagues, we risked bringing the disease home to our patients. So I don't think there's anyone who's lived through this who will ever forget the importance of preventing infection, because it provoked great anxiety in people working. They were afraid of death, both themselves, their families, their colleagues, their patients. And we need to keep that as an important learning, and I think there will be lots to come from this. Next. So we got a lot of new guidelines as to how to manage infection or prevent it. We use PPE and N95s. Some places developed operating rooms with negative pressure, and people began to realize how important it was to have negative pressure rooms in hospitals. As I say, we reprocessed things, and we were front and center about training others how to prevent it, such as running simulations on donning and doffing, having a buddy there to make sure you didn't contaminate things, and using different devices like intubation screens and boxes to prevent it. Next. Now, in the area of education and training, this suffered greatly during the pandemic. We did well with the in situ training of OR teams, of surgeons, of nurses, of our colleagues and ourselves, but we had to introduce or magnify what we'd been doing in other methods of dealing with patients, like telemedicine and so on. We had to give training to other staff, or any staff, nursing, medical, who had been redeployed to areas they weren't familiar with. So that became an important part of the learning, and there was a realization that a nurse is not just a nurse or a nurse. You have to take a nurse and train them to work in an ICU. So I think administrators and health hospital administrators need to recognize that, and probably will recognize it as a result of this pandemic. In educating our trainees, initially all education activities stopped, but then the realization dawned that you can't just stop everything, you just have to find another way of doing it. And so we started to use Zoom and various other modalities to have educational activities. And in terms of a big anesthesia meeting like this one, while the World Congress is a good example, we weren't able to come together and meet, so what did we do? We made virtual meetings, and now we have hybrid meetings, and I think that's the way these will go in the future, that we will have hybrid meetings that people can be present at or can be attending via electronic means. And we're desperately reliable on good internet, good Wi-Fi, and communication systems. Let me give you an example. About 2 weeks ago in Canada, we have 3 big communications providers, and one of them, their whole system went down. About a third of the country was left with no communications. People couldn't buy anything. They couldn't make bank transactions. It was a total disaster. And as a result of that, the government has stepped in and started to mandate things. And I think we will find that we will be so reliant on these in medicine that we will need to have many, many improved services. And in terms of education, there's lots of things in the pipeline, such as virtual reality, where we can be beamed into an operating room at a distance to help someone through a crisis, or using artificial reality. So this is happening in Toronto at the moment, and so I think that's the way it's going, and the pandemic will drive that forward to being much more common, that we will be able to help people who are working at a distance but need some help or guidance or education. Next one. The anesthesia societies, the anesthesia colleges were fantastic during the pandemic. They went to work, they developed guidelines, they developed information packages, they did webinars, and the NGOs like the WFSA and Lifebox, they worked to get information out to their members in such a rapid fashion. It was tremendous. The journals were terrific as well. They quickly developed COVID sections that were free of charge, no payment required, and they produced the information such as what Bruce Picard was talking about this morning so rapidly that it was getting into print way more rapid than is normal with journals. And I think now there will be a push to get publications and information like that out very quickly. We developed huge networks between departments, between countries, between organizations, and again, we're able to help each other enormously. Next. Burnout, always a bit of an issue in medicine, but nobody paid a lot of attention to it. And as I say there in Anesthesia and Analgesia, we've recently published articles showing the rate of burnout in Rwanda, in China, in Zambia, Pakistan, the United States. And now I think people realize how vital it is to have a healthy workforce, healthy, not burnt out nurses. In Canada, our nurses are resigning en masse because they have had it. Physicians are cutting back their work or even retiring because they are burnt out. And you can see some of the reasons there why that is. Next. This is a study done in Canada in 2021, so right in the middle of the pandemic, showing 53% of physicians and medical students experience high levels of burnout. 6 in 10 feel that their mental health is seriously affected. And 77 or 79% of physicians and medical students say they lack professional fulfillment. These are shocking numbers, and it will tell governments just how much at risk the medical profession is. This is in Canada, and I have no doubt it's very similar elsewhere. And this is an issue that has to be addressed, and I think this will be an issue for some time to come, and it will be addressed. Next. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to take care of ourselves first. This is like you're on the plane and the oxygen mask comes down. You put the oxygen on yourself first before you help the guy next door. And we need to look and watch out for our colleagues that they are not suffering burnout and get help when they do. We need appropriate time off and so on, and we need administrators and healthcare providers and governments to pay attention to this. So it's a very important issue, and it's not going to go away, and I think this is one of the things COVID is drawing significant attention to. Next. Next. So, next. This is, you can just click all the way through this, please. This is from an opinion piece in Anesthesia and Analgesia, talking about how anesthesiologists did well to improvise, adapt, and overcome. And I think it's a very nice way of putting it. Next. And next. These are just some of the ways they're describing that anesthesiologists rose to the challenge. Next. 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 And I think we should be very proud of our specialty that we were able to do this. Next slide. Next. Next. So where might all this lead? I think probably one of the most important issues is a higher profile for the specialty of anesthesia. We're often not highly profiled, but this has brought us to the fore. We need to make use of this. We need now to be advocating loudly at all levels for anesthesia, and we have a much better chance of being listened to. I think we need to pay attention to burnout, and we need to pay attention to better methods of infection prevention and control. I think you'll see the journals moving things faster along since they were able to publish so quickly that it should be possible more of the time. And I hope and think that we will be much better prepared for future epidemics and pandemics. Next. And this is just a picture taken at the 72nd World Health Regional Committee for Africa. And you see there Dr. Philippe Mavungu, who's the president of the African Regional Section, and he is advocating for better support of anesthesia to all of the African country governments through the Regional Committee of World Health. That's where we need to be going. That's what we need to be doing. So that's what I see as coming out of this pandemic. Thank you.
Dr. Enright, thank you for a really great overview and discussing the silver lining of COVID. Any questions in the audience? So this is a data session, and even though you didn't specifically mention it, I think everything that you discussed comes from data, and COVID, I think, showed us the unprecedented amount of collaboration data that was put together in a very short amount of time. Everything you had up there, from supply chains to journal publications, all of that was on the foundation of gathering data, trying to figure this out quickly and rapidly, something we've never done before of this magnitude. Can you just comment a little bit on that, how the amount of data that was collected in a short amount of time allowed this to happen?
It actually was quite stunning, and one of the last sentences there on that improvise, adapt was how much research got done in the midst of such a pandemic, such that Bruce Bickard was talking about this morning, that even in the midst of this crisis, people were thinking, we've got to get the data, we've got to find out what's happening, and the amount of articles that were published, and anesthesia had way more publications than any of the surgical areas or any of the other areas in terms of COVID. And so I think that speaks to the ingenuity, but it also speaks to the collaboration, because this was not one hospital or one country even. These were multinational collaborations. So I think this is something that will and should continue. So I'm not sure if that answers your question,
Great,
but I think it is an important issue.
Great, thank you so much. So next we've got Dr. Naik speaking on leveraging artificial intelligence to improve data equity and quality in low middle income countries.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak about this topic. Like Danny said, I'm from the University of Virginia. I'm an associate professor of anesthesiology and neurological surgery. I'm also the vice chair for clinical research. And I hope this works. There we go. I have no disclosures that are relevant to this talk. An overview of my talk. Number one, I'm going to talk about perioperative morbidity and mortality across the globe. And we've heard a lot about it, but I want to reiterate some key findings here that are important to the work that we're currently doing. And then Danny mentioned an important concept, and Dr. Enright mentioned the same thing, the importance of data science, and we've seen how data science can be leveraged very quickly and nimbly to answer difficult questions. And so really look at data science approaches and surgical outcomes. And then how anesthesia data science resources are in low middle income countries and how we can actually improve them. And then I'm going to pivot to a slightly more technical issue about how we can actually use artificial intelligence, particularly computer vision, to actually digitize paper health records, which are really the mainstay of most data recording in low middle income countries, particularly in district and regional hospitals. And then I'll provide an overview of the sort of work we're doing. I think I'm having the same problem as everyone else. Next slide, please. So surgical mortality in low middle income countries causes about 5 to 10 million excess deaths per year currently. There are multiple factors. There's really no single intervention that's going to change the paradigm of outcomes in low middle income countries. But it's important to identify high-risk patients. And I think Dr. Bigard spoke about that quite eloquently over the last 2-3 days and that's what EECC tries to deal with, is really identifying high-risk patients and treating them fairly early. But the ability to identify high-risk patients from perioperative physiological parameters is really one of the ways that we can improve post-operative morbidity and mortality. However, that is contingent on having good data to develop early warning systems and algorithms. And for that to happen, we do need digital data. However, nearly all data are collected on paper health records, and those become even more evident when you move to district and regional hospitals, which are lower resourced and have less access to electronic health record systems. So really what I'm describing here is, we talk about healthcare inequity. What I'm describing here now is data inequity. There's definitely a difference in sort of data availability and curated data between high and low middle income countries. Next slide, please. So in high income countries, there's a plethora of different outcomes databases and resources that can be leveraged to both determine associated outcomes as well as develop risk prediction scores. And that's very HIC centric, right? So you have the American College of Surgeons National Surgical Quality Improvement Project, which sort of has some intraoperative data, demographic data, and fairly granular post-operative data. You have the STS National Database, which is both cardiac and thoracic. MPOG is a multi-center perioperative outcomes group that really uses electronic health record data that's curated and collected centrally. And you can see there, currently the database sits at 19 million cases almost 306 million medication data records, and almost 40 billion physiological data points. And MPOG leverages all of that data for really doing high quality improvement as well as observational research. However, in low middle income countries, the paradigm is slightly different. So this is an anesthesia record from Shayashka around the corner here. And if you look at an intraoperative anesthesia record, it is incredibly informative. I mean, it is an incredible piece of documentation, right? And the key thing about an anesthesia record is that it is so data dense. If you look at a 4 to 5 hour case, it has hundreds of different data elements which tells you or is telling you a very specific story about the patient's intraoperative course. And let me sort of deconstruct what an anesthesia record actually looks like. And it doesn't really matter where you are, in which country, what the underlying language that you record in, but there are specific elements which all sort of look the same. So up top, you have a medication record, what we use to induce a patient, what antibiotics, what reversal agents, what vasopressors or inotropes that we've administered to a patient. In the next line below that, you have the volatile concentration if a patient has been given a general anesthetic. And in this case right here, you can see that the patient has been given sevoflurane. There's a checkbox there, and they've recorded the concentration as a time measure. Blood pressure and heart rates are recorded as symbols. And it's strangely enough, we've looked at multiple institutions, and majority of us, when we use paper health records, actually use this nomenclature to record blood pressure, right? A down tick for your systolic blood pressure, an uptick for your diastolic blood pressure, and a little squiggle for your heart rate. And then you have what are called numeric denoted temporal physiological data. These are data points like pulse oximetry, end-tidal CO2, tidal volumes, and heart rates. And then there's really a plethora of information that are sitting in checkboxes, right? Whether the patient was a difficult intubation, what LMA or endotracheal, what airway device you used, if the patient didn't require a general anesthetic, was it a local regional anesthetic? The data density in an anesthesia chart is incredible, and this is the intraoperative component. If you flip the chart over, there's the preoperative physiological and preoperative demographic data that really provides the important demographic data to those patients. Next, please. So what has been done thus far to extract this really data-dense information from an anesthesia record? And I really sort of take my hat off to Ben Slashy's group at Vanderbilt, who several years ago, sort of did this mini Delphi exercise with a hospital in Kenya, and sort of defined certain key data elements that they wanted to record, wanted the anesthesia provider to record. And what they did is that they provided them with a tablet, and then the anesthesia provider recorded specific predefined elements of the anesthesia record within a REDCap database. They accounted for internet connectivity issues by ensuring that data that was recorded when there was no internet connectivity was stored and then subsequently uploaded when there was sufficient internet connectivity. And they showed, sort of several associations with specific procedures associated with higher outcomes. But this was the first prospective observational way to attempt to get electronic information into a durable database. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So what our group is doing is using a completely different approach to what Ben Slashy's group did. So we've started from the paradigm that, in most low resource settings, the places that need the most help are the ones that are going to be least resourced. But we know that two things are happening simultaneously that are quite incredible. The sort of silver lining of our development as a human species. One is that internet connectivity across Africa is incredible. About 85% of the country of Africa is covered by some internet connectivity. And I think there was some straw poll a few days ago in a session, and everyone was asked about whether they had a cell phone. Well, everyone has a cell phone, right? I mean, that's ubiquitous right now. So we decided to take a completely new and different approach on how to convert paper health records into an electronic format. And so what we did is we used deep learning, computer vision to take a paper health record and actually convert it into an electronic medical record. And so what is deep learning computer vision? It essentially is an artificial intelligence function or a deep neural network that really takes information, high-dimensional information, and converts it into data. So right there is that what you see is a picture of a bird. Now, all of us have been trained. When we saw this picture when we were 2 years old and we weren't told what it is, we had no background information to make that inference that what we're seeing is a bird. But we were taught by our parents and our aunts and our uncles that when something that has 2 eyes, something that looks like a beak, something that has feathers, is most likely to be a bird. And so that's the paradigm of what deep vision computer learning is all about, is that you take a picture and then you run it through a convolutional neural network. The deep part of it is that you run multiple layers of that convolutional neural network, and then the outputs you get are various, right? It could be a bird, it could be a sunset, a dog, or a cat. And based on the prediction models that you've developed, the most likely outcome is listed there. And in this case, it's a bird. Okay, next slide. What deep sort of learning is sort of coupled with is what is called semantic segmentation. So here you're looking at a picture, and once again, we sort of look at that picture and we say, well, there's a street, and there's a road, and there's several cars that are lined on the side of the road. But what we do is that we use pixel analysis to actually define different components of that picture, and then we predict what the outputs are. And based on that output now, we can actually say that's a road, that's a pole, that's a sidewalk, and that's what vegetation is. In fact, this is the basis of autonomous driving cars that are now, what they're trying to do. And when you see a Tesla sort of autonomous driving, they use computer vision to sort of map their surrounding environment. Next slide, please. So how is computer vision deep learning used in biomedical imaging? So, the models that are used more often now are called UNet models, and they're fully convolutional neural networks, and they're the most popular architecture that we actually use for biomedical imaging. So here's a classic example of how UNets are currently used. So that's actually a microscopic image of a GI tract. And then what they've done is that someone's gone in, an expert, right? So a pathologist has gone in and annotated using software to say that those are abnormal cells. And then they run that through a neural network, and then the prediction matches up the ground truth that was set up by the pathologist who has clinical expertise. So what the first step is that you need a set of ground truths that are established, and then you run it through a convolutional neural network to actually get the predictions. Next slide. Deep image segmentation has really revolutionized biomedical imaging. This was a seminal paper that was published in JAMA in 2018. So if you're not familiar with it, actually for an ophthalmologist to read diabetic retinopathy fundal imaging is horrendous. They hate it. You talk to ophthalmologists, they absolutely hate it. To look at all that silver lining and the microhemorrhages, and that takes a huge amount of time. It's labor intensive, and it's really it's not possible to do that and on scale. So what this group did was that they actually used a deep image segmentation model to look at retinal images and to detect diabetic retinopathy. And what you're seeing here actually is a receiver operating characteristic curve. And so if you're familiar with ROC curves, you know, that ROC curve that I can tell you is incredible. I mean, if you develop a prediction model and you have a ROC curve that looks like this, which is 95 to 96% prediction, I mean, that's really what you're trying to do with your prediction model. This has supplanted the ophthalmologist from reading diabetic retinopathy images, right? This is groundbreaking. Next slide, please. So how can we use deep image segmentation for paper health record digitization? So what we've done is several things. Is that first we took blood pressure data from a paper health record, and all of this work was done actually around the corner here in Shyashka with Christian Inderavitsi and Paul Benguti. What we did is we took paper health records and we did the first very painful task, which we got some of our medical students to do. I'll be completely upfront with that. And they went and they used a software called Label Me, and they labeled every systolic and diastolic blood pressure in a ground set truth, a database. So we sort of looked at 42 charts, and they went through every blood pressure and they labeled it on this paper health record. And they said, this is a systolic blood pressure, this is a diastolic blood pressure, and this is where it is. And then what we did is we actually then went and ran a UNet convolutional neural network. We ran 3 UNet models, one for systolic blood pressure, one for diastolic blood pressure, and one for heart rates. And we actually then looked at some of the outcome data. Next slide, please. And so here's the first paper that we published. This was published last week. So what we did is we took then 350 charts from Shyashka, and what we did is we ran our UNet models on those 350 charts. We then subsequently, Christian went and looked up outcomes data for those 350 patients. So that was the manual work. This was a pilot feasibility study, and it was a 2-phase study. One was an artificial intelligence component to see if we could extract the data, and we wanted to then link it to outcomes data. And so Christian was kind enough to follow all 350 patients to either hospital discharge, censoring, and then we were looking at in-hospital mortality and complications. Next slide, please. And so first and foremost, what we did was we took the 350 charts, the images were taken at the end of the case, and we uploaded it to a secure server. Patients were followed up to discharge, like I said, and we ran the UNet models. Now, when you look at this data here, this is really a correlation curve, and there's 2 things I want you to understand. One is that, does our model actually see a blood pressure when a blood pressure symbol is actually there? And number 2, that when it makes a prediction on the blood pressure, how accurate that blood pressure is, right? So there's 2 components of it, whether it sees a blood pressure and how accurate that blood pressure is. And you can see the correlation curves for the systolic blood pressure and the diastolic blood pressure are incredibly tight. It's probably 95 to 96%. Next slide, please. Our mean standard error for the blood pressure itself was less than 5 millimeters of mercury. So once we do the post-processing after the detection, the blood pressures are significantly close to the actual ground truth database. And then what we did is we did a typical regression model. So what we did is we took standard, we did both a univariate and then a subsequent multivariate analysis, and we looked at both mortality and length of stay. So let's look at the mortality data. And once again, I'm not going to say that we had the largest data set. The model was fairly parsimonious, but essentially what we want to do was to look at the proof of principle. And so we looked at whether several variables, but particularly blood pressure data, were they associated with outcomes. And you can see that cumulative minutes of time spent with a low diastolic blood pressure was significantly associated with post-operative mortality. And then what we did is we looked at length of stay, and length of stay was quite a over-dispersed outcome, so we used a negative binomial model. And what we once again showed is that hypotension, systolic blood pressure less than predefined limits of less than 80 to 90 was associated with longer length of stay. So certainly a proof of principle that there is a signal here that needs to be investigated. Next slide, please. We subsequently wrote this editorial, Marcel, Durio, and myself, really as a clarion call for people to work on this, to try to improve data inequity in low middle income countries. Next slide, please. If anyone's interested, a lot of this work actually sits in engineering literature, but there have been multiple studies now validating different components of the anesthesia chart. So we've done both handwritten and text classification, particularly some of the work that's been done on temporal physiological data, pulse oximetry data, tidal volume, using specific YOLO models. Next slide, please. Creating data pipelines for digitizing perioperative records using, cloud infrastructure. Next slide. Checkbox detection, which is an important part of really getting, ordinal and categorical data. Next slide. And really what we ultimately trying to do is to create two things. One is a durable database that people can actually do research and quality improvement with. And number two, really develop clinical decision supports for high-risk patients and early identifications of patients. Next slide, please. My final slide is that there's an incredible amount of data science work that is being done. Last year, the NIH funded, I think, to the tune of $300 million, the DSI Africa, Data Science for Health Discovery and Innovation in Africa. Rwanda, University of Rwanda is actually one of the recipients of the NIH grant. And really, what they do is they create research, educational, and data coordinating hubs across Africa to support data science work. And I really encourage people in this audience to reach out to your institutions. They are in Kenya, they're in Tanzania, they're in South Africa, in Rwanda, and make connections to improve data science, particularly in the perioperative arena. Next slide. So in summary, I've talked about data inequity in low middle income countries, particularly in the perioperative arena, how you can actually use fairly novel techniques, and these are not expensive techniques. They utilize smartphones, which are ubiquitous. They use cloud infrastructure, which is expensive, but potentially can be done on app-based solutions. And really a clarion call to do more data science, more machine learning work for the perioperative arena. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Naik. Any questions in the audience? So I've got one. You're not getting off the hook that easily. So congratulations on that publication. That's really impressive. This was, I'm sure, a ton of work by the student. How do you foresee this? When we talk about data, oftentimes we think about big data, leveraging this. How do you see expanding this to actually use this in a big data kind of approach, approaching the thousands to tens of thousands of records? Is this something that's scalable, or is this still on an individual medical student basis?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. And the paradigm that we've worked on is that this should be scalable, should be feasible, should be affordable and accessible for low middle income countries. So the work that we've done we utilize medical students was essentially to create ground truths. And for artificial intelligence, the ground truths actually don't have to be very large. So most of the ground truth data sets have already been created. So now actually we can scale the work. And so we've recently just got a grant to digitize 10,000 charts in South Africa and at University of Rwanda. And that actually is going to be done without having medical students actually. It just means taking a photograph and that gets uploaded and the machine learning models sort of extract the data. The primary aim of this project is to make this scalable and to actually integrate this into the workflow within the perioperative arena. This shouldn't be a burden to the provider. This should actually be a tool to the provider. So I think that's a great question. Any other questions? All right.
right. I will be the next speaker. I will discuss using data science in healthcare. Dr. Naik provided a really great segue into my talk, so I don't have to cover a lot of the background. And I want to actually use this time to show you an example of how we use data science. So as disclosure, I was supported in part by the American Society of Anesthesiologists for this trip, and I'm also a member of Team Heart. We are a nonprofit, comes to Rwanda every year to do heart surgery, cardiac anesthesia on kids and young adults with end-stage rheumatic heart disease, and we actually start operating again on Monday. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is an unfortunate fact. It takes an average of 17 years to turn 14% of original research findings into changes in care that benefit patients. This is an inordinate amount of time on a very small amount of data. Are there ways, and hopefully what I'm about to tell you, what Dr. Naik has shown you, these are data will allow us to leverage the amount of research, so make more research accessible and benefit patient care, and especially decrease the amount of time. So go from 17 years to 5 years, even less. I think the first talk, Dr. Enright, you saw in COVID how much we've been able to do in just 2 years' time and how that's benefited clinical care. Next slide, please. So the learning objectives for the next 20 minutes are to understand what data science actually is, to discuss using atrial fibrillation as an example of how we apply data science, and consider how could you apply this to your institution, to your practice. Next slide. So atrial fibrillation is the most common sustained arrhythmia. Its frequency of AF is closely related to advancing age. There's an inflection point probably around 70, 75 years of age. There's a twofold increase in premature mortality, and it's a cause of major adverse cardiovascular events, including increased hospital length of stay, heart failure, and readmission to the hospital, as well as stroke. Next slide. Apart from being the most common lifetime arrhythmia, it increases the risk of stroke, heart failure, mortality, and it's also the greatest cost arrhythmia. The cost for a postoperative atrial fibrillation admission is upwards of $10,000. If we look at the Kaplan-Meier graph on the right, this is post-op atrial fibrillation after cardiac surgery. The dotted line is those patients who are in atrial fibrillation after cardiac surgery versus the solid line. X-axis is years, up to 12 and a half years after surgery, and you can see from the day after cardiac surgery, the lines start to split, and they remain apart, and they actually get further apart. So just having that atrial fibrillation on day 2, day 3 after your surgery, your mortality is significantly reduced. Next slide. And atrial fibrillation can be divided up into sort of 3 phases, and the time scale on this is very divergent. So the preoperative phase is atrial fibrillation is considered in years. So we're talking about, or decades even. This is over decades, we build our pre-existing atrial substrate, which includes, so the age obviously, then other diseases, comorbidities like hypertension, as well as genetics. Then we have that very short period of cardiac surgery where we have this insult, where the surgery-induced substrate comes into play. We've got the atriotomy, we've got cardiopulmonary bypass, which causes this inflammatory state, and then the post-operative phase, which the peak of post-op AFib is around day 2, day 3. We've got these transient post-op factors, which again, they're transient, but they're enough to bring patients with that pre-existing atrial substrate over the threshold with inflammation, oxidative stress, as well as many other factors. Next slide, please. These are our patients. Which one of these is the high risk of atrial fibrillation? And this is a question that data science can help us answer. Next slide. Is it this gentleman who just turned 100? Next. Is it this gentleman who's on dialysis for his chronic kidney disease? Next. Is it this African-American gentleman who was in a motor vehicle accident and is intubated in the ICU and critically ill? Next. Is it this pair of Hispanic ethnicity? Next. Or does it run in families? Is it this mother and this daughter? Are they at increased risk because it runs in their family? Is it genetics? Next. So one thing that one could do is you could go out, you could order a kit from half a dozen of different direct-to-consumer genetics companies. You could spit in a vial, you send it back, they analyze your DNA, and you get your results on a computer probably 6 weeks later. Next. And then that tells you that you're at elevated risk. They're very confident in their analysis and in their prediction, and they tell you that your risk is 1.25 increase compared to the average population. So your risk is 34% lifetime risk compared to 27.2%. Next. And it could so happen that is you. So this is actually my genetic profile, so I'm at increased risk for atrial fibrillation, according to this direct-to-consumer genetics company. Next. So perioperative stress. This is our daily home. This is where we go to work every day. And there's a lot of stress related, not to us, but, well, maybe to us, but particular to the patient. Next. So we've got, specifically when we're talking about cardiac surgery, we've got cardiopulmonary bypass, we've got the surgical injury, which is the direct injury to the heart. We have the anesthesia, and we have the multitude of medications that we use. Next. And then you add the stressors on top of that. You add maybe patients are neonate, maybe they're on beginning sepsis, or they're at risk for thrombosis or some neuroendocrine problems. And when you look at all of this, you can see that there's an inordinate amount of data that comes together to ascertain this level of stress from what happened before the patient actually got to the operating room to then all the factors that are in the operating room. Dr. Knight mentioned many of these that are ascertained in databases like MPOG, for example, or NESQIP. All of these factors are captured, can be captured, are captured, and then can be analyzed to look at the increased risk. Next. So let's do a relatively basic back-of-the-envelope calculation, just to highlight how you could think about this, how you could apply this to your practice. This only works when you look at a lot of patients as a population as a whole, less so for the individual patient. But let's say we have a drug that is 50% effective in preventing atrial fibrillation. Just for the sake of argument, not that I am promoting this in any way, but amiodarone comes to mind. So amiodarone, could have a 50% effect in decreasing atrial fibrillation. AF occurs in 20 to 60% of our patients postoperatively. The drug itself is not completely benign, so we have a morbidity in about 1% of our patients. Think thyroid and pulmonary toxicity. Atrial fibrillation, also not very benign. It causes what I've shown you already. It causes morbidity in about 10% of our patients. So now we have to compare the relative value of a morbid event from the drug and from atrial fibrillation and see if they're comparable. And maybe they are, maybe they aren't, maybe just a subgroup of patients. So we give the drug to 1,000 patients, and we give a placebo to another 1,000 patients. Next. And let's assume for now that we're thinking about just a low-risk group of patients. So low risk being 20%. We're still, it's atrial fibrillation hasn't changed for decades. The average across all patients is about 30, so low risk is 20%. So drug, 1,000 patients gets a drug, 1,000 get placebo. So the patients that get the drug, they have half the rate of AF as the placebo patients, so we're talking about 100 versus 200. The morbidity from AF is, there's 10 patients in the drug group, it's lower because less patients have AF, and 20 in the placebo group. Then there's the morbidity from the drug. And when you add that all up, you see the total morbidity is equal. So it's 20 for the drug and 20 for the placebo. So in this case, it appears that there wouldn't really be any benefit. Maybe there's even harm to giving it to this low-risk group. Next. You do the same calculation on the high-risk group, and there you look at the total. So now your total morbidity and we're figuring the high-risk group, the risk is 60%. The total morbidity, there's 40 patients in the drug group and 60 patients in the placebo group. So in this case, there would be a definite benefit to giving the drug to patients in the high-risk group. The only way to get at this is really to look at the data from our perioperative setting and analyze it with this in mind. Next. So here's another way to think about this and to look at this using even more data. Here's our population on the left, and we've got, they're color-coded depending on the effect that the drug has on them. Next. So we have a population as a whole, and fortunately for the most part, the drugs wouldn't be licensed and approved if they weren't effective and had some sort of positive benefit in the majority of patients. So the blue patients, that's an effective cure or effect. Then we've got non-effective in the yellow, and unfortunately, a small subset of patients actually has severe side effects. Next. So we could just observe the population, look at severe side effects, or we could actually add genetics on top of that and try to figure out which of these patients are at risk of severe side effects, and then figure out, well, it's actually a genetic polymorphism in these red patients that predisposes them to having this side effect, and the yellow patients have a different polymorphism that makes the drug ineffective. So, we could tailor this is the basis of pharmacogenomics, we could tailor our drug to just the blue patients to have an effective cure. And vice versa, you could look at this the other way. Maybe there's a drug that was, and we have examples of this, that was ineffective in large-scale clinical trials. There was no benefit, but then you look at a subgroup analysis and you see, well, there actually is a big benefit to just the red patients, for example, or just the red and the yellow. And then you could, using genetic pharmacogenomics, you could approve the drug or give the drug just to those patients. Or, going a little more detailed, you could actually adjust your dose, which is already being done for Coumadin. You could adjust your dose depending on the genetic polymorphisms and have different levels of dose depending on your polymorphisms. Next. So let's look a little bit deeper into the genetics. Next. So just a little, two background slides. So we have the Mendelian versus the complex disease genetics. So this is something that many of us learned in medical school, and that was the extent of our genetics training. So on the x-axis, we have the allele frequency. So this is how common are these polymorphisms in our genome. So on the bottom left would be very rare, versus on the far right, these are very, very common. So that means if it's common, it could be even half of us in this room would have a certain polymorphism. And then on the y-axis is the effect size. So how detrimental, what's the strength of the effect of this polymorphism? So if you're on the bottom, if you're on the top left, that means it's very rare, but unfortunately the effect is very high. Next. So these are what we consider monogenic Mendelian disease genetics. So the examples are Huntington's, cystic fibrosis, Tay-Sachs, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So for most of these, a single variant is enough to give you this disease that is likely often fatal. Fortunately, it's very, very rare. The flip side of that is the complex genetics, and this is where many of the diseases we will encounter in a perioperative setting in our anesthesia practice. This is very common. The considered polygenic complex diseases, asthma, diabetes, hypertension, for example. In this case, half of us in this room will have polymorphisms for these diseases. That doesn't mean that every single one of us has asthma or diabetes or hypertension, but it does mean that we could be at increased risk, and that risk is either potentiated through insults, for example, the perioperative setting, or through a multitude of genes. One or two polymorphisms might not be enough, but once you get 5 or 6, that could be enough. And this is where the next slide will lead us. Next slide. So there's the genetic risk prediction, and specifically for atrial fibrillation, there's quite a bit of literature on it already. And the only way this was done was to leverage very large data sets across multiple institutions, across multiple different types of patients to be able to come up with these risk scores. And these are risk scores for atrial fibrillation. Do they improve risk prediction? Do they predict mortality? Do they predict atrial fibrillation in different cohorts? Next. So one of the articles, and this is actually from Vanderbilt that we were involved in one of the studies, what we did is we looked at a genetic and clinical risk model for post-op atrial fibrillation. Where you can see here, this is the clinical-only model, and this unfortunately does not compare to the C statistic or the AUC that Dr. Naik was showing earlier with the 0.99, where we only got to 0.76. So this is but you know, for clinical research, for clinical prediction model, this is actually pretty good. And we have the predictors of atrial fibrillation that are relatively common and well-known, age, for example, previous atrial fibrillation, low ejection fraction. These are all very common, nothing special about them. And we got a pretty good risk prediction. Next slide. So now at the top, above the red line is this identical model that I just showed you. And on the top right would be that model. And the top left is that model combined with genetic polymorphisms. So what we did is we just took 13 commonly known genetic polymorphisms that by themselves, if you look at their p-value, there's not a single one that by itself is significant. So it's significantly associated with post-op atrial fibrillation. But you put those together and you add it into the clinical risk model. Next. Next slide, please. This is what the risk model looks like. So the study was performed at 2 different institutions. So we have a discovery and a validation model. And as you go out further to the left, so as your AUC improves, you can see that the addition of genetics actually improved the model. It wasn't a huge improvement. I mean, we go from 0.68 to 0.72, or then from the discovery from 0.76 to 0.78, but nevertheless, there was some improvement. And again, this was only 13 polymorphisms. Next. So then you take our 13 and you put it on steroids, and you're a cardiologist, and then this is what you do. Next. So what this group did is they had 17,000 cases and 115,000 controls. So this is, you know, just completely magnitudes larger than something that we could do in the perioperative setting. This is non-perioperative, so non-cardiac surgical atrial fibrillation, just general AF, and that's how they got these this large population and using multiple different data sets. And so they have this 130,000 patients total, and then we had 13 polymorphisms, 13 SNPs. They have 6.7 million SNPs that they used. So talk about big data. And what they found, interesting, their AUC wasn't much better than ours. It was 0.77, granted a different disease by a little bit and different way of looking at it. Next. And they looked at 5 different diseases, atrial fibrillation being one of them. And the interesting analysis that they did, and if we just focus on the atrial fibrillation portion of it, that they didn't look at the entire population because that sort of dilutes the signal, but they looked at the top 20, the top 10, the top 5%. And then if you look at the odds ratios are 2, 3, 4, 5. These are odds ratios that are really only seen in monogenic Mendelian type disorders. So the argument of this was that they can use, if they put enough SNPs together in a certain subgroup of patients, that signal is so strong that on going back to the graph that I showed you, the intro slide for the complex versus Mendelian genetics, the signal is so strong that it makes them look like they have a monogenic trait despite it being a complex disease. Next. And again, this is the proportion of the population at 3, 4, and 5-fold increased risk for the 5 common diseases. And if we look at atrial fibrillation, odds ratio greater than 3, 4, 5. These are really, really big odds ratios for a complex disease. But also just a small number of patients, fortunately. Next. So again, our colleagues at Vanderbilt applied this to the perioperative setting. Much smaller study because it's It's harder to do this in perioperative. So they had 1,000 patients, no history of or persistent preoperative atrial fibrillation. The exposure was the polygenic risk score. So this is now polygenic risk score, meaning taking a certain number of variants, anywhere from the 13 that we did to the 6.7 million that our cardiology colleagues did. In their case, they did 2,700 that were previously associated with atrial fibrillation, and then they looked at the prediction of AF with model calibration, discrimination, net reclassification improvement. Next. And what they found was the standard model with clinical predictors, 0.74, and with the polygenic risk score, they improved it to 0.78. Next. So what does the future hold now? Next. Will our future look like this? This is a sequencer that's attached to a MacBook Pro. You pipette a small amount of DNA into this, and then in real time, you have a readout of your genetic sequence, of your genetic code, and you could analyze this in real time. You could do this in the preoperative clinic or in the pre-op area before your surgery, and as you're weaning from cardiopulmonary bypass, you find out that the patient is particularly sensitive to beta blockers, and you should adjust your dose to a smaller dose. That is something that is possible. Next. And this is something that I'm doing in my lab. We're doing single-cell RNA sequencing and looking at the different types of cells in the atrium with an interest in atrial fibrillation. Is there a difference in cells, in single cells, in those patients who do and do not have atrial fibrillation? So what we see here, these are different cell types, different clusters. And next. What we can then do, we take these clusters and then we can group them. And so we have on the left side, the turquoise clusters are those who have a history of atrial fibrillation, and the red are those who don't have a history of atrial fibrillation. And we can look at, how do they cluster differently? If you have atrial fibrillation, do you have a larger signal of cardiomyocytes versus fibroblasts? And on the right, we're looking at left atrium as well as left atrial appendage. How is the signal different in the left atrium where the propagation of atrial fibrillation is taking place versus the left atrial appendage, which to our knowledge is mainly inert? Next. So the other future would be to apply, to make a clinical prediction rule for post-op atrial fibrillation patients undergoing cardiac surgery. So this is the study that I'm involved in. It's called the Paradise Initiative, predicting AF after cardiac surgery. So we're developing a clinical prediction rule using routine data and data sets. So these are data sets collected at my institution that are very, very comprehensive, but part of the regular everyday clinical care. We're weighting individual risk factors and their cumulative risk, and then we're taking the results from that and applying them to a prospective study to evaluate the predictive performance of the tool, to hopefully once and for all be able to say, using a approach that every clinician can use, that you can use when your patient presents for surgery, and be able to classify them and put them in groups to really delineate the risk of going into atrial fibrillation. Next. So in summary, data can help answer questions relevant to health and disease. I hope you've seen that there's many different types of data, from using the data that Dr. Naik was talking about, using artificial intelligence, from health records to image recognition. Radiology is at the forefront of that. We could do it in anesthesia with waveform recognition, for example, in real time, and outcomes data sets as well. Finding out ways to integrate that, to put it together, and then to analyze it, to understand it, that's where anesthesiologists can really be helpful, because we are exposed to so many different types of patient populations, diseases, and interventions. The diversity of data sets is really important. We heard in our previous talk, data inequity. This applies to the data that's being analyzed, but it also really applies to the data sets, especially in the genetics genomics world. A lot of these databases are very, very heavily white Caucasian, and we're missing out on a large proportion of the world when we're doing these analysis. because many of the patients that are of interest just have not been enrolled and have not been ascertained in these data sets. And hopefully what we've seen previously is that there are now mechanisms to get these data, put it into databases, and then hopefully analyze and be able to have these prediction models, because polygenic risk scores can be very different based on ethnicity and background. We know that a subset of patients are at increased risk. Data can help us answer that. We have to stop looking at the population as a whole, but start thinking about personalized medicine and start thinking about individualized care. And you know what? Genetics really, there is a benefit to adding genetics to clinical risk. I think we're just at the very beginning of that. There's still a lot of things that we don't understand, but the more we look at this, the more we dissect this, we look at single cells, we look at interventions that change the molecular signature, the more and more we can start to understand that. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to questions. All right, then we will go to our last talk. This is Dr. McQueen discussing quality improvement initiatives and strengthening health systems.
Thanks.
So this thing doesn't work. I think it's.
I know. I was here yesterday. Well, good morning, everybody, and it's great to see all of you again. While I'm waiting for my slides here, there they are, just like that. All right. So I'm from the University of Wisconsin, and for many of you that know the U.S., you know it's in the middle and in the far north, and we're just about getting ready for a lot of snow. So I'm very excited to be back here in Rwanda. This is my 4th visit, and I am honored and pleased to be back, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me. I'd also like to let you know a little bit about my department. So the University of Wisconsin Department of Anesthesiology is the oldest academic anesthesia department in the U.S. It was started by Dr. Ralph Waters in 1927, so it's a very historic department. Dr. Waters really focused on leadership development. So he trained and educated on leadership many of the leaders in anesthesia that you know or have heard of from the U.S. He also had a commitment to growing anesthesia as a specialty, really completely separate from surgery. So we have a lot to be thankful to him for, and it's really an honor for me to serve in this department. Next slide, please. I don't have any no, I do have a disclosure. Sorry, this is relatively new. I'm currently a consultant at GE, and the anesthesia section of GE is based in Madison, Wisconsin. And my objectives today, I hope in a wrap-up to the great presentations that we've had this morning on data and data inequity, to talk about the role of quality improvement in healthcare and industry. And you might say, why industry? And the reason is because industry has taught us a lot about quality and continuous quality improvement, and I'll refer a bit more to that as we move forward in the talk. I'd like to have you consider the role of quality initiatives in health system strengthening, because I believe that quality really is foundational, not only to the work that we do, but to how we grow as a system. I'll also bring up the NSOAPs, because NSOAPs are common in many African countries now and are a great step forward in terms of new initiatives and healthcare strengthening. And so I'll mention to those to you and propose some additions to current NSOAPs that may help us with quality initiatives. And then I'll also briefly talk about patient safety initiatives and improved outcomes, and a little bit more about ERAS. You've all heard a lot in this Congress about enhanced recovery after surgery. And so I will bring back some of those concepts to just use it as a quality platform. Next slide, please. So whenever I'm reflecting on a topic, in this case to prepare for a presentation, I try to go back to the original definition. For me in my practice, quality is part of my day-to-day life. And so I think it's nice to go back to the definition and remind myself and all of you really what quality initiatives are about. So quality improvement is the framework used to systematically improve care. Quality improvement seeks to standardize processes and structures and to reduce variation, achieve predictable results, and improve outcomes for patients, healthcare systems, and organizations. Next slide, please. And so how far back does quality improvement really go? Dr. Enright is a huge fan of medical history and of anesthesia history, and so she mentioned a bit about this in her prelude to her presentation, and I'll call us back to the mid-1800s as well. Maybe not the start of quality improvement, but certainly a significant contribution to quality. This was in Vienna, Austria. Dr. Semmelweis, who is widely considered the father of hygiene and the savior of mothers. And why, you might ask? Well, he was caring for mothers during labor and delivery and after delivery, and he noticed a high incidence of infection after delivery and also of death in the mothers that was related to infection and probably sepsis. And so he noted that the conditions that mothers were delivering in were really rather unclean and probably contaminated. And so he was watching, right? He observed the data, and he decided to make an effort to really improve the cleanliness of these situations and also to promote hand washing. Sort of ironic, given that we're still promoting hand washing today. But he did indeed make a difference in the lives of mothers. He made a difference in their mortality rates after delivery. And so I really think that this was one very early example of quality improvement, and it continues to today. Next slide, please. So tying into industry a little bit here, and the reason that I mentioned industry to start with, quality improvement has been impacting patients and systems, as I just said, from maybe the mid-1800s, and it continues to impact patients and systems today. For many, quality improvement is considered foundational and really best practice in many countries. Both for healthcare, but as I said, also for industry. And industry really invented several processes that we've stolen to use in healthcare, and that includes continuous quality improvement and also Six Sigma. I'm not endorsing either one of these constructs necessarily, but I think they're a good opportunity to really look at what do these processes contain and how can we utilize them. Remembering that quality improvement is always based on data and observation. And so you can see from this cycle that we need to define the problem first, right? Then we measure the situation, or we collect the data, as it were. We then analyze it, and then we develop strategies to improve the situation, and then we control it. That's the industry word. For us, we would say we standardize processes that will improve the situation. And if we found that this process has ended in a negative result, then we start the process again. And so I think that in many settings already, we use this process on a routine basis. Quality improvement is common in many of your hospitals and many of your departments. And so quality improvement in anesthesiology is also well endorsed in anesthesiology departments across the world, but also in the literature. And similar to what I just presented to you in the cycle, for anesthesiology, it always involves data collection and analysis. And I'm only going to briefly mention this here, but it may also involve simulation. And you can see this article here from Anesthesiology Clinics in 2021 that was looking at the role of simulation and quality improvement in anesthesiology. So what about quality as a construct and as a basic day-to-day practice within low and middle income countries? You'll have to teach me a bit more about your interest in quality, and so are eager to grow their quality foundation and make it a day-to-day practice. So I believe that quality can be part of a day-to-day practice, even with limited resources. You've already heard this morning about some opportunities to improve data inequity without spending a lot of money. And I think I can propose several things here that are very low hanging fruit that can be accomplished without not a lot of additional resources. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, I totally missed that slide. It's because I'm following along up here because my vision doesn't help me out down there. Sorry about that. Next slide and then next slide. Thank you. And so these are quite old maps now. These were both produced prior to 2020. The one on the right is from the American Society of Anesthesiology, and the one on the left is from the World Federation of Societies of Anesthesia within ANA, Anesthesia and Analgesia. And both of these maps look at the global anesthesia crisis, and primarily looking at provider shortages, but also related to resource inequity and poor outcomes. Also, as the WFSA notes in this map, this is the physician anesthesiologists worldwide. On both slides, you notice that it really is in the center of Africa, where we have many of the greatest shortages and many of the greater needs, but also in India and Southeast Asia. And this relates to healthcare strengthening and also to quality, potentially, as we consider how we might develop quality initiatives and programs in low and middle income settings. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery and the indicators that they recommended. You've already heard this morning about perioperative mortality rate, which is the indicator, really the only indicator that the Lancet Commission suggested related to quality and patient safety, looking at death only in that immediate postoperative period. So all-cause death prior to discharge is the Lancet definition. And it's only one indicator, and maybe not the best indicator as we go forward, but it is a capturable indicator, and it's definitive. We can recognize death when it occurs. So it's not a bad way to get started. The map here, though, on the left is from the World Health Organization several years ago now in the World Health Report, and it looks at coverage of death registration, one of the vital statistics. And you can see in the lighter colored green, predominantly in Africa, India, and some in South America, and the very light green, that vital statistic registration, including death registration, really is not as robust as it should be. So even if we're interested in perioperative mortality rate past the point of discharge, it may be hard to capture until our vital statistics registries are really up to date. And that is happening. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and go back one. I'll talk a little bit about the Africa Civil Registration, which is a program of the African Union really focusing on improving vital statistic reporting, especially death and birth. And in fact, they have started a Vital Statistics Day annually in Africa. It's August 10th. Every year. Who knew about that Vital Statistics Day? Anybody out there? I didn't know about it until I prepared for this presentation, so they'll have to do more advertising in the future. But anyway, the idea is to really encourage countries to focus on birth and death and other vital statistics as a part of their normative reporting. And Rwanda had a vital statistics report in 2022, which looked at their progress for reporting birth and death. And they are making progress. So I encourage all of you to know more about this in your home countries, because this is an important part of how we might measure our success in surgery and anesthesia going forward. Next slide, please. So again, back to the Lancet indicators, and I've already talked a little bit about perioperative mortality rate, but these were the 6 indicators that the Lancet proposed in 2015. And I think, as happens with all publications and all agenda efforts, over time, people begin to question, were these really the best metrics? And that's an important questioning process, because I think we've realized that we can do better than just offering 2-hour access, right? Perhaps we can offer not only 2-hour access, but also access to quality care and safe care. And that's a very different agenda and also a different process to make sure that we have quality surgery and safe anesthesia in every setting where patients access surgical care. Volume is certainly important. That shows that systems are growing and that health system strengthening is occurring so that more surgery can happen. But I would say it's not the only indicator of how we're growing and developing. So just to plant those seeds with you, to maybe challenge these metrics and to consider in your own communities what you might measure that might be further empowering. Next slide, please. And so what about the NSOAPs? We've all heard about NSOAPs. There's been conversations about them here at the Congress. I'll mention a little bit about the Rwandan NSOAP. But this was great progress forward for countries and for development of further surgery, obstetric, and anesthesia infrastructure. For the most part, the plans focused on an assessment and then implementation plans for workforce, for education and training, for infrastructure. And that's all extraordinarily important as next steps. But I would ask an additional question, and that is, what about patient safety and what about quality? Because both are foundational for surgery and anesthesia, and they haven't really been completely highlighted, or maybe not highlighted enough within the NSOAPs. So again, an opportunity for those of you working on your national NSOAP, or for those of you who will be involved in the revision going forward. Next slide, please. So as I said, Rwanda did develop and publish their National Surgical Obstetric and Anesthesia Plan in 2022, and this is the plan that will continue through 2024. They focused on the usual things that I've already mentioned, and I'll start at 4.4, infrastructure, surgery or service delivery, workforce, but 4.7 is information management and research capacity. And that's really key, as you've heard from all of the speakers this morning. Data collection and data analysis is essential to a future of a healthcare system. And so this particular section of the NSOAP was of particular interest to me. Did they mention quality initiatives or quality improvement? No, not specifically. And I would certainly challenge not only Rwanda, but other countries to continue that language in a future NSOAP, because it may encourage the local healthcare system and hospitals to see it as a priority for the future. But the NSOAP, I think, is an important platform for us to communicate what we value and what is really needed for healthcare strengthening overall. Next slide, please. And just a reminder about the 100 healthcare indicators from the World Health Organization published in 2018. Obviously, many important indicators not related to surgery and anesthesia, but a few that are related to surgery and anesthesia and would relate to an ability to impact quality. Perioperative mortality rate is there again, and I think that's important. But there are other important indicators such as surgical site infections and readmission to the hospital. And this would be an important resource for considering quality projects at your own institution, and it's available online, downloadable for free. Next slide, please. And so then just to spend a few minutes speaking of ERAS again, for those of you who were at my talk yesterday, I certainly apologize. This is a little bit repetitive. But ERAS, Enhanced Recovery After Surgery, is really a feasible process for any institution or any system offering surgery. It's easily modifiable, and its benefits are that it is a standard team approach that is known to improve outcomes. I think it's important to mention that while it has been shown in the US and Europe.
Next slide.
Sorry? Oh, sorry, yes, I'm sorry. It didn't
Next
go, did it? All right, thanks so much. So anyway, I lost my train of thought, but I'll get it back. Oh, I know. So ERAS has been shown to improve outcomes related to surgery and anesthesia in Europe and the US. But I think it's important to mention that even though it improves immediate outcomes, it hasn't been shown to improve readmission to the hospital or perioperative mortality rates. So an important caveat there, especially when we're talking about some of the major indicators recommended, for instance, by the Lancet Commission. So if you're only looking at perioperative mortality rate, you may miss the benefits of ERAS. And ERAS, if you're going to use it, you'll need to modify your own tracking of other outcomes, such as complications. ERAS also is an excellent quality platform. For most centers that have adopted ERAS protocols, they also are adopting quality protocols within their own hospital that relate to the progress and the construction of ERAS. Next slide, please. And so again, just to reiterate that ERAS has been shown in the US and Europe to decrease length of stay in the hospital, and that primarily reduces complications related to staying in the hospital. Infections from the hospital can be reduced, but it also relates to decreasing costs, which are also an important consideration. And in general, ERAS has also been shown to reduce complications. But again, if we look at only perioperative mortality rate, ERAS alone has not been shown to decrease POMR. Next slide, please. And so just in review of ERAS, again, we know that it can improve some outcomes, not POMR, although we should watch for that going forward. It's my prediction that some of our continued lack of impact on POMR may relate to patient selection, especially in the US, where we operate routinely on patients who are very, very sick and in some cases very elderly. But important in this setting to think about surgical infection rates and other complications related specifically to anesthesia, such as reintubation, ICU stay overnight, and pain control issues. And also to look for saving money. Next slide, please. So the modifications for ERAS for low and middle income countries really distill ERAS down into very simple changes in your routine that can be implemented as standardization, really with either no cost or minimal cost, because it's probably an adjustment in what you're already doing. So in the preoperative period, certainly smoking cessation matters. Nutritional consult also may make a difference, especially if your patient is anemic. And then modernizing NPO guidelines so that you're no longer keeping patients NPO for long periods of time. In the intraoperative period, increasing standardization is also a benefit. Optimizing fluids, keeping patients primarily at a zero balance, not underhydrating, not overhydrating them. Utilizing multimodal pain management and regional anesthesia whenever possible. Timely administration of antibiotics, and then thromboembolic prophylaxis. And similarly, in the postoperative period, early ambulation, early oral intake, and a limited hospital stay will improve outcomes and are available at no additional cost. Next slide, please. And so moving back into quality then, how would you go about establish or maintaining quality programs within your day-to-day practice and life? Yeah, thanks. So you have to have system commitment and engagement to really accomplish this. And all team members need to be involved, from the very senior members down to your learners, so that quality really becomes part of your culture and part of your foundational practice. Be sure to report all results, even if they are negative results. Sometimes we feel like if we've done a quality study and it's shown us that we're not doing a very good job, or maybe it's a neutral study, those are still important to report, at least locally, so that feedback system will work and you can go back to remeasuring, making some changes, standardizing again, and learning from the process. I'll mention just a little bit about dashboards and scorecards. I don't necessarily endorse them, but they do work in some settings. And then a little bit about low-hanging fruit. And you've already heard me say this, but antibiotic administration, temperature goals, surgical site infections, and then potentially postoperative mortality rates are all things that you can capture within your current setting now, and I encourage you to do so. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, scorecards are something that are frequently used especially by hospital systems and institutions as a way of establishing and maintaining quality programs. It's really just an organizational construct, but for some places it's very helpful. So you set your objectives, how you're going to measure your objectives, and what your initiatives will be. And then you include, really an achievable benchmark. What do you want your surgical site infections to be? For example, maybe you want them to be less than 1%. If that's the case, then anything less than 1% would be a green indicator. Anything above 10 or 1% would be in the yellow zone, so there's still room for improvement. And anything much higher than that, maybe greater than 2 or 3%, would be in the red zone, which indicates you really need to make a change soon to really impact those surgical site infections. And these kinds of cards are often used on websites or in team meetings to just give people a visual. How are we really doing? We feel great when it's green. We feel like, ooh, when it's red. So these are helpful in some systems. Next slide, please. And so you've already heard a lot about data collection, protection, and management this morning, but I'll speak to it again just briefly. Of course, there are many options for data collection, including simple spreadsheets and Excel spreadsheets. But as we move forward, certainly digital data, as you've heard, is really valuable, and it can be accumulated and protected over time. And so data platforms in situations that allow for Wi-Fi and electronic capture of data, I think should be encouraged. They also have better security, and then they have analytic functionality. So we are a fan. I should have said that I was once at Vanderbilt where REDCap was designed. And so also in my institution, we're a fan of REDCap. And we've been sharing it with all of our global partners. So for instance, here in Rwanda, we have a current REDCap study underway at King Faisal Hospital, and we're really testing its feasibility in the workplace. Can people use it in their normal workflow, entering quick screens of data that can later be utilized? So I'm not trying to sell any of you on REDCap, but I do think it's a good platform with a lot of intuitive functionality. So if you'd like to talk more about that, I'm happy to do so. So what's an example of how quality initiatives strengthen healthcare systems? There's a lot of them out there. We've already mentioned some of them in terms of improving outcomes. But after workforce access and the acquiring of basic resources such as equipment, safety monitoring, and medication, please, next slide, sorry. Quality is really foundational. And how can quality help us after we have those really basic needs met in a health system? Well, quality initiatives may help us recognize and prioritize gaps and challenges. They assist us in good decision-making. They build a case and establish really the evidence for asking for a change or additional resources in your setting. And they also, in my belief, really assist in decision-making. They help us with behaviors and choices. And so this is just a quick example related to our work in anesthesiology. How do you decide on a basic pulse oximeter unit in your setting? Do you choose on the left the life box, but costs 3 to 4 times the amount for each unit? And so in your setting, how would you decide which one you want to use? You may choose to do a quality study comparing both head to head. Do your providers like them? Are they easily usable? What are the outcomes related to the patients that you use both on? And then this would help you really provide the evidence that you would need for your healthcare administrator to say, we really like the life box, but we've decided in our intensive care we really need the Masimo because of the additional functionality that it offers us. Or you might say, no, Masimo is too expensive, and so we can go with the life box because it's a great option, and that way we can buy more units. So this is just one example of how you might use a quality initiative in your system to really strengthen your setting. And so then just wrapping up here, how do we really use quality initiatives and data to improve our current setting of our healthcare system? In my view, it really has to be based in innovation, right? Local systems have to decide what quality initiatives make sense for them. What will they accomplish locally? What can they change through innovation that might relate to a quality project? And then where will they get the data? Capturing the data, how will they capture it? In a platform, by hand? How will they analyze it? And then as well, educating teams about the importance, right? For quality initiatives to be successful, you need the whole team, not just the physician. You also need the nurse, you need the statistician. You may need your research department if you have one. And all of this is dependent on really government resources. Do you have what you need to not only provide quality care, but also to provide quality improvement for the future of quality care? So with that, I'd be happy to take questions. Next slide, please. And I'll just remind all of us that global surgery and the goals of the global surgery agenda is now just 8 years away. Time has flown since 2015. And I really believe that the initiative will go much further past global surgery 2030, and hopefully you'll all contribute to that going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McQueen, for that great talk. Any questions? I'll ask Dr. Knight to come up while we're fielding questions.
Great. Do you want us to take a seat or what?
Yeah, so we've got a couple minutes left, so I think we can form a panel and discuss some of the issues surrounding data, quality, health initiatives. And the more interaction we have with our audience, the more exciting this is going to be. So one of the things I'd like to touch on, we're sitting here in our ivory towers. How do we, the EHR implementation, my hospital cost $1.5 billion. So that's 15% of the GDP of Rwanda just to implement an electronic health record. A lot of what we talked about requires a lot of good data. How do we do this with, I mean, we've talked about initiatives, but can we do good science, good data quality control, and do these initiatives without having data from an electronic health record moving forward?
I think this is working. I'll find out. Yeah. I would say that we have to do it without an electronic medical record initially, because it's essential to progress in every one of the African countries, which are now really trying to improve infrastructure, grow their surgical caseload, and improve patient safety. And so if we don't encourage either free or low-cost options that are available on the web without an EHR, I think Africa will fall further behind in terms of outcomes analysis. I am seeing, however, more and more EHRs, and so that's both good and bad, right? We know that electronic medical records have really contributed to provider burnout and to some other challenges that we're now facing. So those unintended consequences of electronic medical records. But they've certainly improved our ability to really capture data. And so, again, just to reiterate my first point, I think that we have to find ways to do it low cost and low tech in the interim.
Yeah, I'll sort of reflect, sort of what I think is the starting premise of data equity, and that is being sensitive to the context that we work in, where our partners are, and actually sort of thinking outside of the box. Every solution doesn't need a very complex, approach. And I think when I put up that slide where Ben Salashi did a very innovative study using a very limited data set and using REDCap, as you had alluded to. They actually highlighted a clear problem. I think there's also really novel solutions if you look outside of anesthesia. I think we need to break down silos and barriers and look at our obstetric partners, look at our surgical partners, look at our infectious disease partners who actually are doing incredible amount of work, in areas that are very low resourced, and actually take some ideas from them as well, because we unfortunately do work in a very siloed environment, and sort of transplanting ideas from them is certainly a way that we can actually break down barriers. So I think a solution needs to have a partner or partners that are motivated. I think we have to be very sensitive to the needs of the environment we work in. I think our solutions do have to be very accessible and acceptable to our partners, but I think there's definitely ways to circumvent those problems.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I'll be the third person up here to mention REDCap. So I really, really like REDCap. I've been using it for over 10 years. We are working with our Rwandan colleagues here establishing a rheumatic heart disease registry using REDCap. It's really easy to use. It's intuitive. It allows data analysis, extraction. So I agree with you. It's a great start. It's not even low tech. I mean, it's high tech, but there's a really low barrier for entry, and it enables a lot. It does require some time and user input. It's not automated, but oftentimes these automated solutions are even more time consuming than doing it manually, especially for a smaller amount of patients. I really liked your example at the end with the Massimo versus the Lifebox. When you have to make that decision as an institution or as a government entity, you need data to make that decision. So, and to get that data, you need government help to be able to do it, to do the work, to do the statistical analysis. So how do you see a solution for doing this to convince somebody to give you the money to actually use it?
Yeah, great question. I guess the basics would be how much would it cost, right? Because I think there are motivated individuals out there that have made such projects work without any funding for the project. Probably the most expensive part of the project would be purchasing the Massimo for head-to-head comparison, since Lifebox is now so ubiquitous. But I think that there are opportunities now with industry funding, if that's not a bad word, because industry is very interested in the developing world in terms of developing healthcare systems in low and middle income countries. And so we've seen that, for instance, with GE funding projects in Africa, looking at more low-cost solutions. So that's one option. But also then bilateral grants are an option too, with partnerships in the U.S. Or Canada or Europe. So, but research funding remains a challenge for low and middle income countries, and really getting it on their own has, as I understand it, been a huge challenge. So having a partner, I think, really helps.
Dr. Naik, industry funding, this seems like something that for the areas that you talked about, artificial intelligence, data science, it requires a computational, some firepower, it requires storage, it requires analytical capacity. Have you seen, are there investments on the sides of Google's and Amazon's and Alibaba and these other big, and Microsoft? Are they investing in this? Are they investing in Africa?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Actually, if you follow the AI world on Twitter, I mean, there's an incredible amount of work being done on artificial intelligence. And in fact, a lot of if you're on social media, and sort of the alerts and notifications you get and the suggestions you get are all driven by AI models. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot of investment from the big tech firms, particularly for the work we do in anesthesia and critical care and artificial intelligence. I think that I would take a slightly different view. There's definitely some investment required in infrastructure to do some of this AI work. But actually, once it's established, the maintenance is not as cost intensive. And in fact, nowadays with improved, think about what a sort of 50 years ago, what a calculator looked like, sort of stacks of punch cards, and what our smartphone can do. And in fact, what we've discovered is that a lot of artificial intelligence models can actually be embedded in applications now, in smartphone apps that can be downloaded. And so you actually don't need things like AWS cloud infrastructure to run fairly computational heavy models. So once again, I think this is the sort of work that is outside of our expertise, and there's a burgeoning group of data scientists who actually have interest in partnering with LMICs that you need to reach out. And that's why I concluded my talk by advertising the DSI Africa project. And if you're not familiar with it, please Google it. It's publicly available. The primary aim of that multi-million-dollar NIH-funded project was really to set up data science hubs within Africa. And that project has sort of been funded now and in fruition for the last year. And reach out to your local, regional data science hub. They're there to improve patient care. And so, there are more resources directed to this problem, and not just industry, but actually governmental and NIH-related funding.
Yeah, that's great. And this might also be the opportunity that you mentioned previously to look beyond our borders, to look to maybe the schools of engineering, the computer science schools that maybe don't have a lot to do with medicine in the respective countries, but now, we have that connection, but maybe that connection isn't here, and this would be the opportunity to bring them on board. It just really takes some motivated not medical students, but students and postdocs to be engaged, and these are great projects with them that have real clinical relevance, and they can have an impact on human life.
I mean, one of the long-term missions of the work we're doing is actually to scale up data science capacity within University of Rwanda. I mean, the aim of this project is not to keep it at UVA or in the US, but essentially to train data scientists who can actually do the work locally. And so you're absolutely right. I mean, this project or any AI project would not be possible within an anesthesia or critical care department. We don't have the resources and we don't have the knowledge base. But you just have to go across and reach out to your computer science department or your bioengineering department, and they have the expertise. And so, once again, think beyond your department, and there is actually a wealth of people and resources that are out there.
Great. Well, I'd like to... Oh, there's a question.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to, actually I will address my question to the two speakers. Just regarding the security of data, the servers, that most of them are not based in Africa. Most of them are not based in the countries per se. Then the question would be, for me, how could we think about having the integrity of data remaining within the African countries? They are generated here, and then the servers are elsewhere. Sometimes they are even belonging to private companies, and then one cannot assure the security of data in a long-term basis. The other question is regarding the, I conclude with my second question. It's more regarding the capacity building in order to train people properly trained engineers, but in the field of health, and make sure that those guys are retained also within the country. Because we do capacity building, we add some grants or scholarships, we go to Europe and then we are retained there. How could we think about strategies to get our brains back? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very important question regarding the ownership of data and also access to your data. I think that everyone understands that data belongs within its borders. Even in a bilateral partnership, even in a platform sense, the data generated in Rwanda belongs to Rwanda. I think you would be pleasantly surprised to find out now that many of these platforms, including MPOG, by the way, and REDCap, which we've all now mentioned, really has that perspective that even though REDCap or MPOG is data that you upload to the system, you can uniquely access it and give others permission to access it because it's your data. It doesn't belong to the US just because MPOG is based in Michigan and REDCap is based in Nashville. The data still belongs to you. So those are only two examples, but I think they are important examples of how perspectives have changed in terms of really the ownership and the proprietorship of data. Certainly developing your own abilities within your own countries will ultimately be preferable, but that takes time and money and investment. And so in the interim, I would hope that you would come to trust these external platforms that really are committed to the integrity of your data. And the intent is not to take it from the country, but really to preserve it, keep it secure, and maintain it for the country's use. And I'll speak just quickly, and then I'll pass this on to developing capacity. I think that for those of us committed to infrastructure capacity within Africa, we also need to be committed to developing research structure. And that, not that you couldn't do it on your own, but bringing in opportunities to learn about research development, proposal development, grant writing. I think all of those need to be a future commitment of the work that we do in partnership with you.
I think that's an excellent question about who owns the data. And I think it's one that we should not trifle with. It's a very, very important question. And actually, it's a question that can break partnerships. And so, I think the first fundamental layer of protection is actually really robust partnerships, institutional review boards and ethics boards where no data actually moves until ethic boards and IRBs are established between partnering institutions, and the establishment of data use agreements, right? And this is where partners, before any study is conducted, before a single piece of data is moved, there's a clear understanding and a clear memorandum and a DUA that states who owns the data, how the data needs to be used, and what is public access and what belongs to the institution. And that is actually a cornerstone of data science management. And so I think your question is absolutely on point. I think it's a phenomenal question. And there are standards of practice of which IRBs and DUAs are a key part of that.
And I think what's really important, though, is that the data integrity starts at the grassroots level, at the level of the investigators. So I agree with you. It's definitely important to be concerned about what happens to your data once it leaves and goes to some big corporation or institution outside your borders. But I think the bigger risk is actually what happens, what's the training level of the people, the investigators collecting the data, what are they doing with this on their Excel spreadsheets, on their laptops, on their thumb drives, how are those thumb drives passed around, how they email the data. I think that's where a lot of the data breaches and data integrity problems happen. So training needs to happen at the level of the people getting the data and entering it into data sets. What are they allowed to do? What are they not allowed to do? What are appropriate approaches to good data integrity? Well, I'd like to thank the speakers and the panel for the very engaging and interesting talks this morning, and we're here for any further questions. Otherwise, wish you guys a great lunch and see you at some of the afternoon sessions.
I know Marcel. Yeah, and so, yeah. Well, I look forward to connecting. I'll give you my card. And likewise, you know Eric Simon, who also works with Team Hurt from my department. Yeah, so great to know you. Yeah, we were sorry to lose her, but it's great that you guys have the here in Rwanda. I've heard others that she does work, and so it's changed so much in the world. It's really exciting to work with her. And I don't know about your association, but the university
Hello. So our meeting is about to start, and we've now formed a quorum, but we are all in the dark. We can't see the faces. If it's okay, if we could come in front where there is light so that we can see each other. I'm just seeing heads there and glasses, no faces. So if we can just come where we can be seen in front, would be good. For the first 2 or 3 rows could be filled. If you can still, please, if you can, please come in front. Okay, so we can go to the first slide, please. The other one that was there before we come to this one. The other PowerPoint, the one that was just there just now. Gareth. Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. And we're going to mention that obviously this is day 2 of our meeting, and we are hoping to see more numbers than the ones we're seeing now. But obviously we are aware of circumstances that might have led to us having these numbers. So we hope that the numbers keep increasing so that we can see more people taking part in the business of the ARIS. So when we met on day 1, we had discussed, part of it was the introduction to ARIS, and we discussed what the ARIS is about, who's a member, and why people should consider being members of the ARIS, and how they can contribute to the functioning of the ARIS. And obviously, as you have been coming in, some of you with arrears have paid already. That also gives an indication that everyone attending this meeting, it's ideal that their society is a fully paid up member with WFSA. That's what qualifies you to be a member also of the ARIS. So we are happy that those who have done so, even right at this meeting, we thank you for considering that and indeed doing the payments. So for the business of today, we can go to the next slide. Our agenda for today follows on from what we discussed on day 1. So today, we're going to have the adoption of the new constitution, and this will be done by Dr. Gareth Davis. Now, in Marrakesh, for some of you who are there, we had shared the constitution. The current constitution that we had used then began from 1997, so that's the constitution that we would still be using since then. However, it has been a live document being edited to fit the current requirements of the ARIS. And so over the years, it has gone some adjustments. We are supposed to have validated this constitution in Marrakesh, but we sent it out again for more contributions. And I hope that the recent one that was sent to national societies, you had a time to look at it so that you can then see what contributions you can make during those. And however, we got some responses, and some of them have already been fused into the new constitution. So Dr. Gareth Davis is going to discuss that, and then you can see if we can adopt that constitution. More matters will follow after this. So I'll right away call upon Dr. Gareth Davis to walk us through the constitution. And then after he does that, we can then come into the interim board. There'll be an announcement for the results of that. And then we can discuss or the announcement of the country that's going to host the 2024 AAC. Gareth, please.
Thank you, Abel. Can I get the second presentation up, please? So what I think is very important to realize today is that the Constitution is always going to be a living document, and we are always going to be changing it. The problem is if we don't at some point adopt a more modern Constitution, then we are still sitting in a time for a Constitution that was written for pre-2000 Africa, which is limiting the number of people who can be on the board and what we can effectively do. So even if you don't feel that today's Constitution is perfect and you would like to add things, please email Abel, he is our secretary. He will table that as changes to the Constitution, and we will bring them to 2024, and we will vote on those changes there. What we're asking today is there anything that's massively objectionable in this Constitution, the revised one, that people do not want to institute it? If people feel that the Constitution is acceptable, obviously we'd like to improve it and make changes, we can do so, but we would like to accept this as the basis that we're using moving forward. So I'm just going to ask this gentleman at the back to take us through the pages, and I'll show you with the comments we've gotten over the last few days, and before we came even to Kigali, the changes we have made. So can we go to page 2, then 3, 4? Okay, so this part here, it's very small, is just speaking that there's a numbering error. So I've just put it on. You can see it says Article 9, and then it says Article 9 again. So we're just going to ask that we change that to 10, and then all the articles will roll on. So I just wanted everyone to be completely transparent. So if the numbers look a little bit different in the next one, that'll be by. But I didn't want to change them now, because then that's going to mix up if people have asked, oh, Article 36. Now, which 36 are you asking for, the old 36 or the new 36? So we will update this once we've decided today to accept it, and then we'll roll on from there. Can we go to the next page, please? And then the next one. So this is the first point where we're going to have to vote. So after Morocco, actually even before we'd met in Morocco, there had been a feeling that the old way of deciding who may attend a regional assembly sometimes feels like it's disadvantaging small societies. And that's because you need 50 members. So if you see the table on the bottom, there's two tables. The one on the bottom, you need 50 members to have one representative at the regional assembly. You need between 50 and 250 to have two, 250 to 500 to have three, 500 to 1,000 to have 4, and then more than 1,000 to have 5. So a new way of looking at it was suggested to the board, and we put this in the Constitution we sent to everyone so people could have a think about it, and then we could vote on it today between the two models, which people would prefer. In the new model, membership to societies of less than 40 will have one vote, but 40 to 100 would have two, so you can see that's quite a decrease in the threshold where it was previously 250. 100 to 500 will have 3, and then the same as before. 500 to 1,000 would have 4, and more than 1,000 would have 5 votes. So as our first order of business as we move forward, I would like us to vote on which of the two models we will accept. So we have 15 eligible voters here, 4 from Nigeria and 1 from each other country. So can I ask that when the person from Nigeria votes, I assume that they will vote for as a whole, they won't conflict with each other. So if people from Nigeria could just stick up 4 hands if we vote. Okay, so we're going to vote with a show. Is that a question? Yes, is that a question? Oh, okay. So I'm going to ask first, so the table at the top with the new classification would be table 1. The table at the bottom will be table 2. So everyone in favor of table 1 who can vote, please raise your hand. Okay, so just keep your hands in the air, please, until we've finished counting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's 10. So that's 10 out of 15. We need 2/3 of the quorum to be able to make a constitutional change. So 10 out of 15 is 2/3. So then we can go ahead, Abel, and we can note that the first table will be the table we will use moving forward, and the second table will no longer be in effect. Has anyone got any objections to that? Great, thank you. Can we move to the next page? And the next one? Okay, so in the old Constitution, we only asked for a chairperson, a secretary, and a treasurer to be part of the ARS board. in the new constitution, we are trying to follow the same situation as what the WFSA is doing. So with the WFSA, when they elect a president, they actually elect two presidents. They elect a president who is the president immediately, and then they elect a president-elect, someone who will take over after 2 years. The president who was there becomes the past president, the president-elect becomes the current president, and you actually have two people in charge, and that's very useful because if one becomes unwell or there's a lot of work, they can split it. So the new constitution had said we would have a president and a vice president, but we've just moved to the same nomenclature as the World Federation and said we'll have a president and a president-elect. You'll see there's another red little block with a comment. In the one which was shared in Morocco, there had been a feeling that the president and the president-elect, one should be Anglophone and one should be Francophone. But after our meeting on Wednesday, there was a feeling that we shouldn't differentiate on language just between two languages, that it was exclusionary, and that there were actually 5 recognized languages: English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic. And so to say that there were only 2 languages that could be representative excluded other people who might also want to be there. So we've removed the language proviso, and we're sticking with what the Constitution says about what the 5 official languages are. So it doesn't matter if the president and the president-elect are both Arabic. If that is what the Regional Assembly has decided, then that is what will be there. Similarly, if they're both English or both French or both Spanish or both Portuguese, it doesn't matter if that's what the Regional Assembly has agreed. So I'm going to ask it in the negative. Is there anyone who objects to the concept of the president and the past president being the terms we use? You can raise your hand if you object. Brilliant, thank you. And then is there anyone who objects to us removing the language barrier? No objections there either, Abel, thank you. So we can move to the next slide, please. Okay, so where you see these yellow highlights, it's just that within that part of the document, vice president was changed to president-elect. So just so that we've got the same terminology running through, all the way through the document where you see these yellow things now, it will say secretary, treasurer, etc., and then it will say vice president, and I've just changed that to be president-elect. You can go to the next page. Once again, president and president-elect. I just want to mention here that in the constitution that was sent out, it says that the president's term will be 2 years and that the people who are on the board will be 4 years. But obviously, if we're going to have a president and a president-elect who swap after 2 years, their term will also be 4 years. So this is just once again making sure that the whole document speaks to itself. So there's nothing funny here. This is just an application of something we spoke about earlier. We can go to the next page, and the next one, and the next one. I just want to see what I wrote. Yes, so this was about a language issue again, something we touched on Wednesday and which we got comments about. So this used to say that the text of any resolutions would have to be in English and that the translation into French would be mandatory. But once again, we don't want to just have one language be mandatory. We have now said the translation into any other official requested language should be readily available. So if you want the Constitution in Spanish, or Portuguese, or Arabic, or French, or English, you should be able to get it. Are there any objections to that? Great, thank you. We can move on. And again, and again, and again. I think that's the end. Okay, so that's, I'm going to call Abel up. That's the comments and the queries we've had from before, from Morocco, and then from Wednesday, which we've tried to address to try and bring the Constitution as up to date as we can.
But the countries, representation from North Africa, Southern Africa.
Oh yeah, I'll just mention that. Yeah. So Abel has just reminded me. So for those of you, I don't know how many of you have been able to look at the new Constitution. It's very important because it's going to be of impact when we vote on the interim board, and why we're calling it the interim board, to take us to 2024. In the new Constitution, in trying to get the whole of Africa represented, we have stipulations about how many people should be at least from South Africa, West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and North Africa. Because at this meeting, as you can see, we have very few representatives from everywhere. We would like to have a robust and strong, everyone who's in the room would basically have to be on the board if we were going to go on just today. So what we're trying to do is have a strong and robust board moving forward. So to take us till there, we're going to have an interim board. And then in 2024, we are going to vote at the Regional Assembly, at a Regional Assembly that will not clash with any other events, so that we can have a lot of people there. We will have a vote for the board according to this constitution. What is important is that when this constitution is accepted today, it will come into effect and be of relevance for 2024. It's not going to apply today because we're only approving it today. But then we can take this representation from the rest of Africa, and you can expect that between this Congress and the next Congress, the interim board will be in touch with the societies in every part of Africa, encouraging them to send representation to the AAC in 2024 so that we can have a good board representing the whole of Africa. Especially now, post-COVID, I think all of us are aware how much easier it is to meet virtually. I remember before COVID, it was a nightmare. It was, I can't hear you, can you speak, can you mute, can you unmute, your camera's not on. It was like 3 hours of that, and then eventually you just gave up. Now with Zooms and Team, it's so easy to meet across the continent. And we really, as the ARS board, we want it to be a truly African endeavor, with the whole of Africa contributing. So between now and the next Congress, you will hear from the board, and we will ask you to send people to the next meeting so that we can have a good, strong group of people to form the next board, and the president-elect. Anything else? Before we vote now to accept the Constitution, I just want to ask, is there anyone who has a dying question on their heart in terms of an objection to what is here? Something that they feel we should not accept this Constitution. This is not a suggestion to make the Constitution better. We know there are many ways to make it better, and we encourage you to send us those thoughts, and we will include them for 2024. But is there anyone who objects to any part of this Constitution as it is now? Yes. Is there a microphone? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. This is Anania from Ethiopia. So it's not like an objection, but I want to give some, suggestion regarding, the rotation of interim board. I would assume 4 years could be a bit large time because, if you are given 4 years, it's going to be, you take too much time to learn things you have 4 years to do. But I have seen it, in our national society. When it's, a 2 years rotation, then people has to work hard within 2 years to achieve something. And the other advantage is, when you are changing every 2 years, then all of the members have the chance to be a board member. And once you are a board member, you are always engaged to that institution because you know what the hard work is, what your ambition was. You get, belongingness to that institution. Otherwise, when you are far from the board, then you will be detached from that institution. So
I think that's a
2
great
years,
comment. I'm happy
don't
for
think
us
will be too
to actually
short.
have a vote on it now. So we can ask the people in the Regional Assembly to decide, do we feel that the board should serve for 2 years, or do we feel that the board should serve for 4 years? So you've heard this gentleman's very eloquent explanation of why he thinks 2 years is very good and not 4. I'll just give the counter argument where I would say that when you're on the board for less than 4 years, if you're only on the board for 2 years, you would only just have started finding your feet, and then you will be finished. And then someone else will need to come in. Plus it will have ramifications for the president and the president-elect because they will only be serving a 1-year term. And as you know, being on the ARS board is just something that you do in addition to everything else you do. So the ARS board will probably meet only 3 or 4 times a year. So that means you'll only be at 6 to 8 meetings, and then your time will be done. So it just makes it very short, and I don't know if it always gives people enough opportunity. But as you said, you've stated your side, I've stated mine. So can we have a vote? We'll vote for people who feel that it should be 2 years, and then we'll have a vote for people who should be 4 years. Would you be happy with that? Great. So let's see with a show of hands, who votes for 2 years? You need to put your hand up, Shirley. There's one. Good. And then people who are voting for 4 years? Okay. Great. But you know what? So I think that's a majority, so we can keep it as it is. But can I ask that you still send that through to ABEL and that we revisit this in 2024? Because maybe in 2024 we'll feel differently, and there'll be other people who will also feel, who were maybe on the board, who will feel like this was too long a stint, we wanted it shorter. So ABEL, would you make a note of that?
So if the question is acceptable?
Yeah, it's 4 years.
Okay, so anything else we can adopt?
Yeah, sure we can. Great, so now, yes, Wayne?
Gareth, what's the maximum time somebody can spend on the board? How many?
2 terms,
2 terms
in a row.
8 years.
That's 4 years and 4 years. And after 8 years, you need to be off the board for a 4-year term, and then you can be considered to be on the board again.
Great. I think, just a comment, I think 4 years is probably a good time to have a term, but because you are going to be having a regular 2-yearly meeting, if somebody wants to come off the board after 2 years, you have the opportunity to vote somebody else on.
Definitely.
So I think just from an outside perspective, this seems like quite a flexible way of doing things.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And specifically now, because we've broken it into different sections of Africa being represented, if someone in East Africa feels they want to step off, we can ask East Africa to give us someone to replace them after 2 years. So it is definitely more flexible. Yes, another question over there.
Thank you. I'm Busola Briggs, representing the president from Nigeria. On further consideration, if a tenure is 2 years, and then we have to go twice, which makes 4 years, I think we are okay with deciding for 4 years. So for us here, we are taking a decision that we'll stand by a tenure of 2 years, and if renewed, single 4 years, yeah, yes. Just single 4 years.
Yes, single 4 years is
single
perfect.
4 years. It's just perfect.
Yeah, that's great. So you don't ever need to stand for a second term. If you think 4 years is enough, you step off the board and we re-elect. It's only for people who want to be re-elected. They can serve a further 4 years. Okay, so I want to move on because we've only got an hour and a half and we have to still get to the voting of the board and the announcements. So I'm going to ask that we vote now to accept the Constitution. If you are happy to accept the Constitution, you will raise your hand. And if you are not happy to accept the changes to the Constitution, you will not raise your hand. So all in favor of accepting the changes to the Constitution, please raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, it's more than 10 out of 15. So we've got a 2/3 majority for accepting, and I thank you all very much for that. It's very gratifying to see that we'll actually have a 2022 Constitution and not a 1997 one. But as I said, this is a living document. This is not the final way the Constitution will always be. Moving forward, at every regional assembly, we should actually be changing part of the Constitution because the Constitution should be evolving as the ARS evolves. You know, in 1997, many countries did not have societies, and we know that's very different now. So let's hope that we keep changing and keep moving forward. Thank you. Abel.
So thank you very much, Gareth. And just to reiterate, the reasons the Constitution is being amended is for all inclusiveness. And there's a clause that I would specifically love to spend a bit more time on, and that's the representation from different regions. And we are hoping that in 2024 we have representation from the regions that are from all over Africa, and we can at least have everyone involved in making decisions for this. Now, Gareth has mentioned also that obviously, and Mama Bisola has come at the right time, there is an interim board that's going to be going until 2024. However, the people on the board of the ARIS should be representing their national societies. That's the idea. Ideally, presidents being members of the ARIS board. The reason is you understand your society and the needs of your country as a president for that society. If the president can't be part of the meeting, then they can select the secretary general or the vice president if they have. If none of those are available, they can get the treasurer. That's the idea, because then the decisions will flow to the society and the membership. So we hope that everyone here, of course, you could be a member of the society, but not an executive, it's fine, as long as you have the executive members present in this meeting, so that decisions can be done and made for the business meeting to happen. That being said, There are some people who are no longer serving on their national executives at the moment, and therefore might need to replace those to be part of the interim board. So I'll call upon Mama Bisola to guide us through this process, how we are going to do it. There are people who need to be replaced in that interim board. So I'll call upon Mama Bisola, please, to come and help us handle this aspect. So I don't know if you want to be looking at this.
Yeah.
Just highlight it.
Yeah. Hi everyone. I hope we've had a productive meeting so far. Your laptop is not touch screen. Yeah, and I'm short-sighted, so I'm going to do this. Okay, so the board shall be constituted of delegates representing the following geographical regions and languages. And we have South Africa, 1, Southern Africa, 2, East Africa, 2, Nigeria, 1, Northern Africa, 3, West Africa, 2, and others. Have we said that? Because I wasn't sure we went through. You've moved on. Oh, towards that. Okay. But I think now to form that interim, before we get there, we need to fill some posts, right? And I will start with, we need to fill 5. So I will start with North Africa, right? Because I think we need 1 from North Africa, and we would like you to self-nominate. If you are a president and you would like to be on the ARS interim board, please, you can self-nominate now. If you are 2 or 3 or 4 from that region, then we will have to vote. But if you are just 1, then it makes our life easy. So from the North African region, is there any president here? You look familiar. Mark, please, can you? Of Libyan society. Are you Maki? Oh, but you used to have Al-Maki? Okay, so you are the president.
I'm the president and elected in last October 2021.
But you don't want to be on the interim board?
No, I'm not. I don't like.
Okay. Is there any other person from the northern part of Africa that can... Do you nominate any other person? What?
Okay, I will join, no problem.
What is that? Sorry.
It's easy. It's easy. This is my first time to attend such events or activities, so I don't have enough information about details about to be a member.
Yeah, I think we had someone with us on the board from Morocco, right? Is he still interested or has he stepped down? That's another thing. Is he your friend? Has he stepped down? Is he interested? From?
I am from Morocco, but unfortunately we haven't paid our cotisation, so we cannot. We haven't paid the annual dues. So I don't know if we can. We're not eligible. That's the problem.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Can you? You have to pay. Oh, they are not up to date. So now we have Morocco.
It's okay for Libya. It's okay.
Okay, and you are representing Libya, did you say?
Yeah, it's okay.
You are the president of Libya.
Yeah, I'm the president of the Libyan Society for Anesthesia intensive care and resuscitation.
Awesome. And you are up to date with your deals?
Yeah, currently I'm the president. Okay.
Thank you very much. So we go to South Africa, and we already have who do we have? You are from South Africa. We have Gareth Davids from South Africa. Do we need one person, other person from Southern Africa, like all other countries in Southern Africa? Or Gareth is any other person from that part of the world, region? No, so Gareth is the only one here. We go to eastern part of Africa, and I think we have someone from eastern part of Africa. No? Okay, it's vacant. It's vacant because we don't have a president of the national societies. Yes, please, can you give him the mic?
Good afternoon. Edwin Lugazia from Tanzania. I'm the president of the SATA Institute of Tanzania, SATA. And I'm willing to join for the...
Thank you very much. So someone there, a round of applause for him, please. West Africa, where I think the Nigerian Society has a candidate. Nigeria. Oh, okay. East Africa? Any other person from East Africa? Oh, yes. Oh, we have how many candidates from East Africa? So please, let's take their names, and then that means we're going to vote.
I'm Stephen Okello, president of the Kenya Society of Anesthesiologists. If East Africa has only one slot, I'm going to support my brother from Tanzania. So I'll not
Okay, so that's
contest.
the second person from East Africa. Any other person from eastern part of the East Africa, please give him the mic. Can you please take notes for me? We have, who else is from East African region, please?
Yeah.
We have one
Yeah.
there, please, yes?
Okay, I'm also from East Africa, from Ethiopia.
Are you up to date with your deals?
Yes, we are up to date with the deal.
Are you the president?
I'm a general secretary.
Okay. Can we have his name, please? He's the general secretary. So we have 3 names now. And then another one on that side, please.
Thank you. I'm Cornelius Sendagre. I'm the Secretary General of the Association of Anesthesiologists of Uganda. And yes, we are up to date. And yeah, thank you.
Do you want to join the board?
No, I will support whoever is nominated from the
Okay,
region.
so we're back to Kenya? No? Tanzania and Ethiopia. So we're supposed to take two. So we can take the 2 of them.
What about, where is Rwanda? Rwanda isn't it?
Oh dear. Oh my God. We have Rwanda as well. Is Rwanda in eastern part of Africa? Central. Okay, so Rwanda is in central. A round of applause for the 2 people, please. Thank you. Welcome to the board. So who is going for Central Africa on the board? Do we have space for that? How many do we have now? We have only 5 slots. Just a minute. How many people do we have now?
So we have 3 now. We need 2 more.
Okay, can you tell me their names, please?
So we have Hassan from Libya.
Hassan from Libya. From Tanzania. Ethiopia. Yes? Okay. No, we're going to Central Africa now, right?
Oui. No, Central d'abord.
Please, can you give her the mic, please? Let's have the fall. Yeah, please.
I want to speak for Central Africa.
Central Africa.
We have how many places?
One.
No, by himself.
This is interim. It's not the main board. It's just interim.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can give the names.
Which names do you want to nominate?
The candidate, no. Cameroon have one candidate, one, comment vous appelez ça?
Is the Cameroon candidate still on the board?
Yes.
Please, can you please finalize? Let's know if the Cameroon candidate is a president of...
Ramon still in your society.
Pardon?
Ramon.
Who is Ramon? Ramon.
Yes.
Enjoyer?
Yes.
Yes.
Is he still part of the executive?
Yes, he's in the board, yes.
He's in the board. Okay.
Is he the president, of Cameroon?
Il est secrétaire général. He's secretary. General secretary.
He's the secretary?
Yes, he's coming, the one who...
Okay, so in that case, we are not replacing him because he's already on the board.
But in Central, we have also Gabon, Congo, c'est ça, no?
That will be 2024. This time around, we just want a few people to help. It's not the permanent. It's not based on the constitution of the new constitution. The new constitution, we will have 14 people. But now, we are just having the interim board.
Yes, please, Dr. Bisola, since yesterday, we wanted to have all these specifications. Everywhere I was following you because we needed this specification to prepare. Now we are discovering it here. So I don't understand why in Central Africa it's only Cameroon. We have Gabon here, we have Congo here. I don't understand.
We only need, how many countries are in Central Africa?
We have 3 countries.
3 countries in Central Africa.
No, s'il vous plaît, attendez.
4 countries in Central Africa. I don't get it, please.
You don't get my...
You have 4 countries in Central Africa.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have 4 people in Central Africa, that means that we will vote for one person from Central Africa.
Who will vote?
All of us will decide one person from Central Africa.
Mm-hmm. So we can have 4 candidates.
If you have 4 candidates, we have to elect only one.
I understand, but candidates does not mean that they will be elected, isn't it?
It doesn't mean they will be elected,
yes.
But in 2024...
We have 4 candidates, and we need candidates who are working in Africa.
I am sorry, because please, can you name the board again?
Which board?
Let's keep Central Africa on hold. And let's finish with West Africa, then we come back to Central Africa.
We come back, okay.
Yes. So West Africa, because we need to move forward, we need one from Nigeria. Nigeria, please. Nigeria.
Thank you. Al-Hassan Dati Mohammed from Nigerian Society of Anesthetists. I would like to nominate Dr. Busola Alagbe-Briggs.
Please, Dr. Alagbe-Briggs, can you introduce yourself? Are you a member of the executive of NSA?
Yes, thank you very much. I am Busola Alagbe-Briggs, Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, and I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. How many people do we have on the board now? So please, do you want to replace Ramon now? Do you want to replace him now? Ensure, because he's already on the board. Do you want to replace him with somebody else? We already have Dr. Enshaw Rameau on the interim board. Would you like to replace him with somebody else? No. So do we keep him till 2024? Yes. I want to be convinced that you want Rameau till 2024. Are we convinced? Yes. Okay. So Dr. Rameau stays until 2024. And I think that is the end of it. We have, yes, please. Please give Dr. Gareth Davis, Professor Zumenu, yeah?
There's something I don't understand. What about West Africa?
Okay, let's say, Doctor.
Because you say Nigeria is a part, and there is West Africa.
Yes, we will take that. We will take that. The next one, please.
Okay.
Dr. Gareth, please, can we have you say something?
So I just wanted to confirm that we have another spot for West Africa apart from Nigeria. So we have one from South Africa, two from East Africa, one from Central, one from North Africa, one from Zambia, which is probably either South or East, depending how you look. And then we'd have one from Nigeria, and we'd have space for one more from West Africa.
So can we take nominations from a national society in West Africa, please? Nomination from a national society who is paid up, fully paid up, who will be on the interim board. Dr. Uman Khan, Kesco to D.
Yes, but I am not the president now of my society.
Oh.
I'm the past president.
Okay, okay.
I am not also in the board.
All right. So do we have any other person who is president, sitting president, please?
Yes, I am the president of the Benin Society.
Okay, so do we have Professor Zumenu now on the board?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, who else is from West Africa, please? Or do we pass so that we can go forward? Because the purpose of this interim board is to organize, to help us organize the next conference.
Oui, mais le président peut nominer. Okay.
Okay, what, please? Zumenu, je n'ai pas compris.
Professeur Zumenu se propose.
Oh, okay. Zumenu se propose. Donc, nous avons Professeur Zumenu dans la board. West Africa.
Oui, West Africa.
Oui?
Oui.
Oui. Okay, please, a round of applause for him. And so now we have a total of 9. We have 8. Are you sure? Please, all the new board members, can you please stand up? Let's see you. Please, let's see you, let's see you. And I need you to take their pictures so that we don't have any problems with later. Take their pictures now. Board members, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who is not here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Ramot. He had better come because next time we say we did not see him, we don't know. They would, yeah, another obligation because they, okay. Can I please announce this, that because Rwanda has just is hosting us, and we will need them to be able to advise us and tell us about their experiences, Rwanda will automatically be on the board until elections in 2024. As I was absent, I was talking to the Global Health Ladies meeting panel, and have you dealt with the Constitution, please? That is done. Okay. Yes, wine, please.
Thanks, Basola. Just for my understanding as an observer, we have the interim board, but we also have the 2 WFSA council members who are ex officio. They do not vote on the board.
Yes, yes.
Yes, great.
Yes,
so
correct.
So we have the 2 council members plus 8, 9 members.
Plus 8. So Philippe Mavungo and myself, we are both on the WFSA Council, for your information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to take our pictures so that nobody can say that they don't know the council member? Philip says I'm married. Who is going to take our pictures? I'll take this one first.
He doesn't want to be crowded. He wants
Thank you.
So we get the rest of the board.
And everybody. And in addition, I want to say thank you to Philip. He's shepherded ARS right from Marrakesh, and he's done a lot of work to make sure that he brings all of us together. So thank you very much to Philip. Yes, please. Oh, what do you want me to do with this?
Just he was thanking you.
Akote do Bisala? Come on. Nobody mentioned it. Merci tout le monde.
Merci.
Yeah, please. Oh, okay. Oh, hold it. Don't go away. Wine.
And Christine, yeah.
Christine, please, I want you right. You love the photos. And I'll see. Yes, fantastic. Okay. I'll stay here. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Thanks. So what's the next thing? Abel?
Yes. So now, ideally, at this regional assembly, we're supposed to elect the president and the president-elects. However, because this is an interim board, among the board themselves who have been selected, they'll choose who will be acting for that interim. Who will be the president acting for that interim between now and 2024. So that decision will be done by the board that has been voted in now to make who is going to be the one to lead at this moment. And then 2024, we then vote for those 2 positions at Regional Assembly, president and president-elect. Now, we are going to reemphasize the ideas to get all nationals involved in the decision-making process of the ARIS. That being said, there was a bid that was sent for hosting the 2024 and 2027 and 2029. I'm going to invite Philip, one of our EXCO officials, to come and announce who's going to host in 2024, 2027, and 2029, and you explain why the 2027 and 2029, please.
Yes. So the different national societies have received already the binding letter where we propose that we'll bid for 2024, decide for 2024 here during the Congress, but also we received proposal for 2027. Yes, we said 2027 and 2029. We have 3 very good candidacies for these different congresses. After a long discussion in the board, it appears to us that the next Congress, the 2024 one, will be held in South Africa, in Johannesburg, Gauteng State, with the Gauteng Societies of Anesthesia. So, but meanwhile, during the discussion, we find that it was good, as they were a bit prepared already for that, to accept the next venue as the Tanzania has proposed. So for 2027, it will be in Arusha, in the heart of Africa. And there was a proposal from Ethiopia, the heart of the African Union, and the possibility to be hosted in the house of the African Union. So it is very symbolic. We did not lose this opportunity, and 2029 will be in Ethiopia. This will be confirmed in Arusha. This will be confirmed for 2027 and 2029. But it seems that the societies are already committed to organize this meeting. Meanwhile, they will learn from Johannesburg, from Tanzania, we keep on improving the things. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Philip. And then just to add on why it's 2024, then it comes to 2027 and 2029. I'm sure you know why. To avoid having our Congress in a year that the WFSA is actually having a World Congress. So that's why we'll go now to 27 to go back to the old numbers. We were there, but COVID happened. Then things changed. So we are going back now to 2027, 29, so it will be an odd numbered arrangement. So thank you very much all for attending, but I'll go upon just the question or comment, please.
Well, two things. Just, Abel, did you want to ask about any other business?
Yes.
But in the meantime, can I just say a couple of things?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So I'll come up there.
Yeah, sure.
Just I'd like to congratulate the African Regional Section and also the Rwandan Society for hosting this meeting. We'll have a closing ceremony tomorrow, so we will look forward to saying a few things there, but I think as a region you can feel very proud of this meeting, and I think all of us are also very happy to be meeting face to face after a very difficult couple of years with the COVID-19 pandemic. I just want to make one other little announcement, which is that many of you will be aware that we undertook a consultation process where we asked member societies about changing to a 2-yearly World Congress. And based on the feedback that we got, we made some changes to that proposal, and we decided in May of this year that we would move to a 2-yearly World Congress, and that Congress would alternate between a bigger meeting, similar to the one that we've had until this time, and a smaller meeting of around 2,000 delegates on the every other second year. So in 2024, the meeting will be in Singapore. That will be a big meeting. In 2026, the meeting will be in the African or Middle East region, African and Middle East region. So we are currently putting together guidelines and details about how to host the World Congress, but that I think is something to really look forward to, seeing another World Congress in Africa in the year 2026. And just for completeness, 2028 will be in Vancouver, Canada. Does anybody want to ask any questions about that? I'm personally very excited that we're going to be having a meeting in the African region again, a World Congress, and it really is part of the drive of the WFSA to try and really improve diversity of the organisation and to improve representation so that we get to all regions of the world and everybody in the world can get to a World Congress and participate. No questions? You don't look very excited. I'm excited about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, we'll come to the part for any other business. Any other things that you want to raise to this house regarding the operations or anything else that you might have observed that you might want it to address? All right, so if there's nothing, then I'd like to thank, okay, please go ahead. You can introduce yourself and where you're coming from.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Irene from Nigeria. Just something I observed, the language barrier and being able to carry everyone along. When you speak whatever language you are, you're quite fast and it's difficult for people to kind of first interpret it in their brains to English. And it now seems some persons may not be carried along at the same pace. So it would be nice if going forward at our meetings, we can have translations to French, and from French to English and to Arabic for those from North Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that speaks to the Constitution. Actually, that's why we have gotten people from all those regions. The idea is that they will help us to find the way we could translate it into those languages. However, we will see how it will happen in South Africa if we can manage to translate, but we'll see how it goes. But that's the idea, is to be able to carry everyone with us. All right. Any other comments?
Yeah. My name is Mohamed Ali Ukagbo from Sierra Leone. I'm happy to be here as a WFSA scholar. Even though yesterday we had the opportunity to say thanks to WFSA, I think it's another opportunity. It's never much to say thanks to WFSA again for inviting us to this all wonderful meeting as a scholar. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out, it has been mentioned by our Nigerian counterpart, which is actually quite necessary. I think language, we should find a way out to neutralize it in a form that all of us can be in the same page. We are happy and we're happy. We hope to be attending all African congresses and hopefully the world congresses as well. Thank you all and thank you WFSA.
Thank you very much. Mama Bisola, you had your hand up?
We'll be talking about collaboration in Africa, and I think it's very important that we are all there tomorrow to at least look at a few things concerning Africa and how we can collaborate across nations, across regions. We've already seen a bit of it with what Bruce Bicard is doing, and I think it's very important that we learn how to work together, irrespective of the region that we come from. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and just want to thank everyone again for coming, and once again, thank for the Rwandan Society for the organization and the support that we've always get from WFSA, and both in many ways and also their physical presence, which adds much meaning to our event. So thank you very much, Wayne and Kristen, for being here. And then now, at this moment, we're going to ask that those who have been put on the board remain behind, and then business starts now. So for now, the others, we can excuse us, and then all those who are now on the board, please remain behind. Work starts just about now. Thank you very much, all.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Jackson Quizera, and I'm honored to be moderating this session. We are expecting to be hearing from different people presenting their abstracts. And I invite people from just the bottom to come in the front so that we just catch up more information from the abstracts and new knowledge. And that's it. That is the reason why we are inviting Dr. Mpoki here with us to be presenting about a very good topic, which is about the development of quality indicator set for implementation of network in a network of lower and middle income country registries. Dr. Mpoki, you're welcome. We are eager to hear from you. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. That is the presentation that I'm about to make on behalf of the College of Anesthesiologists of East Central and Southern Africa about the workforce in East Central and Southern Africa. Prior to this presentation, I need to make one submission. Those of us that were in room 3 would remember that we spent some time building a case for the adoption of a process that will help us to reach at a level that services will be of a quality that will assure good outcomes through the planning and implementing a process that will bring together surgery, obstetrics, anesthesia on what is known as National Surgical Obstetric Anesthesia Planning. That can only work if the parameters are very clear. In this case, our contribution was to build a case for an alternative approach to bridging the gap of human resource for health of the 6 building blocks for strengthening health systems that were drawn by the World Health Organization. You can only strategize to bridge that gap once you know what is in your hands and what is it that you need. And the best place to start is by asking ourselves, in this region, what is the situation? That is what builds the momentum in the offering of alternative path of training of medical specialists through the fellowship training program that is currently offered by the College of Anesthesiologists for East Central and Southern Africa. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, so kind of, yeah. All right, so this was a paper that was produced under the auspices of the college itself, Queen's University, Belfast in Ireland, the College of Anesthesiologists of Ireland, they call it an Association of Anesthetists of Uganda, and the reason for that stammering is because of the historical past, the College of Surgeons of East Central and Southern Africa, together with the Royal College of Surgeons Ireland, the Institute of Global Surgery. And I want to thank Eric O'Flynn, who's in our midst, for the work that he did when we were doing this work, together with Sophia Masuka, the administrator at the college, for making sure that the papers that we sent across were worked upon, and when they were brought back, we were able to analyze. We do not have any conflict of interest, and this presentation is made here for information because it's already received an ethical approval, and it has been published online ahead of print. So those of you with interest, that you can make that, you can take a copy of that slide and then approach and see the nitty-gritty details of what went into this work. And so those are the authors, and it is our paper, all of us from East Central and Southern Africa who are part to this college. It's imperative that we also appreciate the fact that insufficient numbers of people that provide quality, reliable, and safe anesthetic services in the region of East Central and Southern Africa is a barrier to quality surgery, and therefore the outcomes are not what is expected when compared with such or similar surgical interventions in other countries. So this then necessitated drawing and putting across a study that cut across the board to describe anesthesiologists' workforce in 8 CANEXA member countries. Now, we employ the results of this study to create a support structure for strategies to scale up, but also retain the distribution of this workforce in the region. Other factors notwithstanding. This map is out to show us where this study was done, and this does not exhaust all member countries to CANEXA. So we have as far as Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia. We also have Malawi, Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda as part to the countries from which the data was obtained. I hope I remembered to mention Zimbabwe. So no research is complete without adequate data collection, and our data sources were collected between May and September, the year of our Lord 2020. And the sources clearly were the Canexa records of college members, so those were the foundational members of the college, together with those that are fellows to the college, National Medical Council registers from the region, Anesthesia Association or Society registers, Zambia College of Medicine and Surgery records, training course attendees, together with the records that went with them. Now, we had to validate this exercise. In doing so, we did a cross-check of records through direct contact of individuals from where this information was obtained, or their peers, or those people that employed them. In other words, data that were reached the level of analysis had to have received 2 or more sources of validation. So the anesthesiologist's data had the name, gender, age, active or inactive practice, the countries of origin, the first postgraduate and anesthesiology qualification, if there has been any subspecialty training after they received that, and where they are employed primarily in serving the cause of anesthetic services. And then we went to the hospital where we obtained the name of the hospital, its location, and whether it offered training or not. For our college, we have hospitals that are accredited to offer training where people registering to the college can train. And then we also needed to know whether that hospital was owned by the government, that's public, or it was a private or faith-based hospital. The results of our analysis provided 411 qualified anesthesiologists from all the countries that you see on the map. Now, the colors are very clear. The red indicates a place where the presence is less than 0. So that means, you know, the general ratio is 0.19 per 100,000 population. And we'll be building a case why this is important, because there is a number that is supposed to be arrived at for every such number of population. One of the things that comes out very clear, urban centers in all the countries that took part in this study seem to be having an unfair number of service providers within this region. This is what is going to put meat to the skeleton that I just presented, because each of the countries that took part in this study has a number of service providers to the level of anesthesiology, and the estimated population by 2019 population estimates. So Eswatini has 4. That gives a ratio of 0.34 compared to Kenya that has 176 in a population of 53 million, giving almost the same at 0.33. Malawi with 4, having the lowest, because there are only 4 anesthesiologists, but in a population of over 18 million, giving us a ratio of 0.02, Rwanda 0.25, and Zimbabwe having the highest of 0.46. Other countries fall in between. You have to remember that it's the number of service providers in a population versus what that population is like. So if you have a big number, but the population is so big, then the effect of the number is going to be swallowed by the many people that are found in that country. The majority, like I said, 67.5% of service providers with the qualification of anesthesiologist are found in urban centers. And those urban centers have a population of more than 1 million people. That cuts across the board. There's no country that is saved from this. And there are some that are out of the country, like where you see we do not even know where these individuals are located. Now, a majority of the trainees, a majority of these service providers were trained in their country, and 95.1% they trained in their own countries and they're working in their own countries. The difference then is a little bit for those that are not working in their countries. I have to appreciate the fact that our labor force is very youthful at 41 years of age. That is the summary that is made when all the ages are collated and the mid-range of the ages is considered. 1/3 are female. Young anesthesiologists are still appearing to be ladies, and the most are employed by the government, but that's about 61.6%. The 38.4 is still significant in the private sector. With this information on our hands, what are we trying to learn? Number one, in the EXA region, those who provide anesthetic services from a specialist perspective tend to be young, they're locally trained, they are general in their service provision, they're not super specialized. And a majority of them are in urban centers, majority are male, but the lady folk is increasing in number, and before long, they may be at par or even supersede that of males. However, even with this picture that is painted, the numbers are insufficient, and we are grateful that these numbers are growing. All right. The numbers of anesthesiologists in CANEXA member countries are extremely low. This is about 5% internationally recommended numbers. So in other words, what we are saying here is if 100% was to be the number, then in the EXA region is just 5% of what is anticipated. It is this number that is fueling the desire to advocate for a greater than normal enrollment of people on this alternate pathway of producing the specialized anesthetic labor force. It is this 5% that again is fueling our desire to create other streams of super specialization within the same framework where individuals don't move from their hospitals, but they learn and only appear for exams after a prescribed period of time of their studies. All right. When we were doing this study, we also needed to show where we were coming from and where we were going. There was a study that was done between 2015 and 2016, where the numbers are projected on the right side. The numbers in the middle are what exists at the moment. So like Eswatini had 7, the numbers have gone down to 4. This indicates that several things could have happened and to contribute to this attrition. One, chances are that those people who were providing those services were not citizens of that country, and so when contracts expired, they just had to move elsewhere. Number 2, we may have suffered a brain drain, people looking for greener pastures elsewhere. And the few that remained are the most patriotic to say, come rain or sunshine, we shall remain with our people. Malawi is the same story. There were 5, and now there are 4. The beauty about the Malawi structure is that those 4, we only expect the number to grow now with the fellowship training program where we see so many people are interested, and there's greater support from the international community to ensure that Malawi is served appropriately. Other countries, the evidence is very clear that the numbers are growing. For instance, Tanzania started with 24. By the time we were doing the study, they had reached the number of 36. And all other countries, these numbers are growing. When we did the first study, total number in the region was 333, and now there are 411, and this number is growing. We have to remember from the other argument that I raised that because of the population growing within the region, the impact of the raising numbers of trainees does not seem to be very significant. However, because our training program produces faster than the population growth, we believe that in the coming decade or so, we shall start seeing the impact of the training program supplementing the existing numbers of service providers. We shall also need to stress at that point in time that even if some people are retiring, those that are taking over will definitely make an impact in ensuring that the numbers are the same. Of the total increase of the numbers in the same population ratio, we would expect the numbers to reflect that truth as time goes by. And we are talking of anesthesia here, but we also have to remember that anesthesia is not a standalone profession in the medical field, together with other specialties for quality services to be a product. We need also to be frank that the numbers that we produce here emanated from the responses that we received from the questionnaires that we sent across. So the limitations on the numbers here are that we considered only fully qualified anesthesiologists. We didn't consider those that were in training. Number two, this was a cross-sectional study, a snapshot at that point in time when the questionnaires were circulated. If people graduated after, despite the fact that it was in the same year, these will be left out, and so the numbers are not going to be reflected here. So we need to acknowledge that because we did this thing as a cross-section, then the number was accurate at that point in time, not necessarily bearing in mind what happened after the studies were carried forward. And then this study did not endeavor to justify with data the number of hours that individuals spent in public versus private institutions. Now, this is very crucial because a majority of our people seek health services in public health institutions. So if we are to expect the outcome to be better and the quality to be sustained, then those two must be balanced. So we know precisely that because the number of hours providing these services are mostly concentrated in the private sector, we expect the outcome to be better on that side as compared to the public sector. We cannot talk about that. And then one other thing is that some data was not available. So challenges and opportunities, as always, include maldistribution of anesthesiologists relative to the population. Most of our team is found in urban and well-established centers. Opportunities, in this case, then increasing percentage of women in the anesthesiology workforce, and also resulting from a rise in the number of female medical school graduates and the desire for them to contribute to the good of their society by joining us in this work. And then the other opportunity is the privilege of launching the collegiate training to address a need for expansion of high-quality anesthesiology training. It's so high that we are not scared that these fellows can meet the challenge of their knowledge anywhere around the world, because the curriculum is well vetted locally but also internationally, and the examiners are homegrown, but they are moderated as a benchmark by those that are more knowledgeable than ourselves. And then we, in addressing the strategies to expand the anesthesiology workforce, in the region, strategies need to be put in place to concentrate on increasing local education, training, and the mechanisms of retaining these individuals that would have been trained, so that we develop a solution to address the maldistribution. A while ago, when we were addressing the issue of quality, we realized that when people are not remunerated properly, that becomes a pull factor for them to move away from where they are located to places where they will find means and ways of supporting themselves and their work. I would like to pause there. Thank you very much for your attention, and acknowledge the contribution of the individuals that are listed for this work. It was a team effort. I cannot claim as a president of the college that I did this work alone, and for them, I'm very grateful for this kind of work that has given us an opportunity to share with the world a snapshot of what is happening in the EXA region. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Again, a big applause to Dr. Mpoki. I think this is a big and an impressive job with Dr. Mpoki and colleagues. While we are waiting for the IT team to put on the second presentation, any question? Question to the presenter? None?
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. My name is Aderonke Adesio, and I'm a consultant anesthetist from Nigeria. So your topic is very interesting because it's addressing anesthesia manpower. And I think I came in the middle, but I think it's in East Africa. Am I right? East and Central Africa. Okay. So, well, from Nigeria, we also have the same problem, but I just wanted to make a comment that you said at the end of your lecture that a main problem is, a main challenge is addressing the issue of redistribution of, maldistribution of anesthetists. So in my country, there's within the residency training program and even in accrediting training institutions, they insist on rural posting or a rural hospital. I don't know if you have that in your country. So I'd also like to, I think that's one way that you can at least provide that anesthetic cover for rural areas or areas where they have a low physician, anesthetist population as against the general population. So the other thing I want to say here, since All Africa is here, is that I think collaboration is a main way we can address the issue of manpower in Africa. I've been speaking with a few people and I'm saying, why can't I say I know they are doing it, you know, bit by bit in some areas, but I think we can here decide that we're all going to collaborate to ensure that we have anesthetists in disadvantaged countries and even localities within our countries. So for example, why can't I take 2 years off, a sabbatical for my country, and I find it easy to work in Egypt or to work in Botswana or to work in Ghana without the bottlenecks that I usually would meet. And when we have a program that ensures that this collaboration, everybody is involved, everybody is represented, then it's easy to move around anesthetists around the continent. Yes. So I think that's something we should look into and help ourselves with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We begin by addressing the last portion to the comment that she made. If we have a training program that produces individuals whose qualifications are recognized in all the countries, that will not be a problem. Even in the EXA region, it should be possible for people that have received fellowship from the college to work in any of the EXA member states. We have inherited certain systems that disenfranchise ourselves, where if I train in one country, I need to go and verify my qualifications in another country. The East African community had a system that would recognize such training from any of the countries. At the moment, we are yet to harmonize our qualifications within the EXA region. It is the next challenge because since ministers of health are the bosses of the College of Health Sciences, we should be able to come to a place where any person training under the umbrella of the College of Anesthesiologists of East Central and Southern Africa would be accepted in any of those countries. The College of Anesthetists actually provided certain services in Eswatini, Lesotho, and Malawi a few years back, pro bono. in addressing such dire need. But this was through medical surgical camps. All we were required to do was to prove that we qualified from our own countries within the region, and that's what got verified by the medical and dental registration boards in those countries that accepted us. So we did some work in Lesotho without a problem. We went to Eswatini without a problem. And when we went back to Malawi, the same thing happened with very, very impressive results, which saved the people the trouble of traveling long distances, but also governments paying for those individuals to be trained, to be treated in other countries. The first part of the question, indeed, we need to come together and agree that this need is real. The moment we realize that it's real, then solutions to finding the best way out of that situation becomes at our disposal. We agree on the best way forward. So the member countries of the EXA region, through their ministers of health, in 2009, agreed that it was not possible to depend on the MED program to fill the gap of medical specialists. They said an alternative had to be arrived at. And so that's how the College of Health Sciences for EXA region was born. Under the umbrella of the College of Health Sciences, we have several streams. So we have the College of Surgeons, we have College of Pediatricians, we have College of Physicians, Obstetricians, Gynecologists, College of Nurses, we have anesthesiology, we have ENT, we have ophthalmology, and many others are still coming, including oncology. And our desire is to be a one-stop center that will offer training, but also validate qualifications from institutions across the region that offer training in medical specialties without using the same curriculum, but expected to produce a qualified individuals with a quality that can meet the challenges anywhere across the region. The college in West Africa is a partner college, and we are looking forward to programs that are going to be funded for the Africa region to benefit both the West, the East, Central, and Southern Africa in the process, for the countries that are willing to accept this mode of training. The recognition of these trainees in various countries is another question that needs to be addressed from day to day. But that's job in progress, and we are not worried that a time is going to come when people will be very happy that they approved individuals went through this system because of the quality of work that they are doing in averting the consequences that will come from individuals that are not as qualified in training. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Dr. Mpoki. The next presenter is Dr. Buramba. And as we are running out of time, please make sure you just be quick. And we will be expecting 1 or 2 questions and quick answers. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to All Africa 2022. I'm just waiting for my slides. What I promised to deliver today. Wrong slide. What I plan to deliver today is to speak about the quality indicators that have been developed through a Delphi, an international collaboration Delphi exercise that we, yes, perfect, thank you. Yes, so talk about the ICU quality indicators that we might be interested in as colleagues in Africa, because these have been developed through a fairly robust system, but with context in mind. And I want to start by acknowledging that this is not my personal work, but this is another collaborative effort that we've seen from this group. You may not be aware, but I'm sure there are colleagues here who are part of the Crit Care Africa and Crit Care Asia that has done this work through a Wellcome Trust that you can access if you can scan that barcode and read about the project. It's an inclusive project. I think they still want to encourage more ICUs to sign up, so don't feel shy about that. We recognize that in Africa, post-COVID, there is much interest in ICU than there was before. We know that ICU care at the different levels is going to be scaled up. And as we do that, we also need to have some sort of monitor of the kind of care that we provide to our patients. We also acknowledge that most of the indicators we read about in the literature have come from the high-income countries, which might not exactly translate to our environment. So this group set out to ask the question, what do people who work in ICUs in low, middle-income countries think would be the key indicators that should be tracked to show the level of care that they're providing? And I promise you that in the end, we came up with 14 indicators, so please stay around to see what those are. Our aim was to develop this set of indicators, but also look into what are the potential barriers and facilitators for implementation of these in case they were to be rolled out. So we used a modified Rwanda-Delphi technique, and you can read about that methodology, but it's a qualitative methodology, which started by identifying stakeholders. And as you will see later on, it wasn't only clinicians, but we had researchers, we had quality improvement people, we had nurses, and other people that we think are key stakeholders in ICU care. We based some of our discussions on what the Lancet Commission has come up to define as the pillars for quality care, and that's foundations, processes, and quality impact. So your indicators should reflect that. We looked at indicators in 5 categories. That's patient safety, patient-centered outcomes, cost of care, as well as staff well-being. We appreciate that we also need to take care of the carers. And the voting went on where 4 rounds of voting where we asked the questions of, was the indicator valid, was it feasible, and was it sensitive to change or reliable? And during this process, some indicators were brought on board. Initially, we started out with about 84 that we got from a scoping review. During that process, we brought in new ones, we took out others, and as we go forward, whatever you see in green is something that was accepted as a consensus, and we just had to keep that in, and what's in red was taken out. The middle colors, yellow and orange, were the kind of the indicators that we had to go back and forth to discuss and see if they made sense. So the voting grounds were 4, and we moved from about 84 indicators, put in some, take out some, deliberate in a number of sessions. We had 4 running from April to around September until we came up with the 14 indicators that were prioritized. But I have to say that there were some discussions also around other indicators that some regions felt should be prioritized, but they were not really prioritized by other regions. So Africa, for example, would think that one indicator should be prioritized, but yet Oceanasia or Southeast Asia did not feel the same. So we called those aspirations or indicators that we should aspire to. The colors indicate the countries where the members of the Delphi process came from and what their contribution was. But essentially, we had a total of 71 colleagues participating from 30 countries and 4 voting grounds. This is the detail of who really was involved. I think the only thing I want to point out is kind of a consistency as you run through the 4 voting grounds. The numbers did not change that greatly to make this process invalid. although there were some variations across board. So what were the results? What did we prioritize in this process? So whatever is in green is good, and red, there were a number of issues, either to do with reliability, feasibility, and cost. But essentially, this is what we came up with. These are the indicators that the participants of the Delphi felt should be tracked and we should use in low middle income countries as indicators for ICU care. So just to run through the list, patient to nurse ratio. So you should monitor your patient to nurse ratio. And we have definitions. When the paper is finally published, it's in print. When it's finally published, there will be all the details for the definitions of what each of these indicator means. And that was also another process that we had to go through, defining what they mean. Intensivist staffing to bed ratio, ICU experience of the nursing staff came out strongly. ICU medical night coverage, the duration of mechanical ventilations for your patient, incidence of nosocomial bloodstream infections, incidence of VAP, pressure injuries, or commonly called bed sores as one of the other indicators, incidence of drug-resistant organisms without specifying one, but all of them, and then availability of continuous monitoring, that's auto monitoring, heart rate, NIBP, number of patients being moved out of the ICU for lack of funds. One of the aspiration indicators was the number of patients that can't access the ICU because of lack of funds as one of the indicators. ICU length of stay, hospital length of stay, and adjusted ICU mortality. Aspirational one-year mortality, so that's something that you can choose depending on your capacity that you can choose to do. We didn't include it among the 14. Time for the patient to return to work, or if they ever return to work and resume their normal function. Post-ICU quality of life, what are they able to do after their admission? So as I conclude, 57 indicators were discussed from which we selected the 14. And we think that these have been prioritized, and probably we should start to try and validate them and see if they actually give us the kind of information we'd like them to do. And we, in that group, in the Criticare Africa, Criticare Asia group, there are ICUs that are starting to do this to look at to validate these indicators, essentially. One of the last slides is about perceived barriers on what would stop us from achieving these or monitoring these, and also some facilitating factors. So barriers, data collection, that's the upper section. Collection of data, the burden of data collection as an additional work for you as a clinician, absence of standardized definitions, and others. Fear for future pay of performance came out for some ICUs that are especially private. And then in the facilitators, we had especially electronic data extraction. So if we can capture data electronically, that was felt to be a facilitator for use of this barrier, these indicators, sorry. So this is the group. I don't take any credit. This particular work was led by Vrinda Parif. She's, I think, from Mahindo. But this is the whole list of some of the colleagues that participated, the colleagues that are on the grant. And yeah, you can reach out to all these people. If you're interested in looking at the preprint for the paper about these indicators, you can scan that and you'll get that paper. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bulamba, for an opportunity to connect with him and get other opportunities. Let's thank Bulamba, and then you will just see him in afterwards. Our next presenter is going to talk about remote education that needs assessment for regional anesthesia and analgesia in Rwanda. I think, who is presenting? if he's not around. Let's welcome the post-operative analgesia comparison. And he's going to introduce himself so quick. Will you have 8 minutes provided? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Joseph Opala. I'm a consultant anesthetist from National Hospital, Nigeria. Post-operative pain is a big issue in our environment for patients that come for elective lower limb orthopedic surgery. Most commonly in Nigeria, we use spinal anesthesia, but we've realized that it is limited in the sense that there is usually little or no post-operative analgesia. So we basically compared the post-operative analgesic efficacy of magnesium sulfate and fentanyl as adjuncts to spinal bupivacaine for patients undergoing lower limb orthopedic surgeries. And we had some objectives. In the objective that we studied, first of all, the proportion of patients that scored equal to or less than 3 on numerical rating scale at the 4th hour after the establishment of the block, the pain scores at the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 12th hour from the time of the block, the time to first analgesic request, the total opioid consumption in 24 hours, the patient satisfaction with pain relief, and the incidence of side effects were all considered. So we conducted a randomized double-blind study in 70 patients. Fentanyl group received 25 micrograms of fentanyl, and Maxov group received 50 milligrams of magnesium sulfate that was co-administered with a standard hyperbaric dose of 50 milligrams bupivacaine. The socio-demographic characteristics were basically comparable in the two groups. We noticed that the height of the patients were, the Maxov group were taller than the patients in the fentanyl group. From our analysis, that was what we discovered. For the spinal block characteristics, this wasn't really part of our objectives, but we just wanted to see if there were any significant difference in the onset of block, the interspace that was utilized, the maximum block height, and the quality of block. Well, no significant difference, although most of the patients reported excellent to good quality of block as against poor quality of block. So for our most important objective, the proportion of patients that scored less than 3 at the 4th hour, that's the pain score. It was significantly higher in the magnesium sulfate group compared to the fentanyl group, and it was about 54% compared to about 78% in the fentanyl groups. For the duration of analgesia, or the time to first analgesic request, it was also significantly lower in the Maxov group compared to the fentanyl group, 210 minutes in Maxov group compared to 243 minutes in the fentanyl group. So obviously fentanyl prolonged the duration way better than the Maxov group. This is just to show that at the time when they reported or they required analgesia for the first time, their pain score was within normal, was basically comparable in the two groups. Next slide. For the pain scores at the 4th and the 5th hour postoperatively, they were significantly higher in the Maxov group at the 4th and the 5th hour. Thereafter, we noticed that the 6th and the 12th hour pain scores were basically comparable in the both groups, as the P value was less than greater than 0.05. So for the this is a table showing us the pain scores at the different times that they were assessed, and this was pain scores at rest, because we also assessed pain scores on movement of the limbs. And you can see from this graph that's the 4th and 5th hour, you had higher scores in the Maxov group. We had about the same kind of trend when we assessed pain while moving the patient's limb, basically the same, but the values were higher than when pain was assessed at rest, but 6th and 12th hour, there were no difference in the both groups. For the cumulative pethidine consumption, 24 hours after the procedure, it was significantly higher in the Marksov group, about 225 milligram, compared to fentanyl group, about 200 milligrams. So obviously fentanyl had an opioid sparing effect, and we all know the issues associated with opioids. For the level of patient satisfaction and the side effect profile, there wasn't any significant difference when the both groups were compared. So Marksov showed some good effects here. So this is just the table showing us the level of patient satisfaction. There wasn't any significant difference, but it's important to note that most of the patients reported very good to excellent level of satisfaction. So this was what we found. Next slide. There are some theories that may have explained the lower post-op analgesic efficacy in Marksov group. Number one is the fact that the dose we used is lower than what a previous Nigerian study had used. They used twice the dose that was used in the study. Also, the interaction between Marksov and bupivacaine would have led to two important mechanisms. Number one, enhanced metabolism. The cytochrome P450 enzyme that metabolizes bupivacaine is also sensitive to Marksov. So enzyme induction by Marksov could cause faster metabolism of bupivacaine. And also there is local vasodilatation caused by Marksov that could have caused systemic absorption of bupivacaine, and that could have accounted for some of the results we got. In conclusion, fentanyl offered superior post-op analgesic efficacy compared to Marksov, because patients in group M reported higher 4th and 5th hour pain scores, shorter time to first analgesic requests, higher lower total opioid consumption in the first 24 hours, and then the 6th hour pain score was basically comparable 6th and 12th hour in the both groups. And these are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, we will profit to approach him in the posts for more connections. For a matter of time, you come and sit. We hear from the next presenter. Impact of upgraded pediatric operating rooms on surgical volume in Africa. Evidence from Burkina Faso. Is the presenter around? If this one is not around, we hear from heart valve surgery in children, clinical profile and operative outcome in African population. Is the presenter around? Now let's go to the next one, predictive procedures, pain-related intensity in non-communicating post-operative ICU patients. So, is Cornelius Sendagire around? You're welcome, Cornelius.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to be talking about implementation of the National Intensive Care Registry. I'm Cornelius Sendagire, and I'm from Uganda. All right, so this talk is, there's a bit of conflict of interest because of that, but the general principles that I'm going to talk about are not in any way biased to what I'm going to talk about. So if we look at critical illness in low and middle-income countries, we know that there is a huge burden, and Uganda is not an exception to this. Most of this is as a result of trauma, obstetric complications, sepsis, and all this is mostly in typically younger patients compared to high-income countries, who potentially have reversible disease or recoverable disease, as well as a chance to have a meaningful life. However, when you compare that with high-income countries, there's 70% odds of death in our setting, in our ICUs. So what we need to look at in this case is, for example, Uganda. Before COVID-19, we had about 12 ICUs with 55 ICU beds. And during the time of COVID-19, we had a flux of the number of ICUs to nearly 30, which is about 150% increase. And that seems to indicate that maybe there should be an improvement in care and access, but that may not necessarily translate to good outcomes. This doesn't seem to be working. So regarding resource usage, it doesn't really matter how many resources you have. If you do not know how to use those resources, they will just never be enough. And it's important, therefore, that for the resources that we have, we try to plan for them. However, we have a significant gap, and one of those is critical illness epidemiology, which we have very limited understanding of, even though we have a couple of papers that have indicated the kind of critical illness we have in Uganda. The way we care for our patients, how does that impact outcomes? The way we use our resources, how does that affect patient outcomes? And next slide. And we have to make sure that we plug the gap, and hopefully we think this can be plugged by implementing a patient registry. Next slide. All right, so the role of a registry in most cases, as we shall see, is to allow you to evaluate the care that you're providing, allow you to benchmark the care that is being given, as well as implement quality improvement strategies that will help your patients to improve over time. And so doing this will allow you to also implement clinical trials or quality improvement projects in that regard. Next slide. And Fred already talked about this, quality indicators that have been approved by a group of experts globally can allow us to try and see how we perform in our own settings. Next slide. All right, so this is not a new concept. We know that the UK, the Brazilians, the Australians all have ICU patient registries, and they use these registries to try and understand the kind of patients that they have. But for us to get to that level of personalized medicine, we need to first understand the critical illness epidemiology, the resources we are using to try and tailor the care that we need for our patients. Next slide. And so we set out to try and fill in this gap by implementing a national cloud-based registry that would be used at the facility level as well as the national level to try and improve the quality of care that we provide in our ICUs. Next slide. And so this is how we did it. So the first step is always to have a collaboration. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. And so in partnership with the Collaboration for Research and Implementation Training in Intensive Care, that's Critical Care Asia and Africa, we had the registry embedded. This was the registry that is a spin-off from Sri Lanka, involving over 18 countries, some of which were involved in the Delphi study that Fred talked about. And these ICUs are currently running the registry, including some of which are in Uganda at the moment. The Association of Anesthesiologists and Intensive Care Society of Uganda led this project in 2020 during the time that we were having the COVID pandemic, sought ethical approval. Each of the ICU directors was a site lead and selected 1 or 2 data entrants, and each of the ICU owns the data and has sole access to the data. And of course, most of them, in fact, all of them had central IT support. A project of this venture needs money, and so, of course, it was under a grant. So the way we collect the data in this registry, there are 2 portions. There is a core data that allows you to collect admission variables, as well as admission interventions and assessments, and discharge variables. That would be, of course, the outcomes, length of stay and mortality. Then there are daily variables that allow you to collect the care processes that you're providing for your patients, as well as the daily clinical data for the patients. Most of all the ICUs that we shall see were given tablets or a PC to be able to enter this data, and of course, internet access. The site leads, who are the ICU directors, who are responsible for quality assurance of the data. All right, so that's what the national dashboard looks like 2 days ago. You can see that it has ICU admissions on the top left corner, and then mechanical ventilation and use of vasopressors in the first hour of admission, as well as antibiotic usage and indications for admission all over the ICUs that were part of this registry. Okay. Next, okay. So the results at the time of analysis included 5 medical surgical ICUs. Over 1,000 patients were included. Again, these patients are pretty young compared to high-income countries, a median age of 40, nearly half of them being male, and most of the admissions in our setting are largely unplanned admissions. That means emergency cases in most instances. And they tend to be quite ill with an Apache score of 27. A big percentage of the patients had antibiotics started, nearly 94%, and vasopressors and invasive mechanical ventilation in the first hour was quite small. But when you look at the mortality, it's quite consistent with the study that was published from Uganda that showed that the mortality was 40%. The current mortality is still around the same. The median stay in the ICU is about 3 days, again consistent with previous data from Uganda. Currently, we have 2 studies that are registry embedded. One is the ARISE network that is on a fairly separate platform. The other one is a study that we hope that we shall be doing to identify potentially modifiable targets to improve ventilation therapy in the ICUs in low and middle income countries. I'm proud to say that Kenya has joined this study because they have some ICUs that are using the same platform. So we shall be hoping to see what we find and what we can do to help our patients. All right, so there are no chances that you will not have any barriers to care. But to all barriers, there are always solutions. And I think what's most important is to obtain trust from the administrators, especially with the data sharing component. And then, of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there were quite a number of challenges during that time to collect data because of the workload, the sheer workload that in conclusion, I think the most important thing with implementing registries is to make sure that, number one, you involve everyone, especially national societies, to try and make sure that something that can be taken up by a bigger part of the team. The next thing that you need to do is to try and make sure that
All people will connect with Cornelius, and then afterward you shall get some other information and questions will be addressed to him. So everyone coming in front, when the mic is off, mark that it's the end of your presentation. Thank you. The next one is Mohammed Afifi. Where is she? With the title Patient Experience to Pain Related to Choice of Intrathecal Analgesia. Not around. Next. I think this is a poster presentation. We go to next. So, Gilles Eloi Guibuka, who is going to talk about predictors of procedural pain-related intensity in non-communicating post-op ICU patients. Is he around? Next one. The next presenter is Ananya. Is he around? So you're gonna use 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I am Ananya, anesthesiologist from Tukur Ambassa Hospital at Addis Ababa University, College of Health Sciences. I will be presenting about evaluation of locally made ventilator in Ethiopia. So please next slide. Yeah, I have no conflict of interest to present, but I have to acknowledge CASEF for covering my travel costs. And CASEF also support training in Ethiopia by sending volunteers, fellows, and also by organizing remote teachings and conducting Inspire vast courses and mentorship program. And CASEF is a huge support for anesthesia education in Ethiopia, so I have to acknowledge that. Otherwise, I have no any involvement in this study. Next slide, please. Yeah, as you know, after COVID-19 outbreak, there was a shortage of resources, and mechanical ventilator was the huge scarcity with very high cost. So different countries were planning to have alternative low-cost ventilator, is ambu-bag based or any other form of ventilator. And there was a call from Ethiopian Prime Minister of the vehicle assembly factory, to start producing mechanical ventilator, as this was an experience in Italy and other world countries. So the Redwa Motor, who was at that time assembling 3-legged vehicles in Ethiopia, takes that assignment, and in 2 months they produced low-cost ventilator locally, and they asked if it is going to be evaluated. And there was no any experience in Ethiopia how to evaluate it for the first time if mechanical ventilator is built locally. So it was a little bit challenging how to evaluate and test those, but the Ethiopian Society of Anesthesiologists and Ministry of Health and other research institutes got contacted, and we have to do the evaluation and testing. So next slide. So when we gather to do the testing, then we need to put an objective. So the objective were 2. One is to assess functionality. Is this mechanical ventilator is going to function? The other is it's not only functioning, but does it have any safety features? So we want to assess the safety. Next slide. So what was the method? So as this is a new device, and we wanted to classify it into preclinical, clinical. So what I'm presenting is a preclinical part. So to test the machine preclinically, we have to use, a test lung simulator, which was available with other conventional machines. And also we have to use gas analyzer, which was available in one of the teaching institution. This Fluke VT gas analyzer, which you can see in the picture. Then we formulated a team of anesthesiologists, 2 anesthesiologists from Ethiopian Society of Anesthesiology, then a whole 5 biomeds, okay? But the biomeds were represented from Ministry of Health as their executive body, and Ethiopian Food and Drug Administration Office for a certain regulation. and one expert who's teaching in, doing machines, medical machines in the country, which is a vocational school. Then we need to have also representative from a research institute, which can guide us with ethical conduct of the research. Then what makes things easier was like a month ago, the Ethiopian Food and Drug Administration has developed a minimum national mechanical ventilator function and safety standard for emergency use authorization. So that document was really helpful so that we can see if the ventilator produced fulfill the standard by EFDA standard, which is literally adopted from other Western countries with a little modification. Then we ran the evaluation and testing in 2 phases. The first phase was we assess functionality and safety, and based on the finding, we gave feedback to the manufacturer, and those which can be corrected on the first phase was corrected by the manufacturer, and we did the second phase assessment. It involves looking to if there is a corrective measure is taken by the manufacturer, and we assessed the proficiency and accuracy of the machine by setting different settings for the machine and by making it to run for around 7 days, and we check if it is accurate over a 7 days period. So the machine looks like this one, and maybe if we can see the previous slide, it would have been great. Yeah, so basically it has a breathing circuit with one limb and externally applied PEEP as we are applying for the anesthesia machine. And it has got a display, which is a touch screen, and shows monitoring data as well as it can bring graphs. And the oxygen source is going to be on the right side from a low flow oxygen. It could be cylinder with flow meter, or it can take also from oxygen concentrator. And of course, if we want to increase FiO2, then we have to use a reservoir bag, which you can see hanging on the right side of the machine. So next slide. So the interior looks like this one. You have a lever, and you put the ambu bag in between the lever, and the lever compresses the ambu bag. If you set like 400 ml, then it will compress the ambu bag so that it can deliver 400 ml to the patient. If it is something lower, then the compression pressure will be lower. Yes, next slide. So the other interior design, included electric motor, microcontroller. Of course, the ambu bag is the main component, and there is a display monitor for interface between the operator and the machine. Then it has got initially a pressure sensor, but after the initial evaluation, we recommended to include oxygen sensor and flow sensor, and that's the second phase of assessment. All these things were complete. And also in the initial evaluation, there was no push button for the machine, but now the second phase they incorporated, it was easy to incorporate. Then there is a power circuit, so the machine takes direct AC current from original socket. So next slide, please.
Thanks. Thanks, Ananya. It's all about time. And when we are ventilating a patient, it's all about time. The next presenter is Yakubu. He's going to talk about intraoperative blood usage in kids in rural resource settings in North Nigeria. You're welcome.
My name is Uzoma Ifezwe. I'll be presenting an abstract titled Intraoperative Blood Usage in Pediatric Patients in Low-Resource Settings in Nigeria. Next slide, please. So this is my outline. Next slide. Blood transfusion, although it's life-saving, has a lot of problems. You have scarcity of donors, risk of transfusion, transmittal infections. There's a huge cost of processing. And the painful one is that when blood is donated, it may not be used. Next slide, please. So to balance all this, the adoption of patients' blood management is beneficial. The WHO adopted it in 2010, and in 2021, it made it a global delight that patient blood management should be adopted. It helps to manage and preserve patients' own blood. Next slide, please. It's a multidisciplinary and multimodal strategy. It has 3 pillars. It starts from the perioperative, runs through the intraoperative and postoperative period. In the preoperative, you want to identify and treat the anemia. You want to minimize blood loss intraoperatively and then maximize physiological tolerance to anemia. Next slide, please. So I talked about preoperatively. Intraoperatively, you want to reduce the frequency and amount of blood drawn for investigations. You need a meticulous surgeon to perform a meticulous surgery to minimize blood tissue handling, use of restrictive blood transfusion protocols, adopt cell salvage techniques, and then all these methods will help to reduce intraoperative blood transfusion and the side effects, which we all know. Next slide. So the aim of the study was to identify the intraoperative blood usage in pediatric age group in Nigeria. Next slide. It was a prospective study done in 2 teaching hospitals in a period of March to April this year. Following ethical approval, the data was analyzed on 51 children. The data was collected with 51 children less than 18 years who came for either elective or emergency surgery. Next slide. The information included the age, gender, severity of surgery, duration of surgery, the preoperative and postoperative hemoglobin, the units of blood that were demanded for, and the ones that were cross-matched, the estimated blood loss for patients, and then amount of blood transfused. The data were analyzed using the SPSS version 21. Next slide. The median age was 6 years. About 55% of males and 45% of females had surgery during the period. Most of the surgeries were minor. Then the median duration of action was about an hour. The preoperative hemoglobin and postoperative hemoglobin was 12.27 grams per DL, that's pre-op, and then on the 24 hours after surgery was 10 grams per DL. Next slide. It was found out that about 27% of the patients donated blood for surgery. 59% of them lost less than 100 mils, while 25% lost between 100 and 200 mils. Then the rest lost greater than 200 mils. 16 patients were transfused, while 50% of them had less than 100 mils. So we donate a lot of blood, and just 100 mils was used. Next slide, please. This study showed that approximately 70% of the pediatric age group had minor procedures during the period. Most of the surgeries lasted about an hour. The mean hemoglobin levels preoperatively was 12 grams per DL, and postoperatively, that's 24 hours post-surgery, was 10.5 grams per DL, which was statistically significant. Most of the patients donated blood, and most of the patients that had blood donated lost less than 100 mils. Even though they were not anemic preoperatively, and the blood loss was less than 100 mils, which sounded less significant, from the findings, we realized that there was a high rate of intraoperative blood transfusion. Next slide. This is an evidence of wastage and inappropriate utilization of blood, like zero tolerance to blood, zero threshold to blood transfusion, which may be due to approaches based on the practitioner's experience, that's the surgeon's experience, and then the hospital culture. Transfusing patients when you could have been avoided is missing the chance to practice patient blood management. Saporito, in their study on inappropriate blood transfusion, reported that this practice is common in their hospitals, and it causes a lot of huge burden on the hospital in terms of costs. Next slide. They went further to state that more than 50% of their patients had inappropriate blood transfusion, and because they could have had less restrictive protocols, and they had a lot of cultural factors, which was similar to what was done in our study. There's therefore a need to further do some research to determine the economic burden of inappropriate blood transfusion in our hospitals. Next slide. In conclusion, although the majority of the procedures in this research were minor, there was a high rate of intraoperative blood usage, that's blood transfusion. There's need to adopt patient blood management in order to reduce transfusion rates. Thank you.
She made it. She made it. Thank you so much. Any question to her? As we still have like 1 minute for her. Our next presenter is, I'm waiting for the IT to display the next presenter. Khadija Kone. Is she here?
Good evening. I am Kone Khadija from Côte d'Ivoire, a French-speaking country. So I will speak in French and my slides will be in English. Can I start? Le travail que nous avons l'honneur de vous présenter porte sur l'autotransfusion sanguine par récupération péropératoire. Next slide, please. Notre présentation s'articulera autour du plan suivant. Après une introduction précisant les objectifs de ce travail, nous présenterons la méthodologie, suivi des résultats et commentaires, et enfin, nous ferons une conclusion. En introduction, nous dirons que la récupération de sang péropératoire, en abrégé RSPO, est une technique d'épargne transfusionnelle qui nous permet d'éviter le recours à une transfusion homologue de produits sanguins labiles. Please, I gave a PowerPoint in English. I don't know if I can continue or they'll change it.
I think you can keep going.
I can keep going. Okay.
Oh, do you need English version? Please, IT team, can you help?
It is the 17th slide. 17 slides.
IT team.
Okay.
I think we have that one. Yeah. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Connie.
Ok, donc en introduction, Nous disions que la récupération de sang périopératoire, en abrégé RSPO en français, est une technique d'épargne sanguine qui nous permet d'éviter la transfusion homologue de produits sanguins labiles. Elle consiste à administrer au patient son propre sang qui a été récupéré sur le site chirurgical. Dans ce cas, on parle alors de transfusion autologue. L'utilisation du récupérateur de sang est en progression constante dans le monde. Au Royaume-Uni, 53% des hôpitaux l'utilisent et en France, elle représente 15% de toutes transfusions confondues. Peu d'études ont été réalisées en Afrique, aucune étude en Côte d'Ivoire, bien qu'il existe un manque criard de donneurs bénévoles, le coût élevé et le risque immunologique lié à la transfusion homologue. Nous avons donc réalisé ce travail avec, pour objectif général, de rapporter l'expérience du CHU de Treichville avec le récupérateur de sang périopératoire et spécifiquement, il s'agissait pour nous de décrire l'aspect épidémiologique et clinique des patients concernés, de déterminer la quantité et la qualité du sang récupéré et d'évaluer le rendement transfusionnel. Pour ce faire, nous avons donc réalisé une étude descriptive et rétrospective dans les différents blocs opératoires du CHU de Treichville sur une période de 2 ans, de juin 2019 à juin 2021, et ont été inclus les patients de plus de 18 ans opérés pour chirurgie hémorragique. Ont été exclus ou non inclus les patients opérés pour chirurgie septique, pour chirurgie carcinologique ou difficulté d'évaluation du taux d'hémoglobine en périopératoire. Nous avons utilisé un récupérateur de sang de type 4MAT fabriqué par les laboratoires Fresenius, qui est un système informatisé d'autotransfusion avec récupération, lavage, concentration et séparation en continu du sang épanché. Donc, sur ces 2 iconographies, nous percevons le cell saver donc, dans le bloc opératoire du CHU de Treichville. Le sang qui est aspiré sur le site opératoire sera anticoagulé avec du sérum salé de 500 cc contenant 12 500 unités internationales d'héparine avec un débit d'1 goutte par seconde. Et le produit final sera un concentré de sang qui sera redonné au patient en péropératoire ou en post-opératoire immédiat, c'est-à-dire dans les 6 heures après l'intervention. Quels sont nos résultats et quels commentaires ont-ils suscité? Nous avons recensé sur la durée de l'étude 12 patients, ce qui est la conséquence de la méconnaissance du sujet par les praticiens. En effet, bien que le cell saver soit disponible, il n'était pas toujours évoqué par l'anesthésiste faute de pratique. Et l'âge moyen de nos patients était de 48,33 ans, attribuable au fait à notre critère d'inclusion et au fait que nous ne possédions pas de bol pédiatrique. L'âge moyen de le sexe ratio était de 0,71 et 7 de nos patients ne présentaient ni antécédents ni comorbidité, attribuable à la jeunesse de la population d'études. Nos interventions étaient majoritairement des hépatectomies partielles au nombre de 7 et 3 interventions ont été réalisées aux urgences. Le premier patient présentait une rupture post-traumatique de la rate, le second patient présentait une fracture bilatérale des fémurs et le dernier patient présentait de multiples lésions par arme à feu. Le volume de sang récupéré sur le site opératoire était en moyenne de 1288 ml avec un taux d'hématocrite de 21,03%. Et dans une étude similaire réalisée au Maroc, le volume de sang épanché variait entre 400 et 1800 ml avec un taux d'hématocrite compris entre 20 et 38%. Et le volume de sang retransfusé aux patients était en moyenne de 600,4 ml avec un taux d'hématocrite de 66,91%. Dans des interventions réalisées aux États-Unis sur chirurgie lombaire et déformation spinale, on avait une retransfusion entre 205,6 ml et 698 ml. Le rendement transfusionnel qui se définit par le rapport du volume de sang retransfusé au volume de sang épanché était en moyenne de 34,61%. Au CHU de Rennes, le rendement transfusionnel était de 52% pour les chirurgies traumatiques opérées en urgence et de 16% pour les chirurgies orthopédiques. En conclusion, nous pouvons dire que la récupération sanguine périopératoire est une stratégie d'épargne transfusionnelle. Elle nous a permis au CHU de Trècheville de retransfuser 600,4 ml de sang avec un taux d'hématocrite de 66,91. À la suite d'hépatectomie partielle essentiellement, c'est une étude préliminaire qui nous permet de dire que la récupération sanguine périopératoire est possible au CHU de Trècheville et est à promouvoir devant la pénurie de sang. Merci.
Thank you so much, Connie. Whoever has a very quick and burning question to her will approach her in just for profit to connect with her. I think there is French in there, and I think some people like me will learn French from her. Our next topic will be Ismail. We're still waiting for the next presentation. Do we have our next presenter, Ismail? Topic. Dr. Aida Zongo is going to talk to us and share the experience from Burkina Faso.
Good afternoon. My name is Aida Zongo from Burkina Faso, and I present in French. Il s'agit d'une étude qu'on a menée au Burkina sur l'efficacité analgésique comparée de deux techniques anesthésiques au cours de la chirurgie intime en ambulatoire. Pour ce faire, nous allons dérouler ce plan en introduction. Diapo. Slides. Au Burkina Faso, la prévalence de la mutilation génitale féminine est très élevée, 76%, malgré la forte politique de lutte contre ces pratiques. Les séquelles de mutilation génitale féminine ont un impact sur la vie sexuelle des femmes et également sur l'intégrité physique de ces femmes. Pour ce faire, il a été organisé depuis plusieurs années une campagne annuelle de chirurgie réparatrice au centre hospitalier universitaire Bogodogo. Slide. Cependant, la douleur aiguë et chronique pourrait compromettre cette qualité de chirurgie. Donc, pour ce faire, l'équipe d'anesthésie a pensé à une étude permettant de mettre en place un protocole permettant de prévenir la douleur post-opératoire chez nos patientes. L'objectif de cette étude était de comparer l'efficacité analgésique de l'anesthésie générale associée au bloc pudendal comparativement à l'arraché-anesthésie en selle. Slide. Il s'est agi d'une étude prospective randomisée qui a inclus des patientes majoritairement majeures, plus de 18 ans, classées ASA 1 et 2, et qui ont accepté de participer à cette étude. Nous avons randomisé en 2 groupes. Le premier groupe recevant la rachis-anesthésie en selle et le second groupe recevant l'anesthésie générale couplée au bloc pudendal. Le critère de jugement majeur était l'évaluation de la douleur à H24 post-opératoire. Diapo. 96 patientes étaient incluses, à savoir 44 pour le groupe 1 et 52 pour le groupe 2. Il n'existait pas de différence significative entre les 2 groupes concernant les critères sociodémographiques et les critères cliniques. Diapo. L'âge moyen des patientes était de 33 ans. La majorité avait un niveau secondaire et supérieur. 52,1% mariés et la grande majorité résidait à Ouagadougou, la capitale. Diapo. « 84,4% avaient eu une excision de type 2. 6 patientes avaient été opérées, pas pour des séquelles d'excision, mais plutôt pour des séquelles obstétricales. Et la réexposition clitoridienne était la technique chirurgicale la plus pratiquée. Diapo. À H3, la majorité des patientes avaient une douleur minime. La fréquence de la douleur post-opératoire à H24 était de 42,7% et une douleur de modérée à sévère, et 10,4% des patientes avaient une douleur modérée à sévère à J7 et tendaient à décroître au fil du temps. Diapo. Nous avons relevé un seul cas de prurite au cours de cette étude pour le groupe 1, tandis que les complications de nausées, vomissements post-opératoires étaient plus élevées pour le groupe 1 et 91,6%, la majorité des patientes étaient satisfaites de cette prise en charge post-opératoire. Diapo. Nous avons également évalué le coût de l'anesthésie et la devise était le franc CFA. L'on remarquait que 80% du groupe 1 avait un coût inférieur à 16 000 francs CFA, tandis que 70% du groupe 2, c'est-à-dire le groupe ayant bénéficié de l'anesthésie générale associée au bloc pudendal, avait un coût supérieur à 16 000 francs CFA. Diapo. La prévalence des séquelles de mutilation féminine était 10% plus élevée en zone rurale comparativement en zone urbaine. L'anesthésie générale associée au bloc pudendal présentait moins d'effets secondaires en post-opératoire et la rachis-anesthésie en selle possédait un coût moins élevé comparativement à l'anesthésie générale couplée au bloc pudendal. Il faut également noter que le caractère intime de cette chirurgie et la mauvaise expérience relatée par les patientes faisaient que la majorité des patientes préféraient l'anesthésie générale couplée au bloc pudendal. Diapo. En conclusion, nous dirons qu'à l'heure du développement de la chirurgie ambulatoire, la prise en charge de la douleur en post-opératoire s'avère être un critère majeur de la qualité des soins. Ainsi, ces 2 techniques ont des avantages et des inconvénients que nous avons mis en lumière et que nous devons travailler à réduire également ces inconvénients afin de favoriser le confort de nos patientes. La rachis-anesthésie en selle est caractérisée par une conservation de la conscience, une simplicité d'apprentissage et un faible coût. Cependant, ne serait-il pas judicieux de dire que l'anesthésie générale associée au bloc pudendal, malgré son coût élevé, serait une des techniques plus ou moins adaptées à notre contexte, malgré son coût élevé, et qui requiert une certaine expérience de l'anesthésiste. Merci.
A big round of applause to Dr. Ida, and it's a good experience that she's sharing. Our next presenter, I think Ida will be met in afterwards for the matter of running out of time. If you have questions to her or just meet her, she's with us still. Our next presentation. We are welcoming Dr. Mohammed Abdel Salam on assessment of the quality of information for mothers about analgesia and anesthesia for labor. Is he around? Mohammed? He's not around. Next. Conjoined twin separation, the experience from West Africa. Is Karen Bertie around? You around? It's okay. Let's keep that for tomorrow, okay? Next presentation. Sedation and analgesic requirements in the ICU. Dr. Nogu, I think. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Salah Umurayo Monsurat, consultant anesthetist from National Hospital. This is where I practice. I'll be talking on sedation and analgesic requirements. Can you go one slide back? Sedation and analgesic requirements in the ICU is a randomized control study comparing intracough alkanized lidocaine to intracough air in mechanically ventilated trauma patients. Next slide. This is where I practice. I practice in the capital of Nigeria, and this is the trauma center where the study was conducted. Next slide, please. By way of introduction, intubation and mechanical ventilation can be life-saving in emergency trauma management. It's also a source of considerable discomfort and pain in most patients. There are poor patient tolerance, patient ventilator scrutiny, and increased ventilation days may result. Sedative and analgesic are usually administered to make the patient more comfortable. Given the high cost and non-availability of most of these opioids in Africa, techniques to make endotracheal tube more acceptable are being investigated in order to reduce this patient's total opioid requirements. A search for better endotracheal tolerance in traumatic brain injured patients lead to this study. So it has been seen that alkanized intracough lidocaine has been shown to reduce this complication in studies done by these people. It's a randomized double-blind study conducted in National Hospital, Abuja Trauma Center, and 60 trauma patients requiring ventilator assistance were randomized in two groups. Group A is a intervention group which have intracough alkanized lidocaine, while Group B is the control group which have just air, and the cough pressure was maintained within 20 to 25 cm of water. Sedation was maintained with midazolam and fentanyl infusions, and the infusion rates were changed when their behavioral pain score is greater than or equal to 5, and total dosage delivered over 24 hours was determined. Next slide. Next slide. The primary outcome was the proportion of patients with 25% decrease in total midazolam and fentanyl doses during the study period. Hemodynamic changes were also some of the secondary outcomes, and then frequency of patient ventilator asynchrony, which included ineffective triggering, double triggering, and ventilator breath taking were also compared within the two groups. Next slide, please. This was the enrollment of patients. About 131 patients were assessed to be eligible. Then some were excluded for not meeting the inclusion criteria, which include those that declined and then those that are not meeting the inclusion criteria. So in all, 60 were allocated, 30 in Group A and 30 in Group B. Out of the 30 in Group A, some that were extubated within 24 hours were excluded. Those that had surgery were also excluded. For demographic characteristics of these patients, they had comparable mean ages, weight, height, and BMI distribution. Additionally, the data showed that males have a higher gender predilection for the male, 48 males to 1 female in trauma. Next slide, please. The results show that proportion of patients with a reduction of greater than 25% of fentanyl and midazolam requirements compared to standardized dose during the 24 hours of the study in the two groups. For the midazolam, proportion was as high as 76.9%, and then for fentanyl, it was as high as 65.4% in the Group A, those that have intranasal alkanized lidocaine for their cough inflation. For the patient fentanyl and midazolam requirements 24 hours during the study groups, total midazolam in 24 hours for Group A, that's the one with intracough alkanized lidocaine, was 60% and was 60 milligram in 24 hours, while total fentanyl was 655 microgram in 24 hours. Next slide, please. This was the patient mean arterial pressure during the study population. We can see the blue line indicating the intracough alkanized lidocaine have a better outcome than the intracough here. Next slide. Next slide, please. Then for patient ventilator asynchrony, showing number of incidents of ineffective triggering, double trigger, and breath taking, these were more in intracough air and less with patients that have intracough alkanized lidocaine, and it was even statistically significant. The picture at the left side is showing those with arrow are those that are indicating the screenshot of the ineffective triggering in those patients. By discussion, this study population composed of young men, about 95%, and they are more of male. And it has been shown these are people that are susceptible to trauma, as seen in other studies done by Mahmoud and colleagues. And predominantly, most of them are hemodynamically unstable, and no standard dosage of sedation have been done. We employ multimodal approach. In addition to fentanyl midazolam, we also give them paracetamol and tramadol. And then we have good, for our fentanyl midazolam, the ventilator asynchrony was less. And we've known that much of these patients on ventilator have these synchrony problems on ventilator. Our study finding of statistically significant for both breath stacking support the theory that intracough alkanized lidocaine can be beneficial in management of trauma patients. Next slide, please. Next slide. In conclusion, alkalized lidocaine intracough improves endotracheal tube tolerance, reduces the need for sedatives and analgesic in mechanically ventilated patients, and also it improves patient ventilator synchronization. It also shows that employing adjuncts such as tramadol and paracetamol also reduces this analgesic and sedative requirements further. So we recommend that while we have impediment to getting fentanyl, opioid, midazolam for sedation, if you can use intracough alkalized lidocaine, and there's awareness that it can also help to reduce all these ventilator asynchrony and patient will be hemodynamically stable, its use should therefore be promoted. Next slide. These are my references. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. This is my team.
A big applause again to Dr. Sarau. This is really an interesting study. And for a matter of time again, Sarau, you will just get some contact with you, and they need to look after you. Let's welcome Dr. Gilles. It's 80 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. I am Gilles Rwibuka from Burundi, and I'm the chair of the Anesthesia Society. And I'm going to present today predictors of procedures pain-related intensity in non-communicative postoperative ICU patients. Next slide, please. So as you may all know, ICU patients experience pain. If they are postoperative, they experience even more pain. So it is difficult to assess pain for non-communicating patients. They're putting them at a greater risk of more pain and related complication. Next slide, please. So the aim of this study was to assess the predictors of procedures pain-related intensity in non-communicating post-operative ICU patients. Next slide, please. Our methods included a prospective, descriptive, correlational design on 50 adult non-communicating postoperative ICU patients. Between the age of 18 and 60 years of age, they had to have a Glasgow Coma Scale score of 8 or less, and we excluded those with paralysis complications. Next slide, please. Our results are grouped in 4 categories. We have patient characteristics, procedural pain intensity, effect of patient characteristics on procedural pain intensity, correlation between patient characteristics and procedural pain intensity. Next slide, please. Regarding patient characteristics, more than half were male. Next slide, please. The mean age was 50 years old. Next slide, please. As regarding the past medical history, they had respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurological disorders. Next slide, please. As regarding the present history, they had respiratory, neurologic, and cardiovascular disorders. Next slide, please. As regarding to invasive devices, they had primary endotracheal tube, central venous catheters, and Foley catheters. Next slide, please. As regarding to Richmond agitation sedation scales, they were deeply sedated in the majority. Next slide, please. As regarding to the procedural intensity in itself, combined scores were highly significant before, during, and after. What does it mean? Before the procedure, and during the procedure, and after the procedure. During the procedure, we had to record the peak of intensity, and after the procedure, after 2 minutes or up to 10 minutes. Next slide, please. In details, we can say that endotracheal suctioning, arterial puncture, and repositioning were highly significant, whereas supine positioning was significant. Next slide, please. As regard to the third category of our results, the effects of patient characteristics on procedural pain intensity, such as biodemographics, past medical history, present history, or invasive devices, none of them were significant, non-highly significant. Next slide, please. As regard to the part of correlation between patient biodemographic characteristics and procedural pain intensity, next slide, please, we found that during the procedure, the Richmond agitation sedation scale alone was negatively correlated during and after to the intensity of pain. What does it mean? The scores of the RAS score, when they were higher, the pain intensity were lower. The interpretation was negatively correlated, but clinical evaluation was positive correlation. What does it mean? It means that the higher they were sedated, the lesser they could experience pain. Next slide, please. Our study included some limitations. So the convenience nature of the sample size, and the data collection from a single center could hinder the generalizability of the study. Next slide, please. So as a conclusion, this study showed that the postoperative ICU patient experience pain before, during, and after routine care procedures. Even the factors that were not significant showed a potentiality of high score of pain. Next slide, please. So from the results that we got, we can recommend that strategies can be put in place to mitigate the episode occurrence of pain, such as a pre-procedure pain assessment into routine nursing practices before those procedures, or an analgesic trial or a preemptive pain management strategy, culture that could be put in place before these procedures. And on more academic level, we can look for workshops, conferences, or the implementation of new policies. Next slide, please. Before saying thank you, I would like to highlight some. Thank you.
Thanks, Chichi. It is a good experience that you're sharing with us. And we are happy to hear something that being done in Burundi. I think we should have the list, the last note, the list. If you have one, okay, from the IT team, all the abstracts that are remaining will be presented tomorrow. We still have 2 hours tomorrow to be presenting about the abstracts. And make sure you just work on them, because at the end of the day, we shall be awarding those who presented so well. Despite our time constraints, still we'll be depicting some people who did so well, interesting abstracts, and still connect with them. Thank you so much. Before we close, I think we need to make one communication. Those who have poster presentation, please, you can print them, see me tomorrow morning, or leave them with me right now. We need them to be hung on our walls in the exhibition or even this plenary tent, so that people will be passing by seeing what is your just products of your respective work. Thank you so much. If there is no other question, we close this session. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much.